keep them frequency of 4 seconds. Currently ppm are not being sent of 10 NF कुछ करके बोल रखो हाँ देखो चल गया एक बार चेक करो अपने ये कह रहा है ये राइट 786
मैं तो ऑर्गेनाइज
Jai Hind and a very good morning to all present here on this auspicious and magnificently pleasant morning here at AKGAC. They work without remorse, obey without kidding around, and they never reveal the names of their master. As they say, in the age of the almighty computer, the perfect warriors are drones. The advent of drone technology has ushered in a new era of innovation and efficiency across a multitude of industries. From revolutionizing agricultural practices to enhancing disaster management capabilities, drones have proven to be invaluable tools in the modern world. Recognizing the transformative potential of this technology, Akgec Engineering College is proud to present a one-day National Drone Symposium dedicated to exploring the multifaceted applications and advancements in the field of drone. With the upcoming mind-boggling innovations and ideas, we all are here to discuss and have a solution to all the unanswered with our distinguished guests for today's inaugural program, Mr. Samit Shah, President, Drone Federation of India, as our chief guest, Dr. Mahesh Petrika, District Governor, RI District 3011, as a guest of honor, Professor Abhishek, Associate Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur, as inaugural keynote speaker, Honorable Director R.K. Agarwal, Director General AKGAC, Rotarian Sanjeev Jawaharji, District Director Skilling, Digital and Drone Technology, Mr. Umang Das, District Director Skilling, Digital and Drone Technologies, RI District 3011. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ajay Kumar Garg Engineering College, I, Navjyoti Sharma, Assistant Professor, Electrical Engineering Department, would like to welcome our distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, industry professionals, members of print and electronic media, all HODs, deans, section in charges, and students in this National Drone Symposium 2024 AKGEC, sponsored by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam University and Innovation Hub Uttar Pradesh, along with our knowledge partner, Drone Federation of India. Saraswati Namastubhyam Varadya Kamini Punyam Vidyarambam Karishyami Siddhar Bhavatu Nesat. Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and arts, represents the free flow of wisdom and consciousness. As a mark of our undying tradition to invoke Ma Saraswati at the beginning of the event, may I invite all the dignitaries for lighting the lamp of wisdom and knowledge.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, drones are not just a gadget. They are a tool for change. In fact, they are the potential to change. This National Drone Symposium is designed to serve as a comprehensive platform for students, faculty, industry professionals, and enthusiasts to gain insights into the current landscape and future prospects of drone technology in India. Through a series of panel discussions and practical demonstrations, participants will have the opportunity to engage with leading experts and practitioners, enriching their understanding and sparking new ideas for innovation and research. The event will feature two pivotal panel discussions that will dwell into critical aspects of drone technology, regulatory frameworks, and operational guidelines, diverse applications across sectors, and the intricacies of manufacturing and testing. These discussions aim to equip attendees with the knowledge of tools necessary to navigate and contribute to the rapidly evolving drone ecosystem. The symposium will culminate in a dynamic showcase of type-certified drones, followed by an interactive drone flying session. This hands-on session and experience is intended to provide a tangible understanding of drone capabilities and inspire participants to explore further possibilities within this exciting field. I hope and I believe that the symposium unlock the skies for you all and make you to explore the unreachable and experience the drone revolution. With this, I once again welcome you all in this one-day National Drone Symposium 2024 here at AKGEC. Now commencing on with the event, I would request our Honorable Director AKGEC, Dr. Hemant Ahuja, to kindly welcome our Chief Guest, Mr. Samit Shah, President, Drone Federation of India, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would now request Director AKGIM, Dr. T.R. Pandey, sir, to kindly welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh P. Trika, District Governor, RI District 3011, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. To welcome our inaugural keynote speaker, Professor Abhishek, Associate Professor, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur, I would request Dean First Year, Professor S.L. Kapoor, sir, to kindly welcome him with a sapling. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Dean Hostel and Library, Professor I.P. Sharma, sir, to kindly welcome our guest, Rotarian Sanjeev Jawahar, District Director Skilling, Digital and Drone Technology, RI District 3011, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would now request Head Training and Placement and Civil Engineering Department, Dr. R.K. Srivastav, sir, to kindly welcome our guest, Mr. Umang Das, District Director, Skilling, Digital and Drone Technology, RI District 3011, with a sapling. Now, I would request Head of the Department, EN, Dr. Lokesh Vasnesh, sir, to kindly welcome Dr. Bhavesh Chauhan with a sapling. Thank you, sir. It is always my amazing honor to introduce the man, the force behind this unparalleled heights of AKGEC, whose continuous motivation and valuable suggestions always encourage us to bring out the best, who always stands with us like a pillar of strength and guidance. Yeah, our very own Director General, Dr. R.K. Agrawal. Dr. R.K. Agrawal has an exceptionally brilliant academic background with B.Tech from IIT Kanpur, MS from CIT Crankfield, UK, and PhD from IISc Bangalore. During his illustrious career of nearly 3 decades in the Indian Air Force and DRDO, he has held various key appointments, including Director at Air Headquarters and Project Director at the Center for Airborne System for the prestigious AWACS project. He is the recipient of Royal Aeronautical Society UK Award for Academic Excellence at CIT and a citation with a cash award by DRDO. Dr. Agarwal has been the director of AKGAC since 2004. During his tenure, the college has not only been consistently maintaining exceptional results and placements, but also made significant progress in industry academia training and consultancy projects. He has been working towards promoting industry academia collaborations through deep involvement with various industrial associations. He has been the president of Ghaziabad Management Association and a member of CII Western UP Zonal Council since 2012. He places special emphasis on all-round development with a focus on inculcating self-discipline, good moral values, ethics, work culture, and a positive attitude to make the students not just competent professionals, but also a good citizen and responsible member of society. With great gratitude, I would now request Director General Dr. R.K. Agrawal, sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Sir.
Jai Hind. Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Smith Shah, President, Drone Foundation, Federation of India. Our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh P. Trikha, District Governor, Rotary International. Distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Abhishek, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Professor Bhavesh Chauhan, our Dean R&D from our affiliating university. Eminent session chairs and panelists, distinguished guests, my colleagues and dear friends. A very warm and hearty welcome to all of you to this one-day symposium, National Drone Symposium, organized by AKGEC, supported and sponsored by our university AKTU, and also with our knowledge partner, Drone Federation of India. I'm really very happy to note the very widespread participation in this program from academic institutions from all over the country. I'm told that faculty members, academicians from institutions from Meghalaya, Odisha, Hyderabad, Gujarat, Lucknow, and of course Delhi NCR are here participating today. We actually feel very privileged to have the presence of very, very eminent session chairs, guest speakers, and the panelists. I'll just list out a few of them from IIT Guwahati, from IIT Kanpur, Directorate General of Civil Aviation, from Drone Imaging and Information Services Haryana Drishya, from Center of Airspace Tamil Nadu, Drone Destination Asteria Aerospace, Enercom Solutions Private Limited, Astrobo Technologies Private Limited, Lloyd Skill Center, Gamma Rotors, Skygear Aviation India Private Limited, Matrix Geosolutions, Indowings, and of course our college startup, VDrone Tech. I take this opportunity to place on record my sincere thanks and gratitude to all these eminent professionals for having spared their valuable time to share their knowledge, their wisdom, their expertise, their experience and insights into this field. The very purpose, the primary objective of this one-day symposium is for all you professionals from diverse fields to come and explore advancements in technology, the very multifaceted applications, the key issues, the operating scenario, and also some of the challenges in this most exciting and I think the fastest growing field of drone technology. We started hearing and talking about drones and seeing the growth, I think, barely a decade and a half back. But I think it's very interesting to peep into the history and also take a look at how our country, India, has traveled into this growth scenario of drones. I think drones, known actually as, in our time, UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. I think by definition, these are any flying contraption without a pilot, which can be controlled either remotely or autonomously through onboard sensors and software. So from that perspective, I think the first drone would be by some two, let me try and recollect the name, from two people in France who were experimenting with balloons. And these people created and flew the first autonomous pilotless aerostat in space before they actually flew into that aerospace. And this happened way back in 1872, some 240 years back. And I think the first application of UAVs into war was when Australians attacked the city of Venice in Italy through balloons loaded with explosives, and that was in 1849. Even during First World War, I think 1916 if I'm not wrong, the Britishers and the people started using pilotless aircraft as aerial targets for their air weapon delivery practices. And the military practices continued, and today, if you look at the Ukraine-Russia war, the AI algorithms today have made it possible for the sensors, for them to interpret a variety of sensors and also to analyze very complex scenarios. And I believe that Ukrainians targeted military targets deep, hundreds of kilometers deep inside the Russian territory. So you can see the way the technology of UAVs has grown, primarily in the military application. I think the civilian application of UAVs started around 2006, when in United States, the FAA, the Federation Aviation Administration, permitted the UAVs for the first time to be flown in civilian aerospace for rescue and surveillance operation of survivors in a disaster. And after that, we all know, I think the growth over the last 2 decades since 2006 has been a true example, a live example of unstoppable exponential technological growth in this area. If you look at our own country, I think India has also been using drones primarily in the military for the armed forces. And the startups in our country started exploring different applications of the drones in agriculture, in disaster management, in logistics, I think about a decade or a decade and a half back. But the progress was very slow again, primarily because there was no regulatory framework available at that time in our country for these UAVs. And with the introduction of the digital platform in the sky, the drone regulations in 2018 by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, it gave an impetus and it accelerated the experimentation, the innovation in various applications of the drones at that time. And I think subsequently in 2021, DGCA came out with the drone rules, which further simplified and permitted the business to explore more applications. And today, I think all of us should be happy that India has approximately 200 very active, very successful startups working in drone technology. We also have 124 RPTOs. And the drone industry in our country is growing at about 20-odd%. And I'm told through some statistics that very soon, in another 2 years, we'll reach a market of 2 billion. And primarily, most of these developments now are not into manufacturing of drones. They're actually into software and services. They're actually into the drone management system. And these are into AI-enabled various solutions. In fact, even the government of India is very aggressively promoting, is very aggressively supporting the drone technology through creating drone corridors. There is a Drone Shakti program and also the most effective PLI, the production linked incentive, which has truly promoted the indigenization of the drone technology. And today, I think if we go at the same rate, and if with the kind of investments in the R&D which is taking place, we should not be surprised that by 2030, we should actually become the global drone hub in the world, probably the best drone applicators in the world. So as was said in the introductory thing, drones have really changed and are going to change the way we live, the way we work, and also the way we interact with the world. The advent of drones has actually brought in a new era of innovation and multifaceted applications. There is no other technology that has applications in so many fields as drones is going to have. And I think the most important, of course, the military application, all of us know, in surveillance and in targeted strikes, for that matter. Drones are extremely useful in disaster management for search and rescue operations. For precision farming, the drones can be valuable in surveying for soil condition, for crop health, and so on and so forth. In infrastructure growth, we see infrastructure in our country is growing at such a fast rate. You can use drones for inspections of bridges, for inspection of railway lines, power lines, to check out for corrosion, to check out for cracks, early detection of defects, and timely maintenance. Drones have got amazing applications in logistics also. In warehouse management, you can even supply drugs, and I think Amazon and Google have started supplying normal goods, especially to places which can't be easily accessible. In environmental things, for example, drones can be extremely useful in checking deforestation, checking animal movements, animal poaching. And what we all know, the most daily used application of aerial photography and aerial videography, which also, in terms of site survey, for example, you have multiple sensors on drones, including LiDARs and so on, which can create very high resolution maps. And they are, of course, being used for filmmaking, for covering weddings, for covering sports, live sports events, and so on and so forth. Another application, lastly, is in entertainment. All of us over the last 3-4 years are seeing drones, very well choreographed drone displays, which are virtually replacing the earlier fireworks today. And in all these applications, we shouldn't forget that the drones have been the most efficient. They've been the most cost effective. They've also been most eco-friendly, most versatile to be used for these applications. So I think we are in for a great era in the coming time where the drones will be almost in every sphere of life. I think looking at the audience, most of you are possibly visiting our institution for the first time. So I'll just take a few minutes to tell you about our institution. Other than the academic excellence, we've always been taking a lead in introducing, in establishing centers in the very advanced cutting-edge technologies in multidisciplinary fields. And we have had many firsts to our credit. We were the first institution in 2009 in UP to get approval from DST under the TIFAC scheme to start the Centers of Relevance and Excellence in the field of automation and robotics. And we established KUKA Industrial Robotic Training Center, which now has about 10 plus robos, covering every facility, covering every industrial operation. And I believe it is the largest industrial robotic training center in Southeast Asia. We also established, under the same scheme, the National Instruments LabVIEW Academy, which again was honored as the best LabVIEW Academy by National Instruments a few years back, because at that time, every third CLAD certified person in the country belonged to our academy. We also established, along with Bosch Rexroth, a center for automation technologies covering hydraulics, pneumatics, mechatronics. We have very deep collaboration with Mitsubishi. In fact, we are one of their training partners of Mitsubishi for factory automation, for PLCs, for drives and controls. We have a Center for Integrated Automation with Automation Industries Association, a very advanced industrial sensorics with Pepperell and Fuchs. We also have a Pneumatic Knowledge Center for low-cost automation with an Indian company, with an Indian pneumatics company. And to top it all, we also have a Fab Lab affiliated to the Fab Foundation of MIT USA to promote innovation and creativity amongst our students and to encourage project-based learning. Once again, we became the first institution in UP to get DST-supported skill development center. And under that, we have one of the few institutions to have an NABL-certified metrology and measurement lab with Carl Zeiss. We have an advanced manufacturing center. We have an advanced welding technology and research center, and so on. Very recently, we again became the first institution in UP to start a common facility center under the One District, One Product scheme of the government of UP, which is going to cater for advanced manufacturing, testing, and measurement for all the SMEs and industries of Ghaziabad dealing with engineering goods manufacture. And all these facilities that I'm talking about are not just used for training students from all over the country. They are being extensively used for upskilling and training of industry manpower as well. We have trained people from Indigo Airlines, from Indian Railways, from Hindalco, and so on and so forth. And the training also goes beyond engineering students up to PhD and also for 10+2 students. So it is just about right for our institution to take the lead and establish, which we did a few months back, a drones academy in our college. And once again, let me share that our drones academy is approved by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation as a RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Organization. And once again, we are the only institution in the state of UP, academic institution in the state of UP, to have a RPTO certified drones academy. I think the only one in the country is what Professor Das is running at IIT Guwahati, So in the entire country, there are only 2 RPTO certified facilities. And in this facility, we are now going to start conducting the remote pilot training for about a week, and we will be authorized to give the drone pilot certifications. And I'm also happy to share that Rotary Club, the Rotary International, has joined hands with us to promote our drone center by sponsoring 200 trainings in this field, which is going to be a great help. We must thank the Rotary for that. So I think I'm sure the one-day symposium and the 2 sessions that we are going to have, you're going to discuss the entire game of advanced technologies in drones. You're going to discuss various regulatory impacts. You're going to discuss other key issues. I do think we should also take a look at few other aspects, few other challenges. Certain regulatory hurdles we should always look at. Drones also have an issue with privacy and with also ethics, because every technology that empowers us should be accompanied with equal amount of responsibility. So we need to look at privacy and ethical concerns. And I think for drones, we should also try and see the battery, which possibly restricts its endurance, and also the payload capacity limitation that we were talking about for many applications. So my best wishes to all the participants for having a very fruitful time during the symposium, and also for you all to enjoy the drone show at the end of the symposium. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivating and galvanizing word on the introduction and evaluation of this drone technology. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my sheer privilege to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Smit Shah. Mr. Smit Shah is a leading figure in India's drone industry, currently serving as the president of Drone Federation of India. With a focus on policy advocacy and industry collaboration, he is driving efforts to enable safe and widespread drone operations across the country. Mr. Smith has played a pivotal role in shaping industry standards, ensuring the seamless integration of manned and unmanned aviation. His extensive career spans over a decade, including significant contributions to the healthcare sector as the co-founder of Checkup, where he pioneered India's largest shared healthcare data exchange protocol. A dedicated advocate for innovation, Smith has always been active in public speaking, workshops on robotics, and soft skill development. His expertise in strategy, public relations, and technology makes him a key figure in advancing India's drone and tech policies. With great honor, may I request now Mr. Smit Shah to enlighten us with his great words of wisdom. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank AKGEC, Dr. Agarwal and senior members from the college to have me over on this program. And of course, it's very hearty to understand that Rotary International is doing such a big feat by sponsoring 200 candidates. And later in my address, I will express further why this pivotal decision or announcement is even more important. Senior members from the industry, members from the academia, and young innovators who would be looking at joining the drone industry, I welcome you all to this very important symposium. there are a lot of discussions that keep happening at the industry side on policy, operations, technology, various applications. But it's very heartening to see academic institutions also now, even beyond the IITs, taking up this topic of drones and bringing in so much passion and focus. Dr. Agarwal's address very clearly, at least for the people who are already in drones, could sort of reiterate the fact that the kind of depth and the kind of effort that has gone around in even just his address and various announcements and initiatives that he mentioned about, the kind of focus and the depth the institution has. And of course, when I mention all of the senior people in the forum, I should not shy away from mentioning Professor Ashiv, who's always been behind us on finding out some area of collaboration where AKGEC can come in and sort of partner and take the ecosystem forward. I think many of us would be here because of his constant persuasive nature and pushing us to come together. Talking about the drone ecosystem, a lot of things about the history and the comprehensive applications was covered by Dr. Agarwal. But maybe I'll just take into account a few stories and how this changing of regulations and the focus on drone technology is helping. Maybe some of those examples will, in my opinion, motivate you further to contribute to the ecosystem and be part of the journey. Today with us we have some of the oldest startups in the country who were thinking of building drones in India when most of the people in the room were not even aware of what drones were. And for people like them, the journey was started when drones officially were not even classified under any existing set of regulations. And this is when they took the bet of building these platforms and early on to support various armed forces and then support various paramilitary forces like CRPF and all in their operations. And then when the applications emerged, the technology evolved and more private customers were wanting to adopt the technology, moving from conventional support to defense and paramilitary forces. Of course, I'm talking about the smaller drones. Then moving towards supporting various survey mapping operations for railway lines and national highways and all that, I remember would be some of the early use cases. And all of this was happening, by the way, when drones were not sort of legal in the country. And then after all of us coming together in the industry and academia side, finally in 2021 the unlock happened and drone rules were published, as Dr. Agarwal also mentioned. And I think 5 important things have happened from a policy and ecosystem perspective, which I would like to reiterate, and why this ecosystem will move forward in a direction. So first we had drone rules 2021 under ease of doing business. So entire policy was reformed and republished to ensure that everyone in the country very clearly understands what is legal, what is not legal, and reinforce the fact that drones are very much legal and can be operated anywhere in the country. So there was ease of doing business, good policy being published. Then government came in and said, okay, only easy policy is not okay. We need to incentivize people who want to take advantage of this policy. So the PLI scheme came in front of, in form of the financial incentives. So if a drone company makes 100 rupees of revenue and if his purchase of raw materials is 40 rupees, 100 minus 40, which could be profit margin, which could be salaries, which could be operating expenditure, which could be expenditure on plant and machinery and all of that, is sort of considered as value addition, and on this government gives 20% incentive back. So in a typical example, this becomes approximately 7 to 8% of revenue of a drone manufacturing company, which government gives back as an incentive. This happened for 3 years and this was one of the major boosts that helped Indian companies invest this money back in their R&D efforts and increase indigenization. The third thing that happened was, if there is an easy policy and there are financial incentives from the government, the entire companies across the world would try and take advantage of this. But of course, we need to think for India and we need to focus on design in India, manufacturing in India, and then export from here. Which is why government brought about a blanket ban on import of foreign drones. So import of drones as a whole, as a kit, as if almost all parts come from outside in some form and fashion, is completely prohibited. So there is disproportionate support to local manufacturing. When all of this was in place, we said, okay, we have good policy, we have good incentives, we have good protection from foreign competition, because of course, if we need to design in India, and I keep saying this to a lot of the customers on the government side and on the private side, a 90 to 95% equivalent solution, but from an Indian company is much better than a 100% foreign solution, which you have no control of. So from all of this perspective, government said, okay, policies are well in place, but where is the customer? So again, government came in and said, okay, let us bring in 10, 12 programs and let's become the customer, the early customer, which is going to popularize the use of drones. And I'll give you some examples. National Highway Authority of India, so many highways are being built, we must see in news, and we must be aware of it. Almost all of the payments are given to the vendor only when they submit a drone survey, including after when the highways are developed. The maintenance activities of it in some form and fashion, at least for most of the states in the highways, happens at least once a month or once a quarter by drone-based video surveillance. So that's the kind of focus that government brought in. The intervention was that data from drones as a proof of work successfully being completed is important and is valid. So let's make it almost compulsory. Similar things are happening in the railways projects as well. Drones have become the new normal for all types of land acquisition, rail alignment, and various construction progress monitoring and maintenance related activities, where drone technology is being used for on a regular basis. Then the third intervention came in the mining department. So if there is a mining corporation or a mining company, and if the annual extraction plan of the mine is more than 100,000 tons, 1 lakh tons, and beyond a particular area, then drone survey by the mining corporation is almost compulsory. So again, initially, a mining inspector would go, probably the mine would be shut. This was for a mandatory annual survey. The mine would be shut for, depending on the size of the mine, for half a day or 2 days. And all the operations had to be halted because there would be an entire survey that would be carried out. And then there were many smaller surveys that had to be carried out during the entire duration of various projects. And now all of that happens in a lunch break. So when you have a lunch break, the lunch break gets extended maybe by half an hour more. A drone takes off, or a couple of drones take off. They do all the mapping, then it comes back. And the efficiency is improved. The data is now geospatial, geotagged, centimeter level accurate. And it's no longer a paper-based report that maybe, if I sit with someone and I say, sir, please write yes, and he'll write yes, and the survey is, of no value. Now you have geotagged 2D and 3D data with centimeter level precision, actually, which is not very easy to fudge. So all of that transparency comes in. And by the way, the intervention was government coming and saying this will be an acceptable method of survey, and by the way, this is also going to be a preferred method of survey. So these are the kind of interventions that have come in. And this only shows that it is not just focus of opening up the drone policy. It is not just focus of promoting some schemes, and it is a comprehensive focus. And while I gave these examples, these were all examples of private industry in some form and fashion, with government intervention taking the advantage. I talked about infrastructure, mining, and various projects like highways, roadways, and all. Now this is all maybe B2B type of intervention. There was also B2C type of intervention. So government came up with a subsidy on agriculture drones. There are various levels of subsidy, right from 75% to 50%, 40%. So if you have a 10 lakh rupees of agriculture spraying drone package, which has a drone, it has 4 or 5 sets of batteries, some spares, and some other equipments. On this 10 lakhs, government gives about 70%, 50% or 40% subsidy based on whether you are a farmer producer organization or a female in rural India or a male in rural India. And then suddenly 8 to 10 lakh rupees package of agriculture drone, which is very beneficial for the farmer, became affordable. By the way, the rest of the percentage of the money that has to be paid, on that government gives a collateral free, which means no guarantee has to be given. Credit guarantee, which means if you are not able to somehow repay the loan, the government will pay it to the bank. And interest subvented, which means interest discounted. Typically, if I go and take a loan, it would be anywhere between 8 to 12% of interest. In this case, there is about 3 to 4% of interest discount. So the final loan comes at 4 to 5% of interest to the farmer. So now for a 10 lakh rupees package of a drone and some accessories, initially I can get 50% subsidy, so 5 lakhs is gone. Then for the rest of the 5 lakhs, 90% of that amount I get loan. So for the 10 lakh rupees package, suddenly the drone is become affordable because upfront the farmer has to pay only 50 to 70,000 rupees. So those are the kind of interventions that came in, and recently another scheme launched called the Namo Drone Didi scheme, in which 15,000 women self-help groups are going to be identified. And some people might, when the scheme was initially announced, I was discussing with someone and someone just joked, why women self-help group, how will they manage the drone and all. And interestingly, most of you might not be aware, women self-help groups were chosen because of an economic study which said that women self-help group led businesses and initiatives in rural India almost paid more than 95% of their loans that they had taken under various government schemes. So the kind of success and the kind of responsibility that women self-help groups have shown got the government to bring in focus on them and say, let's train 2 people per women self-help group. So 30,000 people almost are going to get trained and 15,000 drones are going to be deployed. And this is a single initiative by Government of India in which at 15,000 unique locations across the country, there will be an agriculture drone that will be made available. And that 15,000 people will not just be 15,000 people with drones, but they are almost like marketing agents of agriculture drone technology, which will go everywhere, give a demo, motivate more people to either subscribe to agriculture spraying service or buy another drone. So that is the kind of, sort of support that has brought in. So ease of doing business, financial incentive, import ban, government as the largest customer. And fifth, of course, we don't want to do all of this only in India. We want to go outside. So initially, till a couple of years back, if I had a toy drone and if I wanted to export that, it used to come under an export restriction called SCOMET. This is a restriction for some highly sensitive and defense kind of equipments in general parlance, I would want to say. So government said, okay, some of the drones, while they may have some rare scenario of being misused, but most of them have civil applications. So if you are building a drone with 25 kg weight carrying capacity, payload, not the total weight, only 25 kg weight if it can carry, which may be roughly about 40 to 50 kg or so, the total weight of the drone. If you are supplying for civil application, you take one export license and it is valid for 3 years. Before this, if I had made a toy drone, for exporting each toy drone, let's say Dr. Agarwal, you are in Chicago and I want to, make my toy drone and I want to send it to you. Even if I keep sending you 10 couriers, every courier required a 4 to 5 month of long license period. So I take a license, then send a courier to Dr. Agarwal, then he says, I liked it, I want one more, again 4 months of license. Now there is a single license that is valid for 3 years. Why is all of this happening? Because there was a central focus saying that we want to make India a design, development, manufacturing and export hub. And we want to ensure that, we keep saying that India is a world leader in the IT ecosystem and all, and no offense to anyone who's done very well for themselves in the IT ecosystem. But when we keep saying the words IT, we forget to add the word services. All the phones in your app, most of them not being made by, anyone in India. Of course, the coding is happening in India. The data is, sort of being managed in India. The lot of effort behind that, IT revolution has happened in India. But the IP still lies with people outside the country. So when all of these reforms were being talked about, we took a lot of inspiration from many industries, also most important inspiration from IT, but made sure that we don't focus on just services and use of drones, but we focus on design, development, manufacturing, use, and then export. So that is how the entire, journey of drone ecosystem has come in. And lastly, to talk about public benefits now, drones are not just helping people with all the various applications that Dr. Agarwal talked about and which I talked about, but also 2 simple examples that I'll tell you. Now people from rural India can take this 5 to 7 day training program and become a drone pilot. The only thing that they need to have is they need to be 10th pass. And they should have some basic English with which they can just converse a few terms. By the way, if they don't know English, there is training available in regional language by DGCA now also, so dual language. And with this, they can stay in rural India. They can have a modern, high technology job, still remain connected to agriculture, because becoming an agriculture drone entrepreneur, buying an agriculture drone, providing spraying services is not compared to like a typical labor job from which a lot of our rural youth is now trying to run away. which is why we have a scarcity of people, availability of labor and people and rural youth, sort of not wanting to be attracted towards agriculture and rural India. With this, you are doing a modern high-tech job. You are in rural India. You are connected to agriculture. And by the way, you can make 50 to 70,000 rupees per month as profit. So that's the kind of revolution that drone technology is bringing in, not just for businesses, not just for government, but for the last person in the society or for the most disconnected person in the society who may be at some corner in the country, including maybe northeast or south or north or west. And that's the kind of revenue potential that can come in. Second, let's say he's even further disconnected and maybe he doesn't even have access to basic education, healthcare and all of those facilities. Today, government or private institution can set up a healthcare drone delivery center at a central location, and from that location to any distance, any direction in 120 kilometers, which is a fairly large area, critical medicines, critical vaccines can be delivered through drone-based deliveries, and these deliveries are all possible within the golden hour. So in healthcare, we say that any medicine or any decision or any support that can be brought in less than 60 minutes of time, which is the golden hour. It's very helpful. Today we have drones that can fly up to 100 to 120 kilometers. These are fairly smaller ones that can be launched from a space of a small parking lot. 4 cars you can park, just that much area, about 10 meters by 10 meters or so, with slightly buffer area. You can take off a drone, go at 100 to 120 kilometers per hour in any direction, deliver a medicine, let's say there is a snake bite, you want anti-venom, you can't store anti-venom at each location in every village, keep it all central. Let's say there is a requirement of a rare blood unit, you can't distribute rare blood unit at each location. Imagine Himachal, Uttarakhand, in the northeast, in Sikkim and all. It takes about less than an hour to go with a drone flight. By road, it may take 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours or so. Let's see some difficult terrains in Leh Ladakh. So many such, sort of applications are also where citizen services are being delivered via drones. And drones are actually bringing in more than 5x more efficiency and saving lives and, giving livelihood and employment to people. So that's the kind of transformative impact that drone technology is bringing in. And lastly, when I take these examples of agriculture and healthcare, these are still hyper-local examples. The largest example, and the largest intervention that drone technology has brought in, there was a scheme that was launched by Honorable Prime Minister called Swamitwa scheme. Some of you have, supplied your drones and worked on the project and all. But for all of the others who are not aware, India has about 6.6 lakh villages in the country. Most of the people stay in these villages. 3 lakh villages out of the 6.6 lakh villages were surveyed via drones. Almost all the houses in these villages were digitized, and people who didn't have any land record, any proof, maybe their family has been staying in that house since more than 50 years, 100 years or so. The only proof that they have is we've been staying here since 50 years. Some patwari in some kacha paper has some record. All of those land records got digitized, and finally that landowner now has a property card which he can use to go to a bank and say, I am the legal owner of this property. I have this land record. Please give me a loan so that I can start a business. So that is the kind of impact that this technology brought in. And a lot of people argued initially that this could have been done by satellite, this could have been done by aerial mapping and all. The kind of hyper-local setting of these villages that is there, and the kind of centimeter level accuracy that was required, it was only possible with drone technology. So if it can benefit crores of people across the country by generating a property card, and if the technology behind that entire national project is drone technology, what more example would be required to say that right from defense to the last person in the country, drones are bringing an advantage in a unchangeable, unthinkable manner. So that's the focus that the government has, that the technology has. And to everyone in the drone ecosystem, I'll request that, let's innovate more, let's indigenize more, let's work with each other more. To people who are not in the ecosystem, which other industry would you want to work in? This is the future. This is, this is cool, this is modern, this is high tech. This is in rural India, it's also in urban India. And it is, as popular as it is going to get. 20 years back or 30 years back, how IT was. So, that's the last thing that I would want to leave everyone with. If you're not doing something in drones, I think you're missing the bus. 10 years later, you will regret saying, why was I not part of this revolution and journey? Thank you so much for having me over, and looking forward to the discussion today.
Thank you, Sumit sir, for such a thought-provoking address and sensitizing all of us with the policies, the schemes, and the incentives of the Indian government with drone technology. Thank you, sir. Moving on with the series, I will now take the privilege to introduce our inaugural keynote speaker, Professor Abhishek, Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Dr. Abhishek is amongst the finest in the country when it comes to expertise concerning drone technology and specializes in autonomous and intelligent systems. The researcher is well trained in advanced subjects of rotorcraft dynamics at the University of Maryland and IIT Kharagpur. His research covers a spectrum of areas in innovative drone technology. He now focuses his research efforts on developing and refining MAVs, micro-aerial vehicles, by way of autonomous capabilities and systems that permit VTOL, that is, vehicles that have the ability to take off and land. Recently, he has brought about the development of the NAVIC autopilot system, showing outstanding performance on a fixed-wing coaxial MAV, flapping MAV, and quadrotor. Features such as attitude stabilization, position hold using GPS, and waypoint navigation with the help of NAVIC are moving forward towards sophisticated and reliable autonomous flight operations. He has also conducted research on the development and testing of an autonomous mini helicopter orchestrion with a payload delivery system appropriate for aerial logistics. The system developed with his team demonstrates advanced autonomous operations that include aggressive attitude tracking and inverted flight capabilities. His lab also works from batteries to IC engine powers on a variable pitch quadrotor to enhance payload capacity and enhance flight duration. With these developments, Dr. Abhishek has pushed the frontier of drone technology in the contribution to paradigm shifting on versatile, high-performance UAV systems applicable in different applications. Abhishek, sir, it is our sheer privilege to have you with us. Sir, I would now request you to kindly enlighten us with the words of wisdom.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay in setting up the presentation. So we already had a really great speech by Mr. Smith Shah, who has been sort of the leader from the point of view of policy making and supporting the entire industry and bringing everybody together and taking them forward. For me, I mean, I come from a very different background, so I'll now sort of throw in a few bunch of videos and technology aspects, because finally it's technology that we are here to talk about. So just before I continue with my presentation, I'll just quickly like to introduce, and give you a background regarding IIT Kanpur, which happens to be one of the first institutes in India to take up research and development in this area, even before I actually joined. So some of my colleagues, they started working in this area since 2002, 3, 4 actually, when probably none of us, even knew the spelling of drone, so as to speak. So that way, IIT Kanpur has a rich legacy. We have a 1 kilometer long runway and a flight laboratory which really supports people who want to work in this area. So it's a great opportunity for students, researchers. Now we are actually, IIT Kanpur is offering a MTech degree program on unmanned aerial systems technology, which the first batch will be graduating very soon. So some of entrepreneurs and company CEOs who are here, I would request them to come down, hire our students, because that will be a big boost to take them, to make this program popular, and eventually the idea is to replicate this program across the country at various institutes. So we have prepared the curriculum and everything about that. Apart from that, IIT Kanpur has one of the best research facility, testing facility, and now IIT Kanpur will also be soon hosting this drone testing infrastructure scheme-based NABL accredited test setup, which will be probably the largest US testing facility in the country, with a complete host of, this is actually coming from a government scheme which is going to put in around 45 crores, with 15 crores being put by PSUs and other companies to build this state-of-the-art facility, which will give you all kinds of support for certifying, getting the right certificates to get your drone ready and for both national as well as international applications. And another, last but not least, this year with partnership with DFI, we have launched this accelerator program from UAV startups. Because IIT Kanpur also happens to be the center of excellence supported by UP government, and through that, we have created sort of the manufacturing capability as well as testing and other support structure for startups who are willing to take up this journey in the area of drones. So that is a quick background about IIT Kanpur. So now I'll just quickly walk you through some possibilities. Actually this presentation is more geared towards students, but I'm sure, my colleagues who are here, they would be able to take this forward to their students and get them excited about this wonderful area where I've been working for almost 14-15 years. Of course, I would like to thank the management and especially Professor Shah, who actually really excited me and motivated me to come down here and present things. So looking at my first slide, I don't have to spend time here because all of you are aware of this technology, and clearly the application and usage is up to our imagination. Smith already gave a very elaborate, description regarding the kind of impact it's happening on all of us actually, at very grassroots level, not just at a level where a researcher is dabbling with something, but really touching lives of people. But in the classical parlance, from a point of view of a researcher, a technologist, we say, anything which is dull, dirty, or dangerous, you want to put a drone for that. So that's the crux. And since I come from research background, I'd like to outline the key areas where young researchers and my colleagues, young colleagues may want to delve into. So even in the MPreg program, we actually have two streams of entrance. One is actually from the aeromechanics and design side, okay, where you really focus on the aerial vehicle. Okay. And here we are talking about not just small drones, I mean, which may be used for photography or for fun, okay, but more serious drones which could be lifting hundreds of kgs of payload. I mean, more like an aerial vehicle actually. Okay. So there, I mean, you need to know, I mean, and it's a highly multidisciplinary area. Okay. So this MTech program at IIT Kanpur is supported by 5 departments. It's a multidisciplinary program. And we have 17 faculty across all these departments involved in this. Okay. So it's a big team and big group who are actually doing a lot of exciting work. So that is one area where design and development of new aerial systems, not just integrating components to make a multi-copter, but going beyond that actually, and then building capability which would be giving you superior performance and so on. Okay. Beyond that, the second stream of entrance, I mean, in our MTech program is the autonomy side, okay, where people with background in embedded systems, background in AI, ML, okay, background in other application domains related to autonomy, for example, obstacle detection, avoidance. So all kinds of people from electrical, computer science background can join in and get trained with the perspective of drone. Okay. So we teach the students, I mean, not just, I mean, like about the drone, but I mean, the basic aeromechanics is taught to everyone actually. So that, I mean, the drone doesn't look like a black box to them. Okay. They understand, I mean, what exactly is going on when they design a controller for that. Okay. So that is the goal there actually. Okay. Moving further, again, I mean, my specialization is more on the VTOL systems, vertical takeoff and landing, because that's how, I mean, your application becomes, I mean, more accessible to people because you don't require a runway to take off and land. Okay? And then there are a wide range of choices for that. And all of you may be familiar with several of these, but it kind of covers the entire gamut of technology that is out there. And drones are coming in so many different sizes and shapes. Okay? Sometimes, I mean, even people who are users, for example, I mean, officers from army and so on, they come and they look at some different looking drone and say, is this a drone? Okay. It doesn't look like a drone. Okay. So what is a drone actually? Drone is something which is unmanned, okay, and it could be any aerial vehicle. Okay. And here we're talking about unmanned drones or aerial drones rather, because drone could be an underwater drone also, it could be a ground bot also, because drone is a more generic term which just says something which is controlled by somebody else. Okay. It's actually a more of a derogatory term for unmanned aerial system, which is a more smarter term and a more respectable term for a UAV. Okay. But now, I mean, somehow the press and everybody has pushed drone so much that we think of drone only. Okay. So I'll just quickly walk you through some of the exciting work that my students have done. I mean, at IIT Kanpur over a decade, okay, we have built almost all kinds of UAV out there, fixed wing, rotary wing, helicopter type drones actually quite a bit because I come from helicopter background and I see the power what a helicopter can bring in. Okay. And I'll walk you through some of these videos also. Okay. Some innovative VTOL designs, I mean, like biplane tail sitters, which takes off from its tail and the whole vehicle turns and tilts by 90 degrees actually, which is a very unique kind of platform. Some of the designs have been patented also. For example, this is a dissimilar coaxial helicopter was invented by my student. Okay. It's a very unique design, one of its new kind of helicopter which won a competition in US organized by Vertical Flight Society, which was earlier called American Helicopter Society. And a lot of these actually have been published as research papers also. We regularly go to US to the top conferences to learn actually, more than just, I mean, contribute what we have done, but also to learn and see what is the best in the world doing actually in this domain. Okay. So because it's a high-tech area, it evolves very, very fast. Unless and until we keep pace, I mean, we are going to fall behind. Okay. And our goal of, I mean, becoming a global force in this domain will not be realized, I mean, if we just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Okay. Because, I mean, we can see examples of industries which have actually gone just obsolete, right? I mean, for example, this Blockbuster DVDs company, right, which used to give out rental DVDs and VHS tapes, they just got bankrupt. Why? Because Netflix came in and swooped in with a new technology. So we cannot let same thing happen to us in drone ecosystem where we are just barely getting started. Okay. So that's why, I mean, it's very important. So I'll show you some videos of our UAVs which we have built. I mean, okay, I don't have is a mouse here, right? So that way I can probably drag and not bore you with. So this is an unmanned helicopter drone powered by engine. Okay, it's a unique vehicle which can travel 200 kilometers one way actually. Okay, and at the same time carry a useful load of 1 to 2 kilograms. Okay, So this, I mean, is a versatile platform which can be used for surveillance for 3 hours, okay, or used to deliver emergency supplies in remote areas actually. Okay. And we have built this kind of platform in both electric and engine version. Okay. We got an order from Southwestern Command to deliver this solution. We are about to do that. I mean, of course, we face a lot of challenges because it's a complex system. So it's like no pain, no gain. If you want to gain something significant, I mean, you have to take a lot of pain in that. Okay. So this is introduction on what we have done. Here we had actually done a small trial project. So this was one of the early flights, I think from 2017 or 18, when there was this project going on called Medicine from Sky by government of Telangana. Okay. So that's where they were trying to see what is the capability existing in the country where you do BV loss flights, okay, beyond visual line of sight flights, okay, where you travel long ranges. Okay. And you can see the example craft flying on one side, and the other side, I mean, is the actual flight data which is being replayed as an animation, where the drone traveled 42 kilometers to deliver 2 kilograms of medicines and vaccine. Okay. It was just a trial project to see. And it was for us also to a good learning experience to see what are the real challenges you face when you try to go and implement this research solution in real world. And interestingly, this research was supported by Department of Science and Technology actually. Okay. This project started at IIT Kanpur long back, and the funding from this actually created a building which is now called helicopter building. So you have a building which is called helicopter building. Okay. So this is a bit more about, I mean, this dissimilar coaxial helicopter. The goal here was to design a UAV which will lift 70 kg of load and fly for 24 hours. No such system actually exists anywhere in the world. Okay. So it was a challenge for students, of course, not to build this, because building this will cost you maybe hundreds of crores, okay, but to create a conceptual design and prove that yes, it is possible actually through rigorous calculations, simulations, analysis, and so on. And our students were able to do that along with this really innovative new design. Okay. Of course, I mean, we are slightly late, so therefore, I mean, we had to settle with third prize, but the design was highly raved by the judges, I mean, who were from Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation, USA, on being very, very innovative. And we recently got a patent granted on this design as well, actually. Okay. So we took a toy and said that, I mean, would a helicopter like that ever fly, actually? Okay. And this is actually just a replica. It's a toy which we modified to replicate this concept. The idea was to reduce interference between top and the bottom rotor, actually. Okay. And we could actually do that. So that so my PhD student actually, he did a lot of work on this, and he proved that yes, you can have actually a helicopter configuration which is almost 15 to 20% more efficient compared to the regular helicopters which you see, which was originally built in 1930s by Igor Sikorsky then. Okay. This is another winner from another competition. Okay. Put the noise level down. It's an engine power system. Okay. So this is what we built in 2018, again built by my students in 3 months' time with American money. Okay. So we won a competition in US. They gave us $20,000. We first submitted a concept paper. We built this UAV. And in 3 months, we had to go and do a demo in US actually. Okay. Unfortunately, the visa came in our way, because the moment they say UAV, okay, or US, I mean, they think you are going to bomb America, right? so no visa, I mean, on time. And but we were the only 3 teams, I mean, out of 56 who were actually initially participating in the competition. And this could lift 10 kilogram payload then, okay, with an endurance of more than 1 hour, because powered by engine actually. Okay. So this is in 2018, and just in 3 months' time, along with buying all the components, designed, built by our students in-house completely. Okay. Now we have converted this same configuration and concept. So you saw, I mean, it's a 2-rotor design actually. You will not see drones like that, I mean, anywhere in the country currently. Okay. Only thing which you will find something like this is called Boeing Chinook, which our Indian Air Force uses, okay, and it's a heavy lift payload lifting platform, lifts 10 ton actually. Okay. So this is a very small, tiny version of that, which tries to exploit the same aerodynamics, same capability, and bring it at a small size and scale. Okay. And this is a video of electric version of the same craft, okay, which we just delivered to Eastern Command of Indian Army just last week. Okay. And it's a flight video from fairly decent altitude actually, 5,300 meters, okay, where it is lifting 20 kilograms of load. Okay. And the entire weight of this craft is just around 60 kilograms. Okay. Actually less than 60 kilograms. Okay. So that is the kind of technologies and capabilities we have built up through research at IIT Kanpur. Okay. Let's move ahead. Okay. Then we did a lot of work on VTOL. So this is all about, I mean, the different designs we have created actually. And again, this also was a MTech project actually. Okay. A student, I mean, he wrote a design code, he did the conceptual design study, and then he optimized the whole thing, and then we went about building it actually. Okay. On VTOLs, we have done a lot of work actually. So these are very unique VTOLs. Normally you think of VTOL, you think of an airplane stuck to a quadrotor or vice versa. Okay. But this is a VTOL where, I mean, you don't require extra propulsion. The same craft will take off like a quadcopter and the whole craft turns by 90 degrees actually. Okay. So there were a lot of interesting challenges here. Originally this idea originated from my alma mater, University of Maryland, College Park, and also Bell Helicopters. They took this design from also Maryland and built it to a good solution which can transport 40 kilograms over 70 kilometers actually, okay, using this exactly similar configuration with quad biplane tail seater actually. Okay. We also built a solution around that and we delivered this to delivery company as one of the first solutions. This is actually same configuration but with higher number of rotors to improve the level of redundancy and everything. So I'll skip a little bit. So this we originally built as a mid-mile delivery solution where a company can take this kind of system, put 5 kilograms in that and transport it over say 60 kilometers actually, one way. The same configuration can also be sort of a bit different kind of design and optimization can be used for surveillance also for maybe 2 hours or more actually. So here you see it's turning and tilting by 90 degrees. So the whole craft turns by 90 degrees. This craft actually is very agile and can do this transition from hover to forward slide and back to hover in a very small time and a very small distance. So it gives it a lot of agility and capability to operate even in the constrained environments where you may not have a lot of space to do forward transition readily. Then we took the regular quad rotor okay, and put an engine on that, okay, but not by putting a generator and all those extra essential components. Okay. We went the more old school way actually. So something like this was built in 1920s actually for the first time. Okay. But then it was not successful because in 1920s, there was no helicopter technology. Okay. So now, this is another work of my PhD students where he actually took this concept and built a quad rotor which actually has 4 rotors. All of them spin at same RPM. You don't change the RPM there actually, but you change the pitch angle of all the blades. Okay. So this becomes a variable pitch technology actually. Okay. And same configuration now we have converted into electric version again, okay, which can lift now 50 kg of payload at high altitude. Okay. So that is another interesting thing. Okay. What I'm trying to sort of connect to is that the research which we are doing is really helping us understand this technology better and build solutions which are more efficient in terms of design and everything. This is more of a fun project. So some of you may have heard or played with a boomerang in your childhood. So sorry, I went in the wrong direction. This is the world's first remote control boomerang actually. So this, we filed a patent and so patent also was granted actually. So this is, I am the pilot interestingly for this. And I have no idea what it is doing. There is no autopilot on this. It's inherently stable actually. It's a very unique platform, doesn't require any autopilot. And somehow I maneuvered the control and I was able to make it fly in certain directions. So let's move on further. So beyond this, then so this was all about designs actually. We have done a lot of work on control side with collaboration with my colleagues and friends because I am more of a aeromechanics guy. I do a little bit of controls. This was done with my colleague Mangal Kothari as well as another colleague from IIT Bombay. So I am really keen to go and collaborate with anybody. If I cannot solve problem, I'll find the guy who will solve it for me. And I'll go beg, borrow and whatever and make him do things for me. So it's like making the offer which he cannot refuse kind of scenario. So here you will see helicopter flying upside down. So this was the idea was to make a autopilot so robust that if my wind throws me off, it should still be able to flip back over and come back to normal orientation. So this was also work of one of my PhD students actually using geometric control and the aggressive maneuvering capability of a platform like this actually. So it can do flipping in the roll axis, pitch axis and everything easily. So here you can see it flipping over about the roll axis. It can even do a complete barrel roll and it can do a full 360-degree rotation actually. There is a double flip. Okay, let's move further ahead. So this is, then we started also looking at the safety aspects of both the manned and unmanned helicopters. And one key thing about helicopters is that, they can do something called auto rotation. Just like an airplane can glide, a helicopter can auto rotate, which means, if I switch off my engine, and I still have power available in my actuators at least, which is through my auxiliary power or whatever, I can safely land without actually hurting my helicopter. And you will see that happening in this video. So we do this from different heights. So we switch it off and you can clearly make the difference in the sound of the thing because the motor is switched off. Okay. So this is a complex maneuver which every pilot has to do and demonstrate on a helicopter before the helicopter can be certified for operations actually. Because this is the critical safety measure actually for a helicopter. And here we are trying to make it autonomous. So the pilot doesn't have to do anything actually, or because it's anyway a remotely piloted craft or autonomous craft, it will happen on its own. So if my battery fails for some reason, my motor or ESC fails, or my tail rotor gets damaged somehow, or my transmission gets damaged. In all these scenarios, I can still do a safe landing by doing this maneuver called auto rotation. It's almost a 100-year-old technique which was initially developed for VTOL crafts which were being developed in 1930s and 40s and so on. I showed you a video of a biplane tail seater earlier. This is a very unique contraption where you will see both the wings of this biplane tail seater actually they swivel with respect to each other. So there is a bearing in between. So now this can do very fast turns actually. So my yaw authority improves. And as a result of this, this is probably the only aircraft in this world which actually could fly and do complete forward flight without requiring any fixed wing controls. So normally in fixed wing you have ailerons, elevators, you have rudders. This has no aileron, no elevator, no rudder. Nothing. And with just with 4 motors, I can do every possible maneuver actually. And this is a hover flight. I'll jump to the part where you can see it doing forward flight. Also work of one of my PhD students. So you see it again doing the transition and the whole flight and everything is done purely within 4 motors actually. So this makes it aerodynamically more clean and simpler in some sense because control surfaces always, sort of tinker with your performance and also with your noise and other things. Move further ahead. Yeah, so just a while back, we were having a small discussion regarding, the 3 motors thing cannot work. So tricopters are not very common, you see, right? And not only that, actually, in a quad rotor, if one motor fails, my entire drone becomes uncontrollable, actually. But in this case, what we did is actually we took a tricopter, we built a tricopter, actually, and made it controllable even when it is actually spinning. The entire vehicle is actually spinning, but still you can happily maneuver it in whichever direction you want. You can make it go left, right, forward, backward, up, down, everything. So this kind of gives you a possibility of being able to control a quadcopter when it becomes a tricopter because one motor is failed. So this is some work done, more on the side of actually making things safer and better and so on. Then, logistic actually is the critical area where, you have to transport, lots of cargo and the cargo can come in different size and volumes. So what happens if I get a load which actually is beyond the capacity of my regular drone? So I make them collaborate actually. So this was again work done by another PhD student, where he did a collaborative load transportation using 2 UAVs in an autonomous manner. So both the UAVs actually know the load that they are carrying at all points of time because they are instrumented that way, and they will balance the load out actually. Also, if they are going in a circular trajectory, they will adjust their speeds to ensure that, the other guy has time to turn. So this is a collaborative work. Similar work was done at NASA IMS, just almost 6 months before we did it actually, but they did it with a much bigger helicopter, unmanned helicopter for that matter. But the idea was to understand the technology and the requirements which are posed by such new challenging problems. Recently in China, they have implemented this actually, and they are using it to transport, this construction material and whatnot, because it's not possible to get large drones all the time. So can I make the smaller drones collaborate together and lift a load together? That was the idea. So here you saw them, lifting. This is some recent work done by some of my UG and PhD students combined together. So here you can see a drone. It is trying to land on a emulated ship deck actually. And earlier version was a smaller one. Now we have built a bigger platform which actually has the entire motion of the ship under different sea conditions. We got the data from US through some of my students. So this actually emulates a frigate class warship data in terms of, in rough seas. This is one of the most challenging problems for a UAV to land in a very rough environment to make it land on a ship deck. So we grade our own ship deck approximately. Most people solve this problem only for roll and pitch motions, 2 motions, turning motions. Here we have also included the vertical motion called heave. This is the toughest part actually. So in this case now we are using AI which actually predicts, so it observes the motion of the deck And in future, it predicts that, how the deck is going to move. So now my drone knows exactly what is the right time for it to come down and land. It uses some kind of future prediction in that sense. Here you see the earlier version where, we just made it land on a simple rolling platform, just to, so that, yes, the basic concept and basic algorithm and all the architecture is ready and they're in place. So it wait for the right time, and actually then it will see that, yes, my angle and the difference between my attitude is not very high. It will just touch down. So that's the kind of approach it uses. Okay. This is my last slide. I hope I'm not taking too much time. Okay. Here, we have done, so again, it's a landing problem, doing a precision landing, but using two normal webcams. Actually. So in this case, you see on two tripods, you have two cameras. Okay. And instead of putting any sensor on the drone, my cameras actually see the drone. Okay. And once they see the drone, they can actually command it to come and land at a particular point between the two cameras, actually. It could be any point in between the cameras. So this is also a very interesting platform, and we feel this could have many applications. It's a very simple setup because you just require simple normal webcams and it doesn't add any weight to my drone. Okay, so I don't have to carry anything. It just sees the drone, captures it, and then brings it down. Okay, at the time. So that is all, I think, from my side. Okay, so I just wanted to give you a glimpse of our journey where we have developed different technologies from design point of view, from control point of view. Hopefully, this will, give you some roadmaps and ideas to take your research and escapades in this direction, as well as you will hopefully excite your students also to take up research in this area. And IIT Kanpur is a great place to come and get trained. Yeah, my faculty colleagues, if you want to get trained in this area, we offer a lot of faculty development programs actually in this area. We keep conducting, we have already conducted 3 of them. We'll be conducting 1 more very soon. Okay. So if you or your colleagues or students, they want to come and get trained in this area in quick time, you are always welcome to come. Okay. So thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session, setting a perfect platform for this symposium, showcasing the various types of drones with various payloads and various technologies being used. Thank you very much, sir. As said, knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do. So before we proceed on with the MOU signing ceremony, I would now take the privilege to introduce Rotary International District 3011. The Rotary International, having its headquarters at Chicago, USA, the world's largest NGO service organization with 1.18 million members in over 200 countries. In India, Rotary is having 40 Rotary districts and more than 160,000 members. Rotary International District 3011, led by District Governor Dr. Mahesh P. Trika, for the 2024-25 year, is having nearly 140 Rotary clubs, including 5,000 members all over India. Their initiatives aims to improve health, create job opportunities, reduce plastic waste, and promote education. Today marks a significant milestone in the history of Rotary as the Rotary International District 3011 signs a memorandum of understanding with AKGC Skills Foundation to embark on a joint venture focused on skilling in the emerging field of drone technology. This collaboration will offer young aspirants a unique opportunity to obtain a DGCA license for drone piloting, empowering them to build promising careers in their cutting-edge industry. Through this initiative, the joint venture aims to foster talent, drive innovation, and contribute to the growing demand for skilled professionals in drone technology. With this in line, I would once again like to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh P. Trika, District Governor, RI District 3011. Dr. Mahesh Trika is a distinguished leader with a multifaceted career spanning logistics, philanthropy, and social service. a graduate of Delhi University and holding a postgraduate qualification in sales and marketing from Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, he was awarded as honorary doctorate in business management by the University of Mereya, Russia, for his contributions to Indian logistics sector. A committed Rotarian since 2005, Dr. Trika has served the Rotary Club of Delhi Southeast with distinction, achieving numerous accolades, including a record collection of 5,444 units of blood during his leadership. He played a vital role in organizing blood and plasma donations during COVID-19 pandemic. Together with his wife Sujata, Dr. Trika is a major donor level 3 to the Rotary Foundation, reflecting his deep commitment to humanitarian causes. His efforts in literacy promotion and book distribution across India were recognized by Rotary International, underscoring his dedication to societal betterment. With this, now I would request our Honorable Director General AKGC, Dr. R.K. Agrawal, Dr. Mahesh P. Trika, Mr. Umang Das Sir, Dr. Ashif Shah to kindly join for the signing of MOU. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the Rotarians also for cherishing this moment. I would now request our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh Pitrika, to kindly address the audience. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning. Yes, good morning. So some people are awake. Say thank you. Sir, this I don't know what to say after the chief guest, keynote speaker, guest of honor. Everybody has spoken, so there's nothing much to talk about. And there's a clock disturbing me right in front of me because I have a meeting with the CMO in Faridabad at 1 o'clock. So, but it was wonderful to be here, and it is only the drone which brought me here. जब मैं घर से सुबह निकलने लगा, सर जब आपसे मुलाकात हुई पहले, तो we talked about drone and sitting in a very nice pub. And मैं घर पहुंचा, तो my grandson got a gift, drone. He had gone to some birthday party and he got a gift, a drone. He said, Dadu, I have something for you. I go, what is it? He said, drone. I go, what is it? It goes faster than Volvo. It goes faster than Mercedes. I said, okay, show me. And today, his school time was there, and early morning if I had to get out of it because I go and drop him to the school, he's just 5-year-old, and he gets up. He says, where are you going? I says, you know where I'm going? I'm going to drone factory. He said, drone factory? Can I come with you? I said, no, you have a school. He said, then will you bring a drone for me? I said, yes. So now you owe me a drone, sir. Otherwise, my entry to this home now is very, very difficult. I had to show him some picture. And it was wonderful to listen to all the learned speakers. And the kind of knowledge I got was amazing, and especially this digitalization of the villages, that property, that really upscaling the technology to the help of all the underprivileged other people. So it is wonderful. Good to be here, sir. Wonderful complex campus you have. I had never studied in such complexes. So I Rotary International, though there was some information has been given, but we are so-called a district governor and Rotary officers, RI officers. My duty is to give you some update about the Rotary and how come we come to this MOU, which I think will cherish for a long time to come. 1905, Rotary started, and we are, if you look at polio is the one where Rotary played the major role to eliminate this, not only from India, but from the world itself. Rotary International spent almost $2 billion on India, and they ensured, and it's almost 14 years now, we have got rid of that dreaded disease. We don't see those crippled people around. So it makes us proud Rotarian to be around here, and we are 12 lakhs in the world of 8 billion people. तो हम अपने आप को करोड़ों में कुछ समझते हैं, because Rotarians are just 12 lakhs out of the population of 8 अरब लोगों में. तो हम अपने आप को मोटिवेट करने के लिए ये एग्जाम्पल देते रहते हैं कि हम तो करोड़ों में एक हैं. So it motivates us to work for the humanity. We have a lot of areas where we work, and this year our major focus, apart from the skilling, is on cervical cancer vaccination. We have pledged ourselves to vaccinate about 100,000 girl child from 9 to 14 years of the age. And because we feel this is one cancer which we can get rid of if it is, caught and treated, and rather it's preventive to give that kind of a vaccination. And that entire budget, sir, for us is about 25 crores, but we are committed to make sure that we are able to vaccinate 100,000 girl child. दूसरा सर हमारा मिशन है थैलीसीमिया पे. Everybody and the youngsters here must listen to it carefully, because we all go for blood donations, and we of course, Rotary has a lot of blood banks. We have schools, we have thalassemia, we have dialysis centers, we have in AIMS, we have Rotary Cancer Foundation and Research Institute. And it's all over India. There's so much happening on the Rotary. And in thalassemia, what we started, apart from doing the awareness, what we have started doing is to go for this thalassemia screening. And we make sure that anybody who's coming to donate blood, and it is between the age of 18 to 35 and is unmarried, we definitely do the screening. And if anybody is found thalassemia minor, तो उसको हम अपने rather crude language में we definitely tell them, आप अपनी पत्री मिलाना चाहे नहीं मिलाना, ये जरूर make sure कर लेना कि आपका होने वाला partner should not be a thalassemia minor. इस चीज से हमें लगता है सर बड़ा फर्क पड़ रहा है. And if we all commit to it, 3-4 साल बाद ये thalassemia का तो we can definitely get rid of from at least our district itself. That is where we have pledged ourselves for. And तीसरा sir, we are looking at TB. It was amazing to note that in India, every 70 seconds, one person dies of TB. You can Google it, you can find it. And when I was asked to speak about TB, 3,67,000 people died last year. TB is just not consigned to your lungs. It is all over like a cancer. And thanks to the Prime Minister who has come out with this Nikshay Bharat app, people are becoming member and they are taking care of one patient, 780 rupees into 6 months, nutritious food. The mortality rate has come down by 17%. And we are educating, we are making this aware to all the people to get into this app, at least help one patient, if not more. So, हम जहाँ भी जाते हैं यही request करते रहते हैं. And on the education front, we distribute almost 500,000 books free of charge. Adult literacy का हमारा mission है sir. To make, we are a part of the campaign where India wanted to be fully literate by 2025. We couldn't get that, but now the revised target is 27-28. Rotary is a part of it. Prime Minister knows it. Our Education Minister knows it. On polio, I wanted to tell you some story why Indian government started believing us. ये Rotary Club है sir. We are more on a fellowship. और ये infamous है कि ये लोग सिर्फ खाते पीते रहते हैं और कुछ करते नहीं है. Because the name ends with club. तो जब पोलियो इंडिया में सर्वे हुआ सर, and this is from Dr. Harshvardhan, who said that in his book also, जितने भी पोलियो केसेस थे 60% दिल्ली में थे, और उसके 60% हर्षवर्धन जी की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी है पृथ्वीयार साइड उसमें थे. He was living there only, and he was the health minister. So he said he felt very embarrassed कि मैं health minister हूँ और सबसे worst area मेरे पास है. So a campaign शुरू हुआ जब and Rotarians went to the health minister and the prime minister कि हम इसका part होएंगे, because this was the vaccine दो बूंद जिंदगी के. तो 400 जब campaign शुरू हुआ दिल्ली NCR में, तो there were 400 booths where the vehicle and somebody was to reach with those temperature controlled boxes, where it was stored in 2 to 8 degrees. It was quite a challenge. And 400 vehicles were to be moving immediately at 5 o'clock in the morning. हर्षवर्धन जी ने को सारा फीडबैक आया, सर ये तो रोटरी को मत दीजिए ये काम, बिकॉज इन्होंने 11, 12, 1 बजे तक पार्टी करनी है और आपका ये प्रोग्राम फेल हो जाना. As a luck might be, he still said, okay, let's take a chance. But they kept a backup of 400 vehicles. The government kept a backup of that. And it was 4 o'clock, the mission was to start, and we were together, and the Rotarians reached there at 3:45 at all the stations and reported. And before the government vehicles could even come there, we had gone for even giving that drop also. So that is how the Rotary has been serving the humanity here. And one of the prime area of Rotary is skilling. Skilling में 45 साल पहले की बात मेरे को अपने फादर की आती है. कभी उनसे बहस होती थी तो वो बोलते थे किसी को भीख दे दी तो डिपेंडेंट बना दिया, किसी को सीख दे दी तो इंडिपेंडेंट बना दिया. तो वो अभी तक दिल में आई जा रही है बात. And I am grateful to you, the Rotary is grateful to you and your institute, sir, that you have made us a part of this signing agreement. And thanks to Umang ji, जिन्होंने ये हमारे साथ शुरू किया. शुरू में हमें लगता था कि ये I don't know what it is, but जब जो दिखता है सर वही बिकता है शायद. And that is how I am here. That is, we have this committed Rotarians here who have come all the way. And again, congratulations to both of us. And I can assure you that on skilling, we have many areas. And I keep on telling the people, एक skilling में Rotary वालों को हमारे 140 क्लब हैं और 140 क्लब में मैं जब भी जाता हूँ, every day I am supposed to go to 2 clubs. उनको मैं एक बात, ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी की तो हम शुरू कर ही चुके हैं. एक मैं उनको बोलता हूँ कि आप एक ब्यूटी सैलून ट्रेनिंग सेंटर खोल दीजिए. Because this is what is booming, because Indian budget on the beauty is too much. And, that is going for a wildfire. And it is only 3 months certification, and after that, Urban Clap also takes care of them. And the people who are not earning 5,000, 10,000, they are earning 30,000, 40,000 rupees, because the ladies here and some gents too, wherever they go, come via beauty parlor only. So it is uplifting the economic abilities of the people here. Thank you again, sir, for inviting me and our team here, and we are ever grateful to you. And we do hope that we will take it to the villages and everywhere around. Thank you so much.
Just one.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. And I would just like to take 1 minute to kind of elaborate on this MOU, which we have signed today with the AKG. This is amongst the various focus areas that our district governor covered. One of the focus areas of Rotary is on community economic development. And in that context, which is basically focused on providing jobs and livelihood for the underserved, aspiring youth, and by providing them opportunities to pick up new technologies and be skilled for employment and entrepreneurship. It is in that context the primary objective of this MOU is to collaborate with AKG Foundation for the drone skilling project focused for training, certification, and in due course, job placement for DGCA-approved drone pilots in India. There is no doubt a growing demand, as was explained so elaborately in the previous presentations, for demands for skilled drone operators in various sectors, including agriculture, land records, real estate, construction, logistics, infrastructure inspection, pharmaceuticals, and disaster management, importantly. The goal is to provide quality training and have a long-term sustainable growth model which not only provides for DGCA-approved pilots, but is linked with potential employers who provide on-job training for their relevant specific use cases and subsequently employment and entrepreneurial opportunities. This jointly planned skill project undertaken by Rotary and AKG Skilling Foundation will address the critical need to make youthful aspirants, including rural youth and women, as so well explained by Mr. Shah earlier, join the mainstream of growth opportunities using new and emerging technologies. The effective implementation of the project by both the partners will be of the essence And the key to success, and this is where I look upon Ashifji and myself, cooperating across both for the clubs as also with the institution, so that we are able to make a grand success of the promise that we have given to ourselves. In Rotary, our Digital Technologies Committee comprises of a very key team comprising a couple of clubs. 5 clubs have joined hands today to promote this initial pilot project. Overall, we have been already experienced in doing it in the sense that we have rolled out the new 5G telecom and IT technology-oriented projects in terms of skilling and providing employment opportunities. And you'll be happy to know that over the last 4 years, we have so far been able to offer these training services in digital technologies of 5,000 candidates, and out of whom 3,000 of them have been offered jobs. These results have been achieved by working in partnership with National Skill Development Corporation approved training partners, and we are very confident that with a strong and experienced, successful organization like AKG Skilling Foundation, we should be able to achieve excellent results and fulfill the promise that we have given to ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Umang sir, for enlightening us on the context of MOU between AKGC Skills Foundation and Rotary International District 3011. Moving forward, may I now request our Honorable Director General, Dr. R.K. Agrawal sir, to present memento to our eminent chief guest, Mr. Smith Shah, as a token of respect and gratitude. I would once again request Dr. Agrawal sir to kindly present the memento to our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh Petrika. So I would once again request you to present the memento to our eminent inaugural speaker, Professor Abhishek from Department of Aerospace Engineering, IIT Kanpur, as a token of gratitude and respect. I would now request our eminent guest, Rotarian Sanjeev Jawahar, District Secretary Skilling, Digital and Drone Technologies, Mr. Umang Das, District Director Skilling, Digital and Drone Technologies, and Dr. Bhavesh Kumar Chauhan, Dean Research, Development and Industrial Consultant, AKTU, to kindly join us on stage. So I would request you to present the memento to our eminent guests. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. And I once again thanks to all our guests and speakers for sparing their valuable time for this event and making this event as a memorable one. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time to invite the man without whom we could not imagine this event, whose vision for the Industry Academia Connect has now blossomed into a beautiful flower. Yeah, it's ever smiling, ever dynamic, Head Typhic Core, Dr. Ashif Shah. Sir, I would request you to kindly present the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, esteemed speakers, panelists, HODs, deans, faculty members, and dear participants. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today and extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the entire organizing team of the National Drone Symposium. First and the foremost, I would like to express our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Mr. Samir Shah, President of the Drone Federation of India. Sir, your acceptance of our invitation and your presence here today have truly elevated this event. The valuable insights you shared on the future of drone technology and its impact across industries and to the mankind in our day-to-day life have left us all enlightened. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and wisdom. Thank you. A special note of appreciation goes to our guest of honor, Dr. Mahesh P. Trikha, District Governor, Rotary International, District 3011, for gracing this occasion with his presence, signing MOU for shaping the career of youth. Sir, your unwavering commitment to community development and the support of emerging technologies like drones are truly inspiring. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us today. Thank you. I would also like to extend our deepest thanks to our keynote speaker, Professor Abhishek from IIT Kanpur. Sir, your expertise and the visionary keynote address have not only enriched our knowledge, but also opened up new avenues for innovation and exploration in the drone industry. We are extremely grateful for your time and contribution. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in. A heartfelt thanks to our special invitees, Mr. Umang Das, District Director of Skilling, Digital and Drone Technologies, Rotarian Sanjeev Jawar, District Secretary, Rotary International District 3011, and all eminent Rotary leaders from various 5 sponsoring clubs. So thank you very much for coming all the way, sir, accepting our invitation, believing in us. This MOU signing has happened because of all your contribution and acceptance of this proposal. Thank you very much. And I really want to assure you that with whatever expectation this MOU is signed, we will definitely try to fulfill that in terms of quality and in terms of the shaping the career of the youth. Thank you once again to all. A special thanks to our sponsoring body, AKTU, Dr. Abdul Kalam Technical University, Innovation Hub team, represented by Dr. Anuj and even Dr. Bhavesh is here as a R&D, Dean R&D, who sometime few months back, while we were discussing about that how to improve the R&D landscape and then we should begin with the emerging technologies and multidisciplinary technologies. And this idea actually came into discussion. And today it is happening here. So thank you all for your continuous support and believing in AKGEC for hosting this event. Thank you, sir. We are profoundly grateful to our respected Dr. R.K. Agrawal, Director General, sir, and patron, for continuous support and guidance to me and my team Sir, your encouragement and visionary leadership have been a cornerstone of this symposium. Thank you for believing in this initiative and providing us the platform to make it happen. Thank you very much, sir. I would also like to acknowledge and thanks all the esteemed session chairs, Professor P.K. Das, Head Center of Drone Technology, IIT Guwahati, Dr. Satyen Yadav, Deputy CEOs Russia, for accepting our invitation, and esteemed panelists, from various industries, and session moderator, Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat, Dr. Manish Saraswat, from Lloyd Skill Center, Honorable various session speakers, Mr. Chirag Sharma, CEO Drone Destination, Mr. Neil Mehta, Director Asteria Aerospace, Mr. Suresh, who is possibly the senior most person in the drone fraternity today, and he accepted my invitation coming all the way from Ahmedabad to attend this program. Thank you very much, sir, for your presence today and making this program a big success. Our heartfelt thanks also goes to all the participants coming all the way from various states, including Delhi, Haryana, Punjab, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Odisha, West Bengal, and maybe I have missed few. So thank you very much for coming, from different part of the country and giving meaning to this National Drone Symposium 2024. Thank you all for coming here. Last but not the least, my own team, the entire organizing team, Coordinator Dr. Ajay, Drone Academy team, Dean Admin, Chief Admin Officer, Purchase team, technical staff, and all those working behind the scene. Your dedication, hard work, and seamless coordination ensured that everything ran smoothly and that this event is success because of your untiring, efforts. Thank you all for being with me. I think I missed to thank all my section in charges for being here with me and always supporting me, whatever, a new initiative I take. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Please join us for high tea now. Thank you.
I would request all the participants to be back after 15 minutes, after the tea break, so that we can continue on with our first session, panel discussion.
स्टॉप करते हैं क्या? कितना है स्टॉप करना पॉज करना क्या
एक मिनट
मैडम दोबारा ठीक होगा कि
चल रहा है।
हाँ वो लाइव होगा। कर देना फिर जब चालू हो जब चालू कर दूंगा। अच्छा पॉज करूं फिर स्टॉप यार मतलब पॉज से कहाँ है स्टॉप का यार बहुत तो आ गया स्टॉप स्ट्रीमिंग आ लगा देना लगा बैकग्राउंड लगा चलो हम नाश्ता इधर आ बताओ कैसे करें मैडम मैं लिखा वाला होगा सुनना
ये दे दो
banana in what
अभी नाम कर रहे हैं आ रही है।
छोटी वाली आएगी, छोटी वाली आएगी, एक लंबी हो जाएगी फिर वहाँ जाके लगेगी।
नेक्स्ट वाले नेक्स्ट वाले कौन रखी ये पौधे भी पैक करने हैं लॉकडाउन। पे कैसे लगेंगे? इधर आ जाना। ये कुर्सियाँ हैं। अच्छा वहाँ पे कुर्सी लगेगी ना। शाम और सात के ये नहीं मोमेंटो है, 7 पौधे 7 में वाइट वाले रखना। सब वो पीछे हैं। हाँ। करने दो, मेरा फोन नहीं मिल रहा ना, इसके पास है। नीचे नीचे मैं स्पेस बना रही हूँ, 10 काम करने हैं ना सबको। हाँ गिफ्ट भी ऊपर लिख रहे है ना। हाँ पैक है। इन्हीं के ऊपर रख दे पौधे। नहीं नहीं पौधे ऊपर तक इसके ऊपर पौधा डेलिकेट ले लेगा, मुझे लगता है इतना रख रही थी मैं। अरे हो गए 5 अभी अनपैक करने।
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून। कहाँ पर फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे है? हाँ हाँ वहीं पर ही हूँ मैं, अंदर सेमिनार हॉल के। हाँ
ममदास और जवाहर टिका दे दो। ममदास और जवाहर टिका है। जवाहर जी
एक बार चेक कर लो
ये पैटर्न कहाँ चला जाता है वो अंशुल अंशुल मुझे उनका कॉल लगेगा ऊपर नाम लिखवा ठीक है ठीक है मैं जरा प्रिपेयर सही करा मुझे लोग कोई बात नहीं ये मैम बोलवा लेता हूँ हाँ बेटा तेरा फॉर्म देना क्या बोलवा अपनी वजह से एकदम शुरू हो यहाँ बैठेंगे तो यार रखा तो है नहीं रखेंगे एक ही टेबल रखा है क्या बड़ा टेबल आएगा यहाँ पे है ये रखना है इसमें छोटे टेबल पे कैसे आएंगे बड़ा टेबल आएगा तो ये आ जाएंगे खाने पीने गए पर एक तो करवा दीजिए ये है श्री रंगम आदित्य है
जी मैम
हाँ वही नील चिराग सत्येंद्र हाँ पहले तीन
अच्छा वो जो अच्छा ठीक है कि someone ठीक है ये एक्स्ट्रा बच गया मतलब सारी रखने इसमें ठीक है नहीं ऐसे डालोगे तो रहेगा तो नहीं मैम कृष्णा को बुलवाया था क्या आपने
अगले सेशन के लिए होगा ना, चाबी से तैयार कर रखा। नाम बोले से बाहर निकाल के देने।
चलिए चला रही है नहीं नहीं नहीं
इसमें कहीं नहीं आया ना अभिषेक सर।
अलग करते जो पता नहीं
वो तो पैकिंग है,
पैकिंग जाएगी
पैकिंग जाएगी। कौन करेगा? कहाँ है श्याम? कहाँ है
ये रहा
श्याम? तुम सब छोड़ो, मैडम जो कह रहे ऊपर तो मैम
हाँ दिखा दो नहीं और ये कुछ ले जाओ अगर उधर ले जाने हैं तो मुझे लिस्ट दिखा दो पीपीटी ना यहाँ चलो डाउनलोड करिए आइए yeah just down you had
I sent. Yeah, thank you.
yeah you sent to Ashish sir so weird okay yes. Can you just share me the मुझे व्हाट्सएप किया ना जो हो गया थैंक यू अब हमें जो नए लोग आएंगे
आपने मना किया था तो पूछा जब मैं
ये वाले जो हैं ये जाने वाले हैं बंद होने अभी तो कोई बात नहीं तो हमें पौधे देने अभी पौधे देने पौधे निकाल के रखो यहाँ तभी तो तुम्हें बुलाया मुझे डर लग रहा था ये तोड़ देंगे
हेलो चेक हेलो
ध्यान से ना तो देखिए खा जाए और वो दोनों पीपीटी डाउनलोड कर लेना, चिराग। एक थी मैम, एक तो ऑलरेडी है, एक मैंने तुम्हें भेजी
हेलो चेक, हेलो चेक।
व्हाट्सएप के लिए। हाँ हाँ, ठीक है। एक डेस्कटॉप पे है, पहले से कहाँ पे है पूछ लीजिए। दोबारा पैकिंग के लिए बुलाओ।
हो गया यहाँ पे सॉर्ट आउट हो गया सब, हाँ? तो प्लीज इसको सेटल करो।
और लिखिए
हो गया तो सेटल करो। क्लीन अप ठीक है। ये सारा जो आप कर रहे हो वहाँ आ रहा है, डू यू नो? उसमें आ रहा है, देखो मेन स्क्रीन पे एवरीबॉडी सीइंग, प्लीज डोंट डू इट। या तो उसको ऑफ करो।
वहाँ दिखना भी चाहिए फिर का मतलब।
Can I have my gift that
Yeah, sure.
thank you so much.
नाम से
But the Sika's already taken it. Doesn't matter. Thank you.
सब वो निकाल लो।
खोलो साथ,
इसमें साथ
मुझे नाम चेक कर
नाम लिखे
अभी मोमेंटो का नाम है नीचे से खोलना पड़ेगा।
ये बाहर निकाल लेंगे, बाहर निकाल लेंगे।
नाम से कर, अच्छा अभी नाम से करते सेव नीचे जो चिराग सर है उनकी चिराग सर के नाम से
नाम सबके लिखे हैं डब्बे में पीछे।
हाँ भाई नाम से निकलना।
तो पीपीटी है नाम से कर दो, इजीली फटाफट खुल जाएगी। ये नील सर की है, नील सर की हो जाएगी। अब जिसका मैम नाम लेंगे फटाफट खुल।
काम से शॉप से मत पकड़ना उसको, साइड से पकड़ो।
मानी को बोला इसलिए स्टे करने के, पता नहीं फिर निकल
उसका नाम लिखा। हाँ हाँ मत
फिर बैठे। नाम मैं चेक कर ओके मैम कर स्पीकर पे आओ बेटा, आगे आगे ये आगे 1 मिनट अनुष्का।
Jai Hind once again. I welcome you all in this post-tea session of National Drone Symposium 2024 here at AKGEC. Now is the time for much awaited panel discussion on drone flying, career and opportunities. The session, Drone Flying, Career and Opportunities, aims to provide participants with insights into the burgeoning field of drone technology, focusing on the diverse career paths and opportunities available. This session will cover the skills required, industry demands, regulatory requirements, and future prospects for professionals in the drone industry. This session will aim to provide insight about drone flying as a career for youth and opportunities available for them in the growing field. Proceeding with the first session, with due respect and gratitude, I would request our session chair, Dr. Satyendra Yadav, Deputy COO, Drone Imaging and Information Services, our eminent speaker, Mr. Chirag Sharma, CEO, Drone Destination, and our another speaker for the session, Mr. Neil Mehta, Director and Co-founder, Estria Aerospace, to kindly take their respective seats on stage. Thank you, sir. Moving on, I would now request Head of the Department CSC, Dr. Anur Chaudhary, sir, to welcome our session chair, Dr. Satyendra Yadav, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. I would now request Head of the Department, IT Engineering, Dr. Rahul Sharma, sir, to welcome our eminent speaker, Mr. Chirag Sharma, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Head of the Department, Electronics and Communication Engineering, Dr. Nilesh, to welcome our speaker for this session, Mr. Neil Mehta, with a sapling. Thank you, sir. Continuing on, may I now introduce the session chair, Dr. Satyendra Kumar Yadav. Dr. Yadav is a leading horticulturist and expert in agricultural drone technology. Currently, he serves as the Deputy Chief Operating Officer at Drone Imaging and Information Services of Haryana Limited, a nodal agency for drone-related work in Haryana. In addition to these roles, he is the Deputy Director of Horticulture at both the Integrated Beekeeping Development Center and the Center for Subtropical Fruits under the Indo-Israel Project in Haryana. Without further ado, I would request Dr. Satyendra Yadav, sir, to kindly start the session.
Whatever you feel comfortable. Just
Thank you. It's my great privilege to be stand in front of you. As in my introduction is mentioned, I am working in agricultural drones, and I'm here to open the session for the discussion. We have different experts, and the earlier speaker also mentioned about the drone technology in agriculture, but I bring some points more. Agriculture is the largest subject in India, and I think it's more than 75% people are using as an occupation in India as agriculturist. And this is the least technology intervention sector still now, but now the mechanization is coming. And drone is also a part of this. And Drisha is taking lead in use of drone in various sectors, and agriculture is also a one leading sector in this. Nowadays in agriculture, we have many things which we are facing a lot of problem, like pesticide residue analysis contents in the different crops, especially in the rice, fruits and vegetables, because of the faulty application technology of the agro inputs in the agriculture fields. So by the use of precision farming, use of drone, we can minimize this. Even the sport application, we have the option, we can use and minimize the application of agro inputs by sport, where we find out the problems like insect pest and disease also. In the same pattern, the irrigation is also important parameter, and by the use of drone, we can monitor the irrigation analysis in the field as well as in the canal area by moving the water from the head to the tail, how much discharge is losing. So rather than during the session, we find out when the experts are speaking, so we know what is the actual application technology, because most of the people are working on agricultural drones. Even many people are sitting here, they are working on agricultural drone, but a few of them will know the application technology. The drift size, the precision, the particle size of the combination of the agrochemicals are also important. And because of the mistake, they make mistake in combination of the different agrochemicals inside the drone. This is the greatest problem, and they make a combination and this cloak the nozzles in the drone, and it's a problem. And if you know the application technology in agriculture, it's governed, beside DGCA, it's also governed by the Insecticide Act. Because DGCA certified pilots are authorized to fly the drones, but we have certain SOP in additional to DGCA in agriculture field. Most of the people are talking about the Drone Didi project, but this project is many areas which is lacking and waiting for certain protocols developed by the Agriculture Ministry. Because earlier we have aerial sprays. I think when I was kid, I have seen the big helicopter, they are going to spray in the agriculture fields. And it's a mistake, they are using without ETL, without knowing the insect pest population in the field, and they are spraying homogeneously all across the fields. Then the government come to the enforcement and the aerial spray has been stopped. Now again, the insecticide had a provision, and in 2021 it was again decided we go for the aerial sprays by drone. But with certain responsibility, as in the opening remarks by Director General AKG College, he also mentioned the technology come with the responsibilities. And now this is our responsibility, especially in the agriculture field, because we have the less educated client, we call these farmers. So we need to be more vigilant and give it more emphasis. So beside the DGC regulation, we must have the insecticide rules, which was defined in 1971 rules. So in this rule, it is clearly mentioned, the drone pilot who is engaging in the agricultural operation, he must know the chronological symptoms of the agro input which is used or sprayed in the agriculture fields. Because if something happening in the field and the farmers or the nearby area, people are infecting, so what antidotes are commonly available at village level and which should be given to the farmers. So this type of things are also taken consideration before the agriculture drone come into the existence and go to the practical utilization. And I make Drishya about Drishya. This is only, I think, only the government organization related to drone agricultural activity. Drishya have certain verticals. Agriculture is one of them. It's have the disaster management, land order maintenance, mining, power line monitoring. It's a huge requirement. I think time, this is the main requirement of the time, because power line monitoring is the most difficult task, and Drishya is doing in this field with excellency. And I think more than 11,000 kilometers power lines has been monitored by Drishya. Beside this, the large scale mapping with town and planning department, Drishya is setting the new milestone in this also, the height of the building, and before the acquisition of the land, we are giving the exact clear picture of the land and the infrastructure where we are having the areas of development. So all these things we are working on this, and this session is only for agricultural. So I take my speech here on the end, and I open the session and invite the experts for the speech. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the perfect platform for this session. Now, I would like to briefly introduce our speaker for the session, Mr. Chirag Sharma. Mr. Chirag Sharma is an accomplished professional with 14 plus years of professional and entrepreneurship experience spanning across US, UAE, and India, and developed a few successful aviation business verticals offering air charter services, flight support, training, and charter brokerage platform. Mr. Chirag Sharma is the founder of Drone Destination, a leading drone as a service company and India's first DGCA authorized drone training organization under Drone Rules 2021. I would request Mr. Chirag Sharma to kindly address the audience. Sir.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Can someone just project this on the full screen, please? So I hope the coffee break was, it helped us re-energize ourselves for part two. First of all, heartiest congratulations to AKGEC, Dr. Agarwal, Professor Shah, for organizing such a wonderful symposium. Happy to see academic institutions coming up and looking at drone technology, with a serious intent. And such kind of platforms are only going to proliferate this technology for us. So congratulations once again. We could get the presentation mode up, please. So today I'm going to talk about employment and entrepreneurship opportunities within the drone sector space. To begin with, we'll give you a background of who Drone Destination is, what we do, and then as we progress, I'll shed some light on how we foresee the whole skilling and entrepreneurship ecosystem building up for the country in the long run. So to give a quick background and synopsis of, can you just check this, please? Just click up. We'll just wait while the slide opens up for a second. It's a PDF, so you could just. It's a PDF, yeah. Yeah, give me a second. I'll do this. You guys have a view, yeah? Let's go full screen. I'm assuming this is visible, otherwise I'll... Okay. Can you open it? Can you just open it? Yeah. Right, so to give you a brief synopsis of Drone Destination, we started off in 2019, originally as a training company. We partnered up with an organization called IGRUA, Indira Gandhi Rashtraran Academy, which is the oldest flight training organization in the country, directly under Ministry of Civil Aviation. Back in the day, private players like us were not allowed to open drone training schools because of many security reasons. So IGRUA, being the largest FTO under MOCA, ended up partnering up with Drone Destination to open up officially the first exclusive drone flying site in Manesar. This is in 2019-20. And from then on, as the new rules came in, Drone Destination, of course, got its own license to become an RPTO. And at present, we are, present in more than 12 cities with various partners like IGRUA, IIT Patna, IFCO, Sanskardham, and run the largest network of these DGC authorized training organizations. Up to date, we've trained about 4,200 certified, up to 4,200 certified, DGC authorized training drone pilots. Of course, the second vertical of ours is into drone services. We started our service journey 2 years back with the project that we all heard about called Swamitva, where we started off with the first state being Uttar Pradesh, worked with a few GIS companies, and moved on to Gujarat, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Been working with several land record departments and Survey of India as well for digitization of land records under the Swamitva scheme, as well as the large-scale mapping scheme. Till date, we've mapped over 15 million hectares of land under these various land record mapping schemes. So that is one of our, verticals within the service division. We started with our agricultural service division just last year. To give you a quick background, Drone Destination also has another company called Hubblefly, which is a group company and one of the early DGC authorized manufacturers as well. So we are present across the value chain when it comes to drones. So right from manufacturing, training, and services, where we are there at all three verticals within the value chain. So as we speak today, with our agricultural spray business, we partnered with IFCO to begin with in a scheme called Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra, where as a pilot run, we deployed 200 of our own pilots and did about 30,000 odd demos in the state of UP when we took on this agri spray project. And more recently, we've won one of the largest contracts for agricultural spraying about 30 lakh acres of, basically doing drone spray over 30 lakh acres of farmland across 12 states across the country. And we've recently introduced a new sport which we brought to India for the first time called drone soccer, and I'm going to just talk a bit more about in the next slides. So just to give you a glimpse, this is where we have an integrated setup of manufacturing, training and testing facility. It's a 12-acre campus. And the vehicles that you see up front, which are parked, of course, these are now on the field. So Drone Destination has come up with a unique concept called Drone Hub on Wheels. And essentially what this is, these are mobile vans which have pilots and technicians on board who are doing training, who are doing services, who are doing repairs and maintenance, everything to optimize the service delivery. The goal here is to ensure that we have a large spread of network. Today we have 175 such mobile hubs on wheels present on ground. By the end of this year, we'll have about 400, and we wish to get to about 1,000 such numbers. And the motto is simple, that you want to make drone service as accessible and as customer friendly to the last mile user. And in order for us to execute that, we do need that large presence. And the reason for us to keep this mobile is to ensure that our assets remain utilized throughout the year. You'll understand, and this is something that may not have come up in previous conversations, but one of the biggest challenges with the drone technology is weather. You get about 200 to 250 days of working predominantly if you average out anything else. But if you're running a business, if you're running a company, you can't be working 200 days and then try to pull up the revenues and that lasts you for the whole 365 days. So that's a big challenge, and that's one of the reasons why we had to introduce, another vertical called Drone Soccer, which for us is a 365-day business because it's all indoors. But this is just to give you a perspective of how, we're moving ahead. These are our large portfolio of drones. We currently have 2 type certified models already. One of them is playing a large role in the Swamitwa scheme under the, called Star Edge, which is a mapping drone as well as a training drone. In fact, Star Edge is probably the oldest drone being used by RPTOs. It has clocked more than 10,000 hours of field experience, not just within our own RPTOs, but our end customers as well. And similarly, we have our agriculture drone, which is type certified, and we have our hybrid VTOL platform for multi-utility surveillance, inspections, and mapping, which is under type certification as we speak. But the drones will continue to evolve, and Drone Destination will continue to use them across the service delivery network. We have been an active part of the Namo Drone Didi scheme that Dr. Yadav has also mentioned previously. So far, about 1,000 such Didis have been trained, out of which we were lucky to train more than 650 of them across 4 of our training locations. And these women, of course, as you understand, they come directly from hinterland, from the rural backgrounds. And then for them to come up and show up in an organized educational environment is something that comes off as a cultural shock first. But the kind of intent that they have shown to pick this skill has been very encouraging for us. And we see that, going forward, the whole idea of bringing in women into, tech and drone tech is going to be a successful model based on our experience that we've witnessed so far. So this, of course, I mentioned, so this is, this was in one of our initial deployments where we were putting in our pilots on ground. With IFCO, we do have currently 175 such vehicles and more than 300 pilots across 12 states, which are doing the agricultural spray as we speak. And this is a sport, so if time permits later, we can showcase a video on what drone soccer looks like as well. This is a new sport. Anywhere from 5-year-old to an 80-year-old can play this sport. Essentially, these are flying drone soccer balls inspired from the Quidditch. If you watch Harry Potter, you're running after that ball. So here, it's a 5-on-5 play, remotely controlled. It helps in building this motor skill. And, we will hear more about FPV flying soon. So this skill set of maneuvering a drone soccer ball is a precursor to handling an FPV drone, which, based on the recent trends in the war, you may have encountered a lot of FPV drones were used for surveillance and reconnaissance and many other such things. So drone soccer provides a controlled environment in an arena where you can play the sport. So incidentally, Drone Destination has also formed another association called Drone Soccer Association of India, which went to South Korea the founding fathers of the sport are in South Korea called FIDA, Federation of International Drone Soccer Association. So Drone Destination and DSAI have got the India rights for the sport. So we would be proliferating this sport across different channels, which will involve, academies, universities, colleges on one end, and on the retail end, we're looking at malls, we're looking at, residential complexes, clubs, and to make it a more inclusive technology so that the child, right when they interface with the technology, they're looking at it from not just an educational tool, but from a sport tool as well. And as the official India reps for FIDA, we're also supposed to send players for this drone soccer in the World Cup that's happening next year in October of 2025 in Seoul. More than 50 countries would participate, so the mandate to send the Indian team is on us. So I welcome all other institutions or anybody else who's interested to, have this conversation, and we'll be happy to support this initiative as well. So coming to, now today's topic in terms of the Indian UAV ecosystem, how skilling is getting developed. So as you see, these are some market numbers. We're estimating a $40 billion market coming out by 2030, which comprises about a $13 manufacturing, space and about $27 billion on the drone services side. The compounded annual growth rate for the sector is about 37%. And as you see, the applications, Dr. Agarwal and Smith already have very succinctly elaborated the various applications for drones. So I will not deep dive into what they are. There are tons of them, but I'll share my perspective. We personally feel that, with drones coming in, UAVs flying at 400 feet, we almost see a parallel universe that's going to get created. So the road gets lifted by 400 feet. Now you have eyeballs at 400 feet. So imagine the kind of applications that the drones can have. I mean, it's, you can think of a new application every day and you can plug in a drone there. So that's the kind of, technology that we're seeing getting evolved. Professor Abhishek also mentioned, look, we cannot miss the boat when it comes to drones. And I would say, oftentimes there's a question that's asked to us, okay, guys, what do you see? How's the competition looking like in this space? क्या हो रहा है? कैसे कितना competition आ रहा है? तो मैं हमेशा एक चीज बोलता हूँ कि drones will not have within drone sector competition. It will do a sectoral competition. So you're going to compete against the likes of a satellite, which were giving you data which was not as accurate or maybe old age data. But when you bring in drones, you're more relevant because you're able to do a survey practically. You wake up and you can do a survey and have a very ready geotagged imagery and a map ready for you very quickly and accessible to you. Similarly, drones would compete against many IoT devices and sensors. So, of course, the technology will compete against sectors. I feel there will be some forward and backward integration. Either drone companies will end up becoming large GIS or geospatial companies as well, if you look at data. Or they'll, so we see a whole new wave coming in. And I think that's where people who have the technology and the IP, with us, will be able to scale this up very quickly. We've already kind of, gone over the rules, so I'll just do a quick highlight of what all happened in terms of the sector. So since the time we joined this ecosystem, many new policies came. We had a CAR, we had a regulation in December of 2018, which is the first time an official paper came out from DGCA. Look, we're going to, now monitor drones. But since then, we've had the liberalized drone rules, which have helped in ease of, doing business. Smith already talked about the PLI scheme to incentivize drone and drone component manufacturers. There was a ban on imports by DGFT, so you can't, import a fully loaded drone. So this could not come in a CKD or SKD. You could still import parts, but not necessarily the drones. All these initiatives are there to encourage Make in India. We have seen a proliferating public and private user base. Essentially, if you see today in our country, government has largely been the market maker when it comes to the drone technology. And we are thankful to the government for giving this sector that, kind of fillip to ensure that the adoption happens. Nowhere else. I've traveled to multiple countries, and when we see the civil drone adoption across different countries in the world, I can proudly say that India is way ahead. Now these guys are looking eastward to replicate what India has done over the last 3 years. So which is a moment of pride for all of us. Of course, Dr. Yadav mentioned about, agricultural inputs and precision farming, but there is the government will not push something if they don't see, some large scale incentives coming out of, this whole ecosystem. As you guys are all aware, in India, we import tons of fertilizer. We spend more than 2 lakh crores on just importing fertilizer. Now, the likes of IFCO and Coromandel and other, companies have come up with nano formulations of these fertilizers, which essentially replace a granular urea bag, 45 kg का अगर एक बैग है यूरिया का आज, जो एक इंडिया खरीदती है 3 से 4 हजार रुपए में और किसान को देती है 256 रुपए में, वो ही अब रिप्लेस हो रहा है एक नैनो यूरिया की bottle say which is a 500 ml liquid urea, which costs to the government 125, to the farmers 225 rupees. So they're looking at significant cost saving. Of course, there is efficacy being mapped in terms of how effective this nano urea would be, but what we are foreseeing is slowly the efficiency of the product is improving. The concentration of nitrogen in contents is also improving, which basically means the government, as soon as they start seeing results on field, they will start, closing the tap of the subsidy on urea to ensure a lot of nano formulations come into play. Now, what's the best mechanism today to spray this? The government has identified drones would be a fantastic platform to spray such liquid nutrients. Similarly, agrochemical companies with pesticides and, other insecticides, pesticides, they're also looking at utilizing drones as a mechanization tool to ensure that their products reach and they're sprayed in a regulated and a precise manner. India also has a robust certification scheme. Now, this scheme developed by QCI in conjunction with DGCA is very unique, and I want to pause here and give an example to you. We had one of our trainees, वो यहाँ से ट्रेनिंग लेके गया और उसने कहा सर मुझे 2 ड्रोन चाहिए. अब उसने हमसे ड्रोन खरीद लिए, पर उसके बाद पता लगा वो ये ड्रोन्स नाइजीरिया लेके चला गया. सो वी डिड नॉट गेट इनटू वो कहाँ से लेके गया, क्या गया. सो ही वर्क्स एट अ लार्ज हेलीकॉप्टर कंपनी हु इज आल्सो लुकिंग टू गेट इनटू ड्रोन्स इन नाइजीरिया. सो ही सेड देखो सर मैं ले गया, मैं वहां पहुंचा हूं तो ऑब्वियसली वहां पे डिफेंस इज रेगुलेटिंग दिस स्पेस. तो दे आस्क्ड ये क्या लेके आए हो तुम. तो ही सेड सर I had a very valid argument to make, and this is what he said. Look, I was sitting in front of some 10-15 of such officials who were कि कौन सा drone है, कहाँ से लिया है, क्या किया. So he said, look, all I did is I showed them a type certificate by the government of India, by DGCA, and asked them, भैया ये देख लो, ये drone का certificate है, सरकार ने authorize कर रखा है. ये मेरा license है, ये सरकार ने authorize कर रखा है. क्या आप जितने बाकी drones लाते हो या चाइना से आते हैं, क्या आपके पास किसी के पास भी ये टाइप सर्टिफिकेट है. सो द आंसर वाज नो, एंड दैट एंडेड अप हेल्पिंग हिम गेट दैट ड्रोन अक्रॉस. नॉट ओनली इज ही नाउ हैज ही गॉट अ प्रोविजनल सर्टिफिकेशन फॉर दैट ड्रोन, बट ही इज आल्सो फ्लाइंग दिस freely. So this is the kind of impact that the Indian regulatory environment has come, has brought on board with organizing this sector, which many other countries are still lacking. And that's an opportunity for all of us to explore, even when we think of our business ventures. This map here is something important for all of us to see, because I think this is the inflection point for the drone industry. Why I'm giving this background is because we can talk about skilling in business, but we should know what all has happened and how much we should be thankful and be able to capitalize on the opportunity that the ecosystem has offered us. तो ये जो map आप देख रहे हैं, ये 90% से ऊपर इस टाइम पे green दिख रहा है. उसका मतलब क्या है कि अब यहाँ पर if you want to fly drones, all you need is a type certified drone and a licensed pilot. बस ये 2 चीजें अगर आपके पास है तो आपको कोई परमिशन नहीं चाहिए टू fly the drones freely. Before August of 2021, this map would have looked very contrary. इसका लाल, yellow, orange दिखेगा आपको. तो ये बहुत बड़ा change आया when the airspace opened up, and that is the reason why all of us are hearing drones. Why colleges like AKG have also gotten interested into understanding and exploring this space, because इससे पहले तो हम drone सुनते नहीं. अब आप हर दिन अखबार खोलोगे तो कुछ ना कुछ drone का news आ ही रहा होगा for whatever reason. So this map is definitely an inflection point for the industry to push adoption. Now, when we talk about skilling and entrepreneurship, what I've done is I've bucketed basically made 3 buckets when it comes to skilling and similarly on entrepreneurship. So there is this whole drone ecosystem, skilling ecosystem, which will go towards drone design, manufacturing, R&D. So we're looking at hardware, we're looking at design and development. So we're talking of some niche skills when we, discuss manufacturing. When we talk about operations, we're talking of a pilot, we're talking of a co-pilot, we're talking of field technicians on ground who are there out in the field. And when we talk about data processing and analytics, that's a separate belt. अब आपने इतना सारा ड्रोन का डेटा ले लिया, इससे करेंगे कैसे, क्या insight निकालेंगे? So that's another field. So we foresee, if I see a macroscopic level of skilling, these are the 3 buckets where we could identify different kinds of skill sets of people who want to make a career can come and become part of the drone industry. Similarly, on the entrepreneurship landscape, we'll have opportunities for people who want to make their own drones, design their own drones or drone components. There is a lot of focus on Make in India components now. So we will see dollars coming in, R&D budget coming in to develop drone components. Same thing would happen for drone service providers. Drone ban gaye, par field mein jana to unse kaam to karana, to isliye various kinds of service providers would come into play. And similarly, we will see folks working on the software side. There is software side of the drone. Maybe you're developing an autopilot, or you're developing a fleet management solution on the service side, or there is software side on the AI ML bit, where you make these drones intelligent enough so they start predicting and giving insights. So this is how we broadly see the entrepreneurship landscape as well. Skilling, like I mentioned, incidentally, we had pilots who trained here, whose licenses got accepted in Germany, whose licenses got accepted in GCC, whose licenses or these certificates that got accepted in South Africa. Some of them also worked for the Israeli forces from India. So of course, as you see that the acceptance level is high globally, I personally feel that just like we created an IT service bench across the world, we are definitely capable of creating a drone talent across the world, because this will be in scarcity. And then for us as a young country, this is the talent pool we can offer to the rest of the world. So it's going to be a huge space for us to look at down the future. Yeah, so the minimum eligibility to become a certified pilot is you need to be class 10th pass and, basic 18 years and up, with having 2 valid IDs, and the duration starts anywhere between 5 days to 7 to 15. It varies based on the batch size as well, and you can become a certified drone pilot. That's it. It's a very minimum entry criteria. Yeah. So which basically means, anybody and everybody here, can become a drone pilot. Of course, there is an upper limit of 65 years. So the age is between 18 to 65. But that's so we do have some young, folks here in the forum who may be eligible to, take part in the course. What we've also done, just to give you a broad perspective, the signal strength that you're seeing, the Wi-Fi signal strength, denotes the volume of people that the sector would need. So if you see the one with 4 signals is one where we see high volumes, skilled resources and manpower would be needed. This could start with, the drone pilot and co-pilot, drone instructors, UAV test pilots, repair and maintenance drone field technicians, then drone sports players, like I was mentioning, drone soccer. So we will see a huge volume of skilled workforce needed across that first, row that I mentioned. And then as we keep going down, we have some more sophisticated job roles now, which of course will not be as voluminous in play. It'll be a bit more niche. You'll need some higher order thinking, some, more stronger background from, be it mechanical, electrical, or aeronautical engineering. So you have your R&D engineers, drone and airframe designers, autopilot embedded engineers, system, certified systems engineers. So there's different kinds of guys that would be needed for job roles associated with drone manufacturing, drone R&D development, and that phase. And as we go down on the software side, similarly, you're looking at, software engineers, guys who are going to be making the firmware for the drone, basically the brain of the drone, which is called the autopilot, guys who are going to be testing these codes, guys who are going to be doing drone data analytics and building code on that, people who are doing data processing. So this is kind of a huge ambit in terms of where all drone skilling can come into play. There is, of course, going to be one unique challenge that we have ourselves witnessed, having, more than 300 pilots right now working for us on our roles, is that the youth today who's going to go on the field, the attitude that they hold and the fact that will they survive in the field is a question mark even today for us, having, seen a churn of 500 odd folks now down to 300 to retain an audience who is willing to go out at 6 in the morning and, operate drones and then maybe take a break in the afternoon and come back in the evening is still a challenge that we are noticing. But we have identified certain areas, we're looking at people from defense who've taken voluntary retirement and other folks who want to go back to their own roots and are okay with the hard grind to, look at if I have Girish is here with me, so he's looking at, staring at me. But yeah, so we are looking at, people who are wanting to go back to their roots and see if they can put in the hard yards, because drone operations on field until we reach level 4, level 5 autonomy will still require some remote, maneuvering of drones. And I think from a regulator perspective also, they will not fully allow an autonomous drone yet, unless all the safety and security parameters have been kept in play. So we do see that manual intervention not going out, at least for the next 5 years. So of course, we have our own training programs. We start off with the regular certification programs, but we have developed application-based courses based on all field projects that we have done on our end. So we have reverse engineered them. ऐसा नहीं है कि वो theory पे बने, services का जो भी experience लिया है, उससे we've built up, these application-based modules as well. Entrepreneurship I've discussed, so there's tons of them. There are many members behind me, before me, who had shared these opportunities. So you have photography, precision agriculture. One thing I would like to add, if somebody is looking at drone as a business, agricultural is one space which is predominantly going to be B2C down the line. Unlike other sophisticated use cases where you're, inspecting assets of a power line or power grid, or doing surveys which are working with the government, which are B2B or B2G, agriculture, photography, these are large B2C segments, which basically means you'll have to evolve a business model which is more retail in nature than necessarily, just a business to business or a B2G, because they all work. There are tender driven businesses and then there are retail businesses. So we feel that this large play in India is going to come from retail. So, that kind of a mindset would also have to come in. There's logistics, as we talked about, drone sports, racing, soccer, manufacturing, drone parts and repairs, depending on your interest area. Then you can get into skilling business, analytics, engineering, consultancy, SaaS-based, firms. So this gives a, broad mindset. Yeah. So good question. So we have some GIS guys with us who are basically, let's say, doing analysis of this geospatial data that we acquired during Swamitva. They start anywhere between 35,000, but with sophisticated skill sets and the kind of exposure they have on different softwares, this could be anywhere, up to about 1.5 lakh rupees as well. So that's the price bracket that you look at on at least the data that I know. But there are more sophisticated sensors, jisme lamba ho sakta. Yeah. This is in India, correct. So thank you. I think with this, I'll end my presentation. Any questions, happy to address them later on. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chirag, for such an interactive session, showing us how this drone technology is making a move in various sectors like agriculture, like surveillance, and also how Indian government is supporting the entrepreneurship in this field. Now, moving on, I would like to briefly introduce our another speaker for the session, Mr. Neel Mehta. Mr. Neel Mehta is a prominent figure in the drone technology industry, serving as the co-founder and director of Asteria Aerospace since 2012. Neel Mehta's influence extends beyond Asteria Aerospace, as he also plays a significant role in shaping the drone industry in India. He is a co-chair of FICCI Committee on Drones, where he contributes to policy making and industry standards. Additionally, as a founding member of the Drone Federation of India, he has been instrumental in promoting the growth and development of drone ecosystem in the country. I would now request Mr. Neel Mehta to kindly start his talk.
Thank you, ma'am, for the kind introduction. Okay, eminent speakers on the dais with me, and also ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank you, AKGAC, for inviting me to be part of this symposium. It's really great to see, educational institutes contribute to this, developing this whole ecosystem, because I think, one of the major challenges of the industry, I think, as we move forward, is, on the skilling side as well, and which is part of, the panel discussion that we have upcoming. So my talk is going to be focused on some of the career opportunities available in the industry today, and some of the skill sets which are required to meet those opportunities, as well as some of the challenges which, as an industry player, we face while recruiting for people. And I think I have enough experience to generalize this to other companies as well. So just to give you a brief about Asteria Aerospace, it was started by me and my co-founder Nihar about 12 years back. So this was in 2012. We ended up actually starting in 2011, but our operations pretty much started in 2012. Both Nihar and me were in the US, actually working in the aerospace industry, and we moved back to India end of 2011 to start this company. And as you can imagine, in that time, no one was talking about drones in India. We had to go around and educate people about what drones are, how we could use them, and also how we could make them in India. Our initial target market was the defense space, because that was where we had seen drones in action, especially in the Iraq and Afghanistan war, which was around 2009 timeframe. And that's where we also got the idea that this technology is going to be very prominent in the battlefield, and maybe there's some opportunity here to do this in country, because at that time India was primarily dependent on Israel for procuring such drones. And at that, when we started out in 2012, we started talking to some large conglomerates. I'll not name all of them, but we pretty much got laughed out of every meeting that we had, and even with the highest ranking official I remember in one of the conglomerates who was in the defense space but not into drones. When we said that, can we work together? We will, develop the technology. You can bring it to market. We pretty much got laughed out, saying that, Israel is the leader in this. What are we going to do in India? Why are you wasting your time working on this? And that was a setback to us for sure, when we were just starting out. But 3 years later, in end of 2015, that company actually became our first customer when we had developed and manufactured our first drones for, the Indian Army. So it was a strange turn of events there. Of course, we didn't bring up, past events, but, I think it was a difficult time in the beginning, when there was no ecosystem available and there was no support available to start with. But I think the last 10 years have been remarkable in terms of a journey for the ecosystem. And especially the last 5 years, I think everyone has spoken about how the government has supported this industry. And I think that was really the factor which was missing when we started out, with Asteria. So my talk, I'm just going to focus a bit broad. I think some of the things are already been covered by Chirag and also the speakers ahead. But I'll just like to give a broad understanding of the industry landscape and what are the career opportunities, what are the, where can, what does one become, when you enter the industry, and what are the skills and challenges which are, facing the industry today. So I think this has been, covered broadly, I think, but just generally, the remarkable change over the last 10 years is that, when we start out, we were educating people about how to use drones. Now it's the reverse. People come up with new use cases and say, can I use a drone for XYZ? And it's really incredible how the imagination of people has also evolved to kind of, use this technology in a mainstay manner. And a lot of that has changed over the last, 10 years. I think, some of these applications have already been touched, and I think the large applications, I think today are on the defense side, where, drones are being used extensively in not only in conflicts abroad, but also the Indian Defense Forces are actively procuring a large number of different types of drones. The agriculture industry, with the support of the government subsidies and with some of the players like IFCO stepping up and procuring a large number of drones, has really given a boost to the civilian industry. I think some of the use cases like photography, you would have all experienced drones used in weddings. Of course, they're used in professional photography as well, for ad shoots, filmmaking, etc. And even now for entertainment purposes, we see drone shows that have become pretty common. Instead of a fireworks show, in fact, companies in India have also, been giving out such drone shows, and I'm sure you must have seen videos of that. So a huge spectrum of, use cases, and just like I think has been brought about before, the industry is going through an inflection point, just like how probably the PC industry was about 20, 30 years back, we're going to see a similar kind of opportunities coming up for this new IT device, which, was not available to people before, a easy to use on-demand tool to capture aerial data, technology evolving, making it very cost effective. And that's the reason why we see adoption across the spectrum. So in terms of the ecosystem in India, there's not just one type of drone company, right? So I just want to kind of spend a couple of minutes on this. There is a spectrum of value chain, right? So starts with component manufacturing for drones. This could be motors, batteries, propellers. Then you have the kind of system integrators or OEMs, like Asteria and Hubblefly, etc., who are building drone systems for certain applications, and these are application-specific devices till now. After that, you have infrastructure companies, people who are making, who could be making vertiports like airports, which are used for aircraft. You might have vertiports which are landing spaces and takeoff spaces for drones. In fact, just yesterday, DGCA came out with a guideline, an advisory guideline of what it is involved to make a vertiport in India, and how do you go about it. So that's actually very forward looking, something that we are going to see into the future as well. But that's on the infrastructure side. You also have unmanned traffic management. So just like you have air traffic management for aircraft, you also have people working on traffic management solutions for unmanned aircraft, because traditional methods of managing air traffic doesn't work for drones because there's such a large number in nature. So huge spectrum of opportunities. Then you have on the service side, of course, we've talked about a lot of services for spraying, for digitizing land records, for surveying, construction sites, for surveying pipelines, power lines, all of that, as a service industry which has come up and which is a huge part of the value chain. And lastly, also on the data management, I think we talked about briefly, how you analyze drone data and convert that into something which is usable. That's also, a huge value chain, and people are working, including Asteria, working on software solutions to be able to easily process data at scale and convert them into, insights. Lastly, there will be support services, repair, insurance, training, of course, skill development, all of these which are required to complete that ecosystem. So it's a complete value chain kind of, of opportunities. And I'm happy to say that probably today you will find at least one company in each of these sectors in India, right? So no matter what your interest is and where you fit in the value chain, there'll be career opportunities across this entire value chain. There are currently in estimates, I think more than 200 companies operating in India in the industry, and these are spread across, these different value chain components. And the industry is growing at about 30 to 40% year on year. So, this number of startups have only emerged in the last few years after the government has liberalized regulations, and we are starting to see that, effect coming up, and, increasing, companies coming into this space. Overall, over the last 4 years, there's been about 2,000 crores of venture funding that has also gone into this space. That companies have attracted funding either from venture capital or from larger, companies, or sometimes from the government as well, to be able to develop, strengths in these areas. So a lot of opportunities, for people to get involved in terms of, making a career in this sector that we have today. So yeah, just in terms of career opportunity, I think the first opportunity which would come in mind is, that of a drone pilot, right? And this has been talked about before. The job of the pilot is essentially to be able to pilot that aircraft on field to carry out a certain application, and the skills which are required vary from, of course, having the technical knowledge to be able to manage an intricate, complex IT device, essentially. But that skill level is coming down as drones become more autonomous. Probably you need less skill to be able to fly these devices. And most of the times, even now, the flying part of it is largely automated. The pilot, the main skill set which I think the pilot requires is to have the situational awareness of where the drone is flying, what are the obstacles, how do you plan a flight, and keep all the weather factors in mind. So that's one of the skill sets. Of course, one of the minimum requirements now in India is to have a license, a pilot license to be able to operate the drone. So there's a minimum skill level which has been captured, and the pilot would come to know the regulations and the compliances which are involved in flying a drone. But it's not just about managing and flying. It's a intricate skill required to complete the application, right? So I think as brought about before also, person who's spraying an using drones to spray agricultural fields not only needs to know about the drone but also the application. What pesticides to use, what is the nozzle diameter, what is the speed to set, etc. All of those things. So it's kind of a well-rounded a skill set which is required to really make use of these devices on field. And if we talk about numbers, luckily, from the time that the drone rules were introduced, the government has come out with this digital sky platform, which records all the certificates which were given to pilots, etc. And so in terms of numbers, what we've seen from July 2022, there were only 364 pilots which were registered on digital sky, the certified pilots. That number jumped to more than 5,000 in just a year. And today, more than 11,000 pilots, certified pilots, are registered on the digital sky platform. So that's a tremendous growth, almost 10x growth in 1 year and 2x in the next year that we've seen. And as the forecasts go, I think this number will increase to about 1 lakh pilots, in the next few years. But it's not just the pilot. There are a lot of other opportunities which are available. You have designing, which a lot of the people at Asteria work on, is in terms of the design of the drone, the sensors, how everything fits together, how it meets the required application requirements, meets the flight time requirements, meets the safety and certification requirements. So it's a really multidisciplinary skill set which is required here. It's not just an electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer or an aerospace engineer who works on this. It's someone needs to have good multidisciplinary knowledge to be able to work on design and development of drones, and also work on the R&D part of it. Thirdly, on the software development side, there are a number of opportunities. Development of software which a pilot uses to fly the drone, development of software which is sitting on the drone which manages the flight, development of software which is used for data processing and analysis. So a lot of opportunities in this sector, and India, with its strength in the IT sector, can really catapult our industry forward and make it a global industry by leveraging the talent pool that we have on the software side and making products and solutions for the global industry. Also business development, sales, which is not talked about, but these are opportunities which are available now, for people to start pitching solutions, maybe starting their own entrepreneurial journeys, also doing sales of such solutions to other industries, other companies or the government. Manufacturing and repair operations, this is primarily for assembling drone components, repairing drone components, making sure that they sustain their full life cycle. That's also a major skill set, a major opportunity which is available in the market. And the skill set required are intricate electronics manufacturing. So we're building core kind of electronics assembly skills, electronics manufacturing, calibration, and those kind of skills which can be used across multiple industries. Data analysis, I think we briefly talked about. This is also related to kind of, processing all of that data. So a lot of GIS and informatics goes into this, of how to analyze the drone data, how to process it to really give outputs. And these are very sensor dependent. So you could have cameras, you could have LiDARs, you could have thermal cameras, multispectral cameras for agriculture. So a lot of kind of different types of data sets that, someone has to process and manage. And this is also a burgeoning opportunity. And on the some of the others are, there's a lot of regulatory and compliance work which needs to go for drones, manufacturing and operations. So that is also kind of one of the opportunities which are available. There's project management which is available, for managing such large scale drone operations. And so a lot of kind of, varied opportunities there. In terms of what we see as a breakup, and this is kind of more of an indicative breakup, so don't take it word to word, but an indicative breakup of what are the current opportunities which are available. About 50%, we see are pilot opportunities, so someone to go and pilot it. About 24% on the hardware and software development side, about 10% on the business development side, and manufacturing, repair, and data analysis, rounding up the rest. This data was provided by Tropogo, who's a company that has a job portal. They have a pilot app that they market to pilots, and so they collect a lot of data on what are the opportunities which are available, what people are posting, what companies are posting. And so young people who are interested in finding a job in this space, you can go on their website, on their portal, and kind of get some opportunities as well. So shout out to Tropogo for providing this data so that we could share it with all of you. Yes.
The career opportunity, almost half of them is from the perspective of drone pilots.
Right.
Certified drone pilots.
Right.
Now, in terms of mobilization of potential candidates for this program, do you see that the opportunity more effectively lies in employer-related and their applications, and they identifying people who they need to have as drone pilots or as certified drone pilots? Because ultimately, as a category, if you are looking at how do we accelerate the growth of drone pilots, then the pool from where we can source them, instead of going at random, if you look at it from the perspective of the potential employer, say agriculture.
Right.
So those who are in the field of agriculture, they have some specific applications.
Right.
So they need pilots. So they are given to training companies. They find it more useful that they are not only trained in that so-called 7-day program,
right,
but as a matter of fact, get an opportunity of livelihood in the future.
Right. No, I think that's a very important point. I think the 7-day program, which is a certification requirement, I would say is a minimum level of, skill set which is required to operate a drone, but there are a lot of other application specific training which also has to be provided, and this is something which is probably lacking in that 7-day program. But there are companies, there are training organizations who are working on developing such application. I know Chirag's company is one of them, and usually manufacturers or service providers are reaching out to these training organizations and working with them to say that these are the skill sets which I require. Can you give some additional training beyond the 7 days for that, and also have a talent pool available so that can be tapped into from these training organizations. So I think the training organizations are playing also a role of connecting those people with the opportunities which are available, and I think that's also going to evolve. But it is a very important point. I think I'll talk about some of the challenges that we have also a little later.
We will take the questions during the session. And I would like to add one thing regarding the training sessions for specific field like agriculture. The government of India already working on this, and Agriculture Skill Council of India, we have already designed Kisan Drone Operator. Chirag is knowing better, and many other organizations coming. This course will be 21 days. And after the DGCA specification, we are teaching them about the application technology in agriculture regarding chemical composition, how they go to the field, antidotes and all these things. I agree, because 5 days is a very less period to operate some flying machine. It's a complicated machine when you go to the field. In the training DGCA, we have a small drone. And when we go to the agriculture farm, it's hexacopter, and when the pilot see first time, it's a very big machine for him. And it's very heavy also, because 25 kg lump sum weight or more than that. So it's a minimum 21 days. It's already approved by ICR on the recommendation of various stakeholders. I think drone destination is one of them. And many people decided this is worth 21 days. So thank you. Please go ahead.
Right. I'll just briefly touch upon the challenges that we face as a manufacturer who's working on developing drones, and the kind of shortage of skills that we see in the ecosystem, and how I think I'm just putting these points across so that maybe they can be addressed during the panel session, or we can talk about some of these initiatives later. So one is that this is a very fast evolving. Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'll just, give me 2 minutes. I think this is my last slide. This is a fast evolving and emerging technology, right? So, it doesn't work that, someone is just trained and, they can go into the workforce. Every year there is new technology which is coming out. There are new applications which are coming out. So it's a continuous kind of training which is required in, this technology. And I think, we need to be able to provide for that. Secondly, this is a very multidisciplinary field, right? So, you require skill sets across the board. Just someone knowing a mechanical aspect does not work, because it's a complicated machinery. They need to have intricate knowledge of, the entire device. Lastly, thirdly, in terms of the skills that we see in the market which is available, there is a lack of depth and maturity. Right, it's not more of a talent pool right now. It's more of a talent puddle. I would say that very few people have the expert skill set, and they are very much in demand. But we need to kind of increase this talent pool so that people can work on design, development, software, etc. All of these which are sorely lacking right now in the ecosystem, and it's mainly up to companies to train them up, and it takes 6 months to 1 year maybe for them to be effective, right? So, for a company and a startup company, it becomes very hard that someone is not available to make an immediate impact. You need to spend 6 months, 1 year on training them, and there's the risk of, them, going to another company after you spend that training. So that's a major challenge. Some skills are not transferable also. So, as we talked about, a pilot does not mean that they can do any type of job. Agricultural spraying is a very specific application. Survey and mapping is another specific application. These are not transferable skills, even though they are, we call them as drone pilots. These are very application specific skills, and, how do we make, such skill sets more available and, within the ecosystem. The last point here is that not all pilots are also certified. This is a bit of a problem. Like, the photographers, the wedding photographers that you see, they would not be having a pilot license. In fact, they would probably also not know what the regulations are involved in flying a drone. They're usually confined to smaller spaces, and they're flying, at low altitudes. They're not aware of all the intricacies involved in regulations and compliance. And I think this is a point for DGCA probably to introduce a category which, someone can get a basic kind of license to fly a small drone, maybe less than, 1 kg, 2 kg, without having to go through this 7-day program and having to spend, 40,000-50,000 rupees on it. Probably they can give some online, they can read some online material, they can give some exam in a quick manner, so that they are at least aware of what the regulations are and where to fly, where to not fly. A lot of the times we see, people catching pilots who are flying close to defense organizations, and they're, that's come in the news as well. Because these people are not aware of what are the red zones where they should not fly. So I think there's a probably opportunity here to make a category which is for these people, so that at least they are aware and they are part of the system, and increase the safety of the entire ecosystem. I'll just leave this slide on. It's just some future opportunities which we could see. A lot of work on autonomous drones, a lot of work on AI ML which is happening on drone data, And also on the cybersecurity side, we will need people who are specifically focused on cybersecurity of these devices. And some of the kind of logistics and air mobility careers which could come up. We could see drones, taking passengers or taking cargo from one place to another place. So there could be infrastructure involved in this. There will be fleet operators involved in this. And, we're going to see a lot of opportunities coming up, in these kind of industries. That's all. I'll, close. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neil, for this enlightening talk on drone ecosystem and also the career opportunities in Indian drone technology. I will now request our Honorable Director, Dr. Hemant Ahuja sir, to kindly present memento to our session chair, Dr. Satyendra Yadav. Our eminent speaker, Mr. Chirag Sharma. And our another speaker, our another eminent speaker, Mr. Neil Mehta. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request our honorable speakers, Mr. Chirag Sharma and Mr. Neil Mehta, to kindly take their seats off the stage, and Dr. Satyendra sir to kindly be seated for the panel discussion. Now, moving on, I would like to request our first panelist, Mr. Sri Ram Aditya, Assistant Director Operations, DGCA, to kindly take his seat on stage. He is also the member and convener of Working Group on Vertiport Design. Mr. Sri Rangam Aditya had graduated from Andhra University with the Bachelor of Engineering and post-graduation MBA in Marketing and Human Resource Management from Acharya Nagarjuna University. He joined in Airport Authority of India and served as air traffic controller in different airports. Welcome, sir. Our second panelist, Mr. Vikram Bansal, founder and Chief Executive Officer, Asset Robo Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore. Sir, please join us on stage. Equipped with a deep knowledge of UAV systems and operational expertise, he forms one of the vital persons who can contribute much in the growth of drone technology in India and accelerate innovation and real-world implementations. He has been recognized widely for his contributions through a felicitation by Dr. Kamath, Chairman of DRDO, at the end of his talk at Aero India 2023 on internal combustion engines for drone. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Our next panelist, Wing Commander Giriraj Singh Punia, ex-Chief Operating Officer, Drone Imaging and Information Services of Haryana, Drishya. Sir, please kindly join the panelist. Wing Commander Giriraj Singh Punia is an Indian Air Force veteran with over 22 years of leadership and 300 hours of flying experience in the civil aviation and drone operations. Under his leadership, Drishya started with only 2 drones, with now having more than 50 drones, manages large-scale drone operations for mapping, surveillance, agriculture, and mining in Haryana, driving significant advancements in the UAV sector. Welcome, sir. Our next panelist bounds no introduction. Yeah, Mr. Manish Saraswat, Head Lloyd Skill Center, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. So please join with the panelist as the moderator of the session. Dr. Manish Saraswat is one of the known experts in drone technology, enriched with a rich blend of academic and industry exposure. Dr. Saraswat is extensively involved in pioneering research regarding the creation of high endeavors, VTOLs, drones in powerline inspection with TRI, RTK technology, and innovation in firefighting hexacopter drones. One can derive his passion for UAVs and UGVs from the level of work he has been able to produce, including supervising over 50 graduate students and publishing more than 50 research papers. Welcome you, sir. I would now request Dr. Satyendra Yadav, sir, to kindly welcome our panel members, Mr. Srirangam Aditya with the sapling. Mr. Vikram Bansal. Our another panelist, Wing Commander Giriraj Singh Punia. And now, the moderator of the session, Dr. Manish Saraswat. Thank you, sir. Without further delay, I would request Dr. Manish Saraswat, sir, to kindly start with the panel discussion.
Very thoughtful good afternoon. It's over there. Ladies and gentlemen, my panelists, I, Dr. Manish Saraswat, representing the Lloyd Skill Center from Lloyd Institute of Technology. Welcome you all to this panel discussions, and I also request audience present over there to raise their hands once they want to ask certain questions during the panel discussions. But once the questionnaire is put to the panelists, let's try to avoid the disturbances so that a thoughtful and outcome could come out from this panel discussion. So my first question will be, Wing Commander Punia, that what are the most common types of drones which a student should learn to get ahead in this industry?
On.
Thank you, Sansu, for giving the opportunity. You have asked the question that which drones are good for the students. But the fact is, everything is driven by what is the end requirement. So considering the end requirement today, if we see the industry, 47% CAGR, I don't think any other industry in the world which is growing at this rate. Since the industry is growing at this rate, that means it requires people who are skilled enough to produce the machine, fly the machine, and get the output out of it. These education institutes have to look this holistically from all angles. Piloting is just one aspect of it. If you ask me, it is not more than 20% of the total market as far as employability is concerned. Rest 80% is open to other things. This technology being a dual use technology, its application is both in military and military. Other people here may think it's more applicable in civil, but in my case, I would say it is much, much more applicable in defense. In fact, it has changed the dynamics altogether. Militaries are writing their doctrines in a different manner now, considering this. So, when this technology is going at this rate and its applications are so immense, education institutions have to look into holistically into different verticals, how to put this niche technology into use, train them so that they can get into the industry with the exact required skill set for that particular kind of in agriculture, which requires different skill sets, and market requires different skills. We talk about online monitoring, which requires different skill sets. Accordingly, for all, different skill sets are required. And for military application, I'm not in detail here, but that requires different skill sets.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the insights. Now I'd like to ask in detail about what does a life, or we can say job life of a drone pilot when he is on a field usually looks like. Because whatever we are experiencing, that on getting a training of a 7 day, there are a lot of challenges that are felt by the pilot field. What are the supports which a government or a skill initiatives can support to the drone pilot while he's on a field?
Very good question, I would say. First thing, like just basic training, 7 days training, I won't call it a training. I don't think Chirag will take offense of it. It is just a gate pass, or it is just the authorization to use that machine. Something like, अगर हम बात करें ड्राइविंग की, ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस के बिना गाड़ी चलाना is not authorized, it is not legal. Same way, this certificate just give you legal aspect of it. Otherwise, nobody learns flying to 7 days. Coming to another part of it, since it is just the initiation, I would say, ab initio part of it. It's not a license also. It is a certification. It's not a license. Let me clear your doubt on that part also. It's not license. It is just a certification. And since there's a growing field, government also is thinking those terms. कैसे इसको regulate किया जाए? Presently, manpower also is very short. Aditya will agree with me on this part. And they are also in a learning. They are also in a learning phase. How to get into its इसको कैसे implement किया जाए in its implementation? They are also struggling. I am aware of this. But at the same time, how we have to take it further is, I would say, is the one who takes this ab initio training of 7 days. Thereafter, he has to decide, or he should have been decide किया होगा उसका. In which direction I want to go. Like Dr. Sundar brought very abruptly, the thing which he brought out was very to the point, that agriculture application. If when you talk about agriculture application, 7 दिन में license मिल गया, which just give you gate pass to fly that machine. Thereafter, if he has the knowledge of agriculture, कहाँ spray करना है, कितना spray करना है, understand those intricacies. So he needs to have knowledge of agriculture. For application purpose, one should know their particular aspects. In this case, if he needs to have knowledge of how drone उड़ाना is not sufficient. That's just the start of it. Thereafter, कहाँ कितना spray करना है, कैसे करना है, and NDVI कैसे read करना है, basis which spot spraying करना है, तो कितना करना है. अगर मुझे flood, अगर मुझे water application use करना है, तो कैसे उसका leveling करना है. और अगर disease check करनी तो कैसे करनी है, कैसा फिर उसका application करना है. In fact, rather than just flying the machine, these requires more knowledge, more skills. Basis which that is just an aid, that is just a tool for those applications. Same applies for mapping applications. In mapping application, if one wants to go for mapping, then again this is a tool how to put it in mapping applications. Then one should have sufficient knowledge of GIS, sufficient knowledge, at least a graduate in that field. He should go and venture into this. But what's happening now, I'll not go in all fields because then the time is also short. Here the crux of the matter is, हमारे यहाँ नौकरी के लिए हम 7 दिन का जो लाइसेंस करके जिसको कह रहे हैं, जो सर्टिफिकेशन ही है, हम सोचते हैं काम मिल जाए, कुछ मिल जाए. Not sufficient at all. What is required is, आपके पास इस फील्ड की बाकी स्किल सेट्स है जो काम आप कर सकते हो, उसमें के बाद आप बेसिस दैट एप्लीकेशन आपने सर्टिफिकेट लिया और अपनी फील्ड में आप उसको कैसे अप्लाई करते हो, move in that direction, then you are also fit for that application purpose, and that gives you better opportunities, better emoluments, and satisfaction also will be.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the key points. Now I'm coming to Dr. Sabeen, sir. Sir, to be very specific in the case of agriculture, spraying problems, we know that EFT drone is generally in use by a lot of companies. It can cover an area of 1 acre in 7 minutes, plus a destruction amount of demarcation of a water. We can say that instead of 125 liters, it is just using a 10 liter or 16 liters of capacity. What other areas of improvement you can think that we can boost our agricultural economy as well as the economy?
Okay, regarding agriculture, this is the most important machine for life saving. I bring your kind attention, on an average, more than 6,000 people losing their life because of the wrong application process, agrochemicals in the field. Because our farmers carry the spraying tank on their back and sometimes it's leakaging and cause many problems to the skin. So if I say in the straightforward, drone is a great innovation for agriculture farmers for life saving. Second, as sir already mentioned, the water saving. Water saving is one thing, but it's save lot of fertilizer application because many people here are maybe not from the agriculture background. Plants need the nitrogen, but in which form? You see the urea bag, you see the nitrogen complex fertilizer, and you see the liquid form. All are nitrogen, but एक nitric acid है, एक अमोनिकल फॉर्म में है, तो प्लांट किस फॉर्म में लेता है उसके बेसिस पे उसका प्राइस डिसाइड होता है. अगर हम नाइट्रोजन की यूरिया की फॉर्म में कीमत के डिसाइड करते हैं तो बहुत चीप है, 5 रुपए किलो, 6 रुपए किलो, मे बी 10 rupees. If you go to complex, it became 50 rupees. If you go to nitric acid, it became to 70 or 80 rupees. It means we find out the best fertilizer, maybe I suggest nitric acid in the form of drone because it's already liquid. We save lot of water, as sir mentioned, 12 times of water saving, and it will working more effectively. We are making mistake, we are make solution of urea, this comes into the granule form and we make application. So this type of additional information should be required. So in agriculture, we need little bit more specification because it's live things, and every field, every crop requirement, fertilizer requirements are different. So I think it's covered, sir. Sir, have a question, sir.
Pesticides are sprayed. The insects below the leaf. Insects tend to hide below the leaves. How do you take care of it, and how do you decrease the droplet size and see that droplets go till the bottom of the leaf? Do you think that electrostatically charged particles going can help?
I think many people don't understand the question, but I explain you. Sir asked 2-3 questions. First is the type of insect. Some insect love to feed from the lower side of the leaf, like sucking pest. Some insect would like to eat on the upper side, like caterpillars. We call this Lepidopterus. And third, ask electrostatic chargers, sprayers. So, and the droplet size. If we go for the electrostatic chargers, I think it's after 2 years, we sit this type of conference and we discuss about not the drone nozzles, we discuss about the electrostatic sprayers. This is more advanced and take ultra low volume, and this is more effective. And now the people started in some crops like grapes in Maharashtra, but still not in Haryana. Some people are working, like Syngenta is working only for research and trial purposes, not for commercial. I bring your kind notice, sir. We have different type of agro inputs. Some are contact, some are systematic. If we are using the contact insecticides, it's difficult to kill the insect sitting on the lower side of the leaf, but if it's systematic, we easily kill the insect when it's sitting in the lower side. Now we come to the droplet size. This is the most difficult question faced by the agricultural drone pilots when get to the farm. The farmer all the time fighting. The university people are saying we need 120 liter of water, and here you are saying only 10 liter. I'm not agree with you. So what we can do, we use the water sensitive papers across the field, maybe around minimum 10 meters, and we pass the drone sprayings. And we show him by the droplet size, the uniformity and runoff. In case of electrostatic sprayers, zero runoff. It means if I see this is the best spraying techniques, but Next to that, now we have the drones. So drone particles are not runoff. But when we use the power sprayers, the manual sprayers, the battery operated or the boom sprayers, they have 80% runoff. When we throw the water by pressure on the crop, it will be fall down on the ground. When you see the field sprayed by drone, even you don't see even a single droplet on the ground. So this is very fine droplet. I think less than 250 microns is the droplet size by drone. Yes. So that's why this is not going to run off. So I think I cover, sir. Thank you.
But my next question is to Mr. Aditya. I would like you to throw some light on the regulations as well as the initiatives what DGCA has taken place for the skill development as well as for those regulations which are considered which are driving the drone industry in India.
Yeah, first of all, good afternoon to all. Welcome to and thanks to this AKGEC Foundation for conducting this symposium. And coming to this regulation, currently our regulations are for visual line of sight operations, which is basically like spraying and all. The drone is in front of us. We are seeing and flying. If there is some obstacle or something, we are avoiding that or taking some, we are doing initially risk assessment and taking action as to how to mitigate that. But now we are working on beyond visual line of sight operations. Recently a symposium happened in US. So they have already started the trial operations for BVLOS. So they are identified places with very few population density. So because in this case, it is a beyond visual line of sight. If something happens, we can't even see whether the people are below or what. And if the mission is unsuccessful, there could be a huge loss to property and people also. So similarly, what we have planned is we are planning to start trial operations for BVLOS. We have asked for comments from all kind of operators. So we have got very good response from the operators as well. So based on that, we are planning to start trial. We'll take the pros and cons, what have happened, what are the drawbacks, how to overcome. Once we are comfortable that we have enough evidence that how to conduct the BVLOS operations, we'll soon come up with the BVLOS guidelines. Once the BVLOS guidelines comes, the amount of applications will be very huge and the employment opportunities will also increase. And coming to this advanced air mobility, there are several working groups working on this. Recently, I was also part of working group on vertiport design, operation and authorization. We have released it yesterday. And there are working groups on unmanned aircraft traffic management, which is also essential for BVLOS operations because there could be multiple drones flying. We need to separate one from the other. In visual line of sight, our drone is visible. Even if some other drone is coming, we can just sight it and we can avoid that. But in case of BVLOS, we can sight. Maybe we will be wearing some VR glass or something just to have a sight of our drone. But we may not be visible of the other drones. So we are working on unmanned traffic management system and most importantly type certification. There is also a group on type certification. The draft is also ready. We have sent for operator comments. So maybe within 15 days or 20 days, the guidelines on type certification for advanced air mobility will also come. So, and regarding crew licensing as well. So the aircrafts are actually not type certified as of now. So once the type certification also comes and the aircraft comes, so we are setting up the guidelines for crew as well. So that is also going to come very soon. And once a vertiport establishes for an helicopter, it is heliports. For a vertiport, which is an VTOL capable aircraft, we are naming it as vertiports. The draft has, the circular has come. So once it comes, automatically the employment will increase because there is so many parties involved. There could be the airport operator, there could be again unmanned traffic management system working in place. There could be ground handling teams, there could be security and all. And so we are working on almost all kinds of guidelines which are necessary for the next level of operations. So this will basically improve this thing, and whatever all the BVLOS operations which are taking place without the authorization of DGCA, now it will be also start. And the operators who are doing this BVLOS operations, we are planning to provide certification for the operators as well, so that it will be more official, and whatever are the risks or the dangers which are taking place, that can be avoided, because they need to submit proof of this, how they are able to plan this BVLOS operations effectively. Only once they are able to satisfy that there is no risk involved, or we are able to mitigate the risk, then we are able to, we can give them the operator certification. I think this should answer.
Mr. Vikram Bansal. Sir, the current technology trends in drone technology, specifically if I'm asking, is based on the batteries, maybe a LiPo battery or sorry. But the problem associated with the battery technology is that we have a limited prioritization. So one day or the another we have, if we want to put power matching in this drone area, we have to turn up this technology into hybrid, maybe on ethanol based or on a hydrogen based engine. So what do you think, what are the problems associated with assisting the drones with engines during the flight?
Okay, so it so interestingly happens that we specialize in engine-based drones, and engine-based drones are already being used world over, but most of them are used in defense. Because a very simple calculation is that before that I would just do a precursor to that. A drone is a very dangerous item. It is, while 90% of India is in green zone, I think 99% of India is covered with humans, right? A 25 kg plus drone flying on anybody's head. So because I come from the industry, I've seen injuries. I've seen fingers chopped. I've seen eyes lost in a drone. I'm sorry, I'm bringing a little bit of a dose of, realism to, drone as if drone will solve everything. It won't. But bringing it back, there's a huge, while I'm sure like DGC has a tough time, we all want pizza to be delivered by a drone. Sorry, it won't happen, right? It won't happen. I can't have a blade which is running around 3,000 to 6,000 RPM near my face. You just cannot have that, RPM around. So the moment you go to the engine world, which is where all the defense drones are powered by engines, 99% of them, 99%. What you're seeing in Ukraine, they're all, so the engine technology is there, right? The only thing is that the moment you use an engine, your all-up weight goes up increasing. And the moment you're doing that, you're using in a civilian application, you have a two-way problem, right? You have a very heavy drone passing over human inhabited, places. You want that? That's going to be a very, that's a very tough question. World over, it's not only India. World over, like people tell me about, oh, it's happening in the US. No, it is not happening in US. Nobody is transporting pizza in US using a drone. Simply because, yes, a POC, I can do a POC. I keep telling people 1969 humans went to the moon. I still haven't gone to the moon yet. Right, so it will take a long time. So the answer to your question is engine technology is already there. Fuel, like you said, can be hybrid, can be normal petrol. But what is the safety of a drone? Even today, a drone is so. I have worked on anti-drone technology. Professor Abhishek and like all of us will vouch for it. I can bring down a drone in a couple of seconds. I just get the GPS off. We are seeing this in Ukraine. The biggest technology, it's very simple, like to block off somebody's GPS. I've done work on GPS spoofing. So easy. So till the time there are associated technologies which have to rise to it, and then an engine and others can be spoken about. So the engine as a usage in drone, sorry, I'm gonna now just sum it up. That engine as a technology is available, not a problem. But the associated technology of flying without a GPS, it is still not there. So those questions have to be first resolved technically and by the regulators before we can see these being used in the civilian domain.
What are your views on the technology adoption of drones specifically? I'm asking. On the current problem in India, there is wildfire management.
See, wildfire, in fact, somebody approached me from Gujarat, I think, Goa. So there was a problem that there is a wildfire there and in near Dehradun also in north. So there are two places where apparently wildfire. So drones have been used everywhere for detection, not for dowsing. So for detection, a drone, basically, I call it a flying truck. I was in automotive, so probably that's why I call it a flying truck. So what sensor you put is in your hands. So for detection of wildfire, drone is a perfect technology. So it is going to assist. So like it's like a disaster management tool. So it's going to assist the responder by giving an information much beforehand, rather than like going humanly over there and getting an aerial view of it. You can send a drone and you can figure it out. Yes, it's a great use case. Not yet much done in India about it.
Coming back to Mr. Akgec, see, sir, there is a current awareness problem of drone technology. Like, for instance, South India is using a large amount of agriculture. These states having a large, we can say that agriculture and with a single agriculture. But we are facing as a drone enthusiast or a drone company all over the service. We are facing that the farmers in northern India, that is specifically Massey, they are not taking the drone technology to their fields because they have a very small land size. But in comparison to Punjab or the southern India, where they are using ample amount of technology in their fields, how a person could overcome as a company, as an entrepreneur, or as a technologist?
Firstly, what I feel is that if farmers are trained, instead of hiring some drone and giving some rent to the other person for spraying, if they could pool in 10 or 20 farmers pooling together and buying a drone, because even farmers get some incentives in buying a drone, which was already explained by one of our panelists. So if they could do that and somehow get the remote pilot certificate, they can do the spraying by themselves. So if some person is having only half acre and he needs to again hire someone and all, it would be a bit costly. If they can just pool in and use it, it could be for 20 acres or something like that. And more important, I think government should also support them. If we ask a farmer to pay for 30,000 or 40,000 just to get a 5-day RPC course, it will be a bit heavy on them even to spend so much amount of money on RPC. So I think a few organizations needs to volunteer on this, maybe even AKGEC as well. So they can, as a part of corporate social responsibility, they can train few people, not all the entire village or something. They can just hire 5 or 10 people in a particular village, and they can train them, and then they can use that. Because anyhow, they are getting some amount of subsidy, so it will not be a costly affair.
All the companies who are sitting over there.
Yeah, it is for the entire industry, not for any individual.
Sir, I would like you to emphasize certain basic skills of fresh graduate or fresh entrant students, irrespective of their branch, should focus if they want to make their career in space.
I think it's a very new and young industry growing very rapidly. And when the government is taking interest in some industry or in some project, I think this must be grow. This is clear from the government, agriculture department and other various schemes. If I talk about the example of the agriculture department for the 2 financial year, the running and the coming financial year, the government is already announced 1,276 crore rupees in the name of Drone Didi scheme. And as Aditya mentioned, the group people, we in the same pattern, self-help group women's, they working in the group, and Chirag also mentioned, and other speakers have mentioned, this is the best way to repay the loan. Somebody asked why Drone Didis, not the drone boys. So the self-help women, self-help group repay the loans. So the government is taking keen interest, especially in all the sectors. I'm talking about the agriculture. The second is the fees of the piloting course. The government also make the affordable fees. The earlier the fees was around 75 or something like that. I think Chirag is correct, more than 75,000. But now the government organization come into the picture and the fees is for 35,400 rupees in government organization, and for the women's it's 50%. That is, I think, 17,700 rupees in Haryana government. So now the fees became affordable, and the duration of the course is also increased, as I mentioned. Drishya initially started for 8 days, 3 days for agriculture, 5 days for DGCA norms, because DGCA norms are the first priorities. And regarding the career, I also think this is the best time if somebody have a diploma course or somebody have minimum graduation. Rather than this, we forget about this forest department and the precision farming. We have different and undulated terrain in various fields where forest department wants to make a plantation, and this is most difficult job, like Sivaliki region and other area where the man movement is restricted or very difficult because of the undulated terrain. So we have the pelleted seed. We choose the plant, species of the plant, we pelleting the seeds, and we change the payload from tank to the broadcaster, and we broadcast the seed during the rainy season, and forest tree easily grow. So this is the other option in forest department. On the same pattern, precision farming, the pollination. If you see the orchards like pear, peach, plum, apple, apricot, the pollination is the most important thing. And now you see the honeybee population is going to be decreased in a very efficient way. We have very less bees. So drone can fly over the crops and it will pollinize the crops. Even if you make some demonstration in this area, you have tomato crop, you have chili crop. So you make without any chemical, without any water, you just fly the drone and shaking the plant, make pollination in the crops like tomatoes, bell peppers, brinjals, strawberries, blueberries, and you find a great improvement, not in the yield but in the quality also. So agriculture, forest, mining, so drone piloting career will be a great milestone in the coming 5 years. So I suggest, sir, this is the great field to choose for the diploma holders, for ITI's people. I think IT guys having after 10th or 12th, they go for a diploma and they find out immediately job, and maximum for the graduate. But I don't suggest the professional people go for the drone piloting as a career. But as a skill development, they must know the rules, because drone piloting 5-day, I think objective was just to sensitize the matter. What are the DGCA regulation, where you fly, where you don't fly. So this is only for that. The DGCA is very sensitive, and the objective behind 5 days duration was just to make awareness, the people are understand where the drone can be fly. So this is about me, sir. The drone carrier is a very nice in most of the sectors, and agriculture have a great scope, sir.
The same, asking about the students. You are asking about the students. I think instead of making them do the RPC course or something, you can just make them have a brief on the drone rules, just as a 1-day session or a 2-day sessions, and brief about the working of the drone. If someone is interested, based on that, they can pursue that, because they should be at least aware that certain field is there. Only then they can continue on that. If they are interested, they can pursue RPC. Followed by that, once they complete RPC, they can further extend whether they want to go into mining or even data analytics or anything. Further exploration can be done. So you can put it as a part of the curriculum or as a general awareness session, because if we want to let entire India know that particular drone rules are there, and green, red zones, green zones, everything is there. Students are the easiest means through which you can propagate this thing easily and without any cost. So it can be easily done.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the value to the. And now I come back to yes, sir. Sir, we see that currently drone is having an exponential growth in every industry. But the question again coming into the mind of a teacher, of an entrepreneur, or of a scientist, or from an industry person, that once we will reach to satisfy the needs of India in terms of drone technology, But once we are on the verge of successfully delivering the projects or successfully doing the work related to the related industry, how we will cope up with the problem of accidental maintenance.
Maintenance is an integral part of work. Continuing. It's a part of the system. I'll take on that part also along with this, like, talk about. So in that aspect, I don't per se, after having acquiring the basic knowledge, it has basically subjects involved with it. Next one, there is engineering, software engineering department. Software and the mechanical part. So after having the basic knowledge, you can choose direction they want that to do like design and all part. If I talk about services, then basically having basic knowledge about drones, drone technology, then they can decide whether to go for JS course so that they get into that or volumetric analysis part of it, or they can go for some specialized agriculture course how to use this technology into agriculture. They can coming to maintenance part. Very important part is what is happening is there is no manufacturing in India. All drone manufacturers are, I would say, they are drone component from A, B, C countries. So putting them together and delivering something to the customer. They themselves are not aware how to maintain. They don't because they don't know the technology. They just know why. So the answer lies in make in India for it. The program is also. So in that case, we need to manufacture drone components in India. Yes, people are getting into this direction. Working is on, and time is not far when we'll have our own components, sub-components, so that when we have our own components, then only our own hardware, then only we can write our own software on it. This will add security part also, and this will generate not only employment and more of employment. At the same time, it is concerning security also. If we talk about security today, it is water security. They well taken care of, and that is not that. मैं कहूँगा कि वो इतनी खतरनाक नहीं जितनी internal security issue is there, and this technology is more related to that. So we have to contain that. Anti-drone technology is going to be another field which is much bigger in size than this drone field. Due course of time. तो मैं यहाँ नोएडा में बैठा हूँ, सिटी की हालत सुधर गई. तो जैसे यहाँ पे हम सुनते थे लोग कट्टा लेके घूम रहे हैं. टाइम वो दूर नहीं है जब वो छोटे-छोटे ड्रोन लेके घूम रहे होंगे कि मेरे को इसको करना है. That time is not very far. Let me be blunt about it. So to contain those kind of nuisance, we need counter technology though. इसके लिए कोई knowledge नहीं चाहिए, कोई कुछ कट्टा चलाने के लिए नहीं चाहिए, उसके लिए भी नहीं चाहिए. But जिसको बचना है उसके लिए उसको चाहिए. So save themselves from those kind of nuisance. Also, technology needs to develop, I would say, anti-drone at that level. So safety is required from individual persons to bigger systems. So these anti-drone systems are going to be anti-drone guns se leke, choti guns se leke, या some other means se leke, a bigger system which is called a system of systems. Integration of cars, sensors, and giving common function. So there is a huge feature in this, and another time also internal security in the
Sir, before asking for the marks from the panelists, I would once again request all the audience if you have any questions in your minds or related to your expertise, I will open this forum to ask the questions one by one. After that, I will take the remarks from all the panelists. Yes, please. First of all,
category of drone. This question is to
Actually, there are both type certified drones and non-type certified drones. And we have, based on the weight, we have divided into 5 categories, 5 classes. So for nano, it is below 250 grams. So, and if you want a toy drone kind of thing, you can get it even at 7,000, 10,000. You can just use it in your house. So if you are going for a type certified drones, they might cost from starting from 4 lakhs to, it can be limitless.
to add on this, sir, I would say जितना गुड़ डालोगे उतना मीठा होगा. Now, सबसे इस बात को मैं आगे अगर आपको बढ़ा के बताऊं, see presently, सर ने अभी बताया drones की categories which we have mentioned. हम बड़े drone में भी hobby grade equipment components use कर रहे हैं. And in a bigger drone also we are using hobby grade components. So how that safety can maintain? क्या jeopardizing our safety ourselves. So इनमें उन components की जिनकी जिस level की जरूरत है उनकी जरूरत है. So when we graduate towards those kind of components, cost definitely is going to increase. Something like car BMW भी है, car Maruti 800. Cost आपको सोचना है क्या चाहिए कितने कितने सेफ्टी की. But at the same time, like as the government as a regulatory, DGC as a regulatory has to think कि hobby grade वाले जो components हैं वो कितने level तक allow करना है और industrial grade कहाँ से allow.
So just to quickly answer you that the basic of a drone world starts from aero modeling. So if you have a kid, if you have somebody in your house, what India needs a proliferation of aero modeling. Okay, so aero modeling का जो drone होता है वो 10-20 हजार में भी छोटा मोटा बन जाता है. Decent amount fixed wing भी 30-40 हजार रुपए के अंदर. It's an expensive hobby. 30-40 हजार रुपए में बन जाता है. But aero modeling is where a student should start.
Yeah, can I ask? Hello. It's on. Can you hear? Yeah, okay. So my question is back to what I was going to ask you. Since I'm from the Rotary and we've just had this recent MOU, so we will be having students joining the course. Now, class 12 is the basic criteria, but is that enough for, like you told us, so many dangers of drones and of, people not having composite complete knowledge and then going in for that? So is that enough for a class 12, just anybody, not a high-end engineering graduate, just anybody to be picked up and given that certification in 7 days?
The minimum is 10th pass.
Oh, thank you. So 10th pass is even less.
10th pass and
So, I mean, our sort of kids struggle to get into any engineering college. So,
Ma'am, what you're saying is, as I mentioned also, it is just इसको license इसको देने के लिए criteria, basic criteria, but just the initiation point I would say. उसके बाद for application purpose, one needs to have much more knowledge. To in a particular field. So in your case, very right that your 12th class students are coming in for training, which will give them experience in what this machine can do. अभी उनको ये नहीं पता कि उनको सिर्फ पता कि हवा में उड़ सकती है. ये नहीं पता कि मैपिंग करेंगे तो कैसे मैपिंग करेंगे, क्या एक्यूरेसी डिलीवर करेंगे. ये कहते रहते हैं कि उन्होंने सुना होगा कि स्प्रे करती है, कैसे स्प्रे करेंगे, कितना नोजल का साइज, कैसे वो आएगा, उसके बाद उसका इंटरेस्ट होगा तो ही गेट इनटू दैट पार्ट ऑफ इट. एट द सेम टाइम माइनिंग में होता है कि जब होता है कि माइनिंग में चोरियां हो रही है, यहाँ से निकलेगा कैसे नापते नहीं पता चलता. तो जो देखेगा कि ड्रोन से कैसे पता चलता है. Interest made all into GIS we learning basics of them for higher studies to go for GIS. Course circuit, then that we apply this. So basically I would say learning of drone is just a tool for making use in other applications. is a long process. It's a long process. Initially, it is a basic learning. कार चलाना सीख लिया है मैंने, ड्रोन उड़ाना सीख लिया है मैंने, कार को कैसे चलाना है, पार्ट के लिए वो दूसरी नॉलेज की जरूरत है.
Half of Delhi does not know how to drive a car, but they all have licenses. So this is similar.
Now, what I feel is that I'll continue. Yeah.
So, as we are having a little bit of time, request all the audience if you have certain questions or doubts in your mind, ask from the panelists. I would like to utilize the lunch time for that, so that we may also cover the rest of the panel discussions, and whatever the more fruitful outcomes which are supposed to be come from these panelists should come out, and they have with us within a lunch. Not allowed to take the lunch until our questions are being asked. So, coming back onto the point, I would like to provide all the audience have a key takeaway from your specialized area or your area of expertise, that what a mechanical engineer or electronics engineer or computer science engineer should learn to unlearn the technology without experiential learning while into the lab. Or in other words, I would like to say that how a lab to learn process can be adopted by an education institution. It may be activity skills or some other initiatives. How technology which are supposed to be developed in the lab should be converted to lab. These are the key takeaways I would like to have drawn upon on the of your area of expertise.
So I love to teach, and hence I'll say that somebody asked that. So, what is the, if I'm an employer, I'm looking for employees, I don't find a good electrical engineer. I don't find a good mechanical engineer. I don't find a good electronics engineer. If you want to join the drone industry, if you're from the technical background, please first and foremost become good in whatever your core subject is. If you cannot design a simple arm of a drone in a CAD file, or you can't run a simulation for me on a CATIA probably, or like on ANSYS or something, on a MATLAB, you're of no use. So please go back to the basics, to the students, start from there.
What I would say is, as he has already mentioned, we should learn the basics, and people will usually be like, I don't want any kind of theory, I don't want to learn all the rules. Just give me the drone, I want to fly. So we should just make them be first responsible. What are the responsibilities as a pilot? What they should be knowing. And nextly, what is making the drone fly? You're just having a RC remote controller. You're just moving the buttons. It is flying. So you should make them think how it is actually working. You should explain in them the detail how it is working. And even if you are teaching your students also, you should always be ready to learn from them. And we should not hesitate to learn from anyone. And the drone is in such a phase that there are multitude of opportunities. Few people have already showed agriculture, spraying, mapping, mining and all. So I would say even if people had told 50 opportunities, there are another 450 opportunities lying, which are not yet explored. Recently there are floods in Andhra. The water has gone up to the first floor. There is water everywhere. People are not able to come out. There are snakes in the water. So now they have used the drones. They are not even having food. So they deliver the food using these drones. So that they might not even thought that this situation would actually happen. So as the situations, different kind of situations come, I think it will come out. There could be someone amongst us who is developing a new model of drone, and he could be making so much of money, or even be the next big thing. So I think you should keep on exploring all kind of things, not to hesitate to learn.
Thank you, sir. So in agriculture, I think the biggest field which is visible to us will be the agriculture, because when we travel, we see the agriculture fields. But I think it's a technical field also, and people are taking it the least technical, because plant never speak anything. If I go to the doctor to see I'm not feeling well, he asks me, what's the problem, where you have the pain, and then he write many reports, go to the blood report, go to the sugar report. But my client, when the farmer say, my crop is ill, I say, what's the problem? Peela ho gaya. This is the answer from the farmer side. So one should understand the symptom of the crop if the yellowness come on the top portion, on the lower portion, or with the rusting, you must know understand. So the drone can easily help if we take the very nice picture collection. This is the symptom of deficiency of nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, or this is the symptom of disease. We take the clear pictures and upload, and with the use of artificial intelligence, the drone fly can give you the answer, maybe the possible reason of this. So we request to the industry, because all the people are here, so with the drone they can collaboration with artificial intelligence, because this is very simple. We take the pictures with the help of agriculture expert. So I think every drone training center, RPTOs, they must find out some graduates from agriculture background, and they also keep them, because most of the people are coming to you from rural background and they are farming community. And if the agriculture people as an instructor or as an advisor will be there, so he teach them at least about the minimum standards of agriculture application. So I suggest we forget this point. As per the DCA norms, the instructor must be there, but he must know the agriculture, because our biggest client or the biggest students are coming from the rural background, and maybe they are going to agriculture, because this is small job, drone pilot initially, it's not a highly paid job. People are not moving from here to Bangalore, here to Kerala, or here to Haryana. So people are preferred to job in their local area, and the local job is only in the agriculture. So this point must be taken under consideration of RPTOs. They must find out some agriculture technicians also, or agriculture experts also, so that this training can be more effective and implemented in agriculture with more effectiveness. So thank you.
In fact, Satinder is working with Agriculture Skill Council of India. In fact, we both are working on that, and syllabus has already been formed. It is just for the industry to adopt that.
So I thank you on behalf of the organization committee to all the esteemed panelists for doing a lot of showering of knowledge and meaningful discussions, thoughtful discussions, and provoking, we can say that awareness in the industry people as well as to the students on the topic that is drone flying as a career. So in order to sum up the discussions, whatever we have done over here, I would like to say that drone flying is a career. But if you have to learn it, you have to experience it. Whatever the teaching you will get in a 7 days course is not going to work out in a field. You have to learn through experience on the field, or it will be a case of agriculture. If we talk about the other fields of applications of a drone in wildfire management or in surveying or in mapping, ultimately your experiential learning will come out. No course is there available which can guarantee that you will survive onto the land or onto the project site without it. But you have to learn your basics, including your mathematics, including your physics, because these are the baselines for any technology applications related to drone technology. With these concluding remarks, I once again thank you all on behalf of the Akgec Skills Foundation for this meaningful panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panel members, our speakers and session chair for such an interactive discussion. Proceeding further, I may request Dr. R.K. Agarwal, Director General, AKGEC, to kindly present mementos to our eminent panel members. Our first panelist, Mr. Sri Rangamaditya. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly give a huge round of applause for our panel members. Mr. Vikram Bansal, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Asset Robo Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore. Wing Command Giriraj Singh Punia, ex-Chief Operating Officer, Drone Imaging and Information Services of Haryana, Drishya. Dr. Manish Saraswat, Head, Lloyd Skills Center, Lloyd Institute of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. Sir, I would request you to kindly stay back with our panel members to have a group photograph. I would request Mr. Chirag Sharma and Neil Mehta to kindly be on stage for a group photograph. Thank you to all the panel members, the speakers, session chair for making this session such interactive session. Thank you, sir. Now I would request all the participants to proceed for lunch, and we will once again be meeting again at the same venue after the lunch for the second panel discussion. All the participants are requested to be back by 3:30 so that the next session can be started timely.
सुनो यहाँ का नाम हैवी होगा मेरा गला खराब इसलिए लेकर थोड़ा सा राइट साइड आंटी के आप ऐसा क्यों सोच रहे हो हेलो यार आप
हेलो हेलो
नहीं कोई बात नहीं वो तो मैं
हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो यहाँ से बोल रहा हूँ हेलो हेलो ये ना यहाँ से बोल रहा हूँ हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो बोल तो रहा है पर वहाँ आवाज तो नहीं रही जाता हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक आप जैसे यहाँ पे है ना हेलो चेक यहाँ से बोल हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक अब ठीक है हेलो चेक यहाँ से बोल हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 Hello, check. Hello, mic check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, इको आ रही है. Hello, check. Hello, hello. तुम्हें भी लग रही है आवाज? इको टाइप से. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, गूंज रही है? Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. ना लग रही ना? अब नहीं लग रही. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 hello.
बस खा के आ जाना, ताकि फिर हम खोल लेंगे. क्या फटाफट. आरती तू तो पक्का खा के. पैक करना है इधर टास्क.
सब पीछे रखो, ये सब पीछे रखो. हाँ. आराम से, आराम से.
बताओ यार.
Hello, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, check. हाँ बोल रहा है, इसको नहीं आ रही. बस यहाँ से बोल दो, चेक करो, यहाँ से बोल रहे हैं. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, निकालना शुरू करते हैं. निकाल दो इसको. एक आप निकालो. Okay. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Hello, check. यहाँ पे. एक यहाँ एक. काम से इसके नाम पे इसी डब्बे में रख रहे हो.
नीचे हुए नीचे.
नीचे लिखे हैं. नीचे लिखे पा रहे हैं. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. वहाँ से कोई दिक्कत ना जाए. यहाँ से बोला ठीक लगे. यहाँ से बोला ना. Hello, hello. अब बताओ कहाँ आवाज जाएगी. Hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, mic check. तो बेटा कैसे तो कुछ देगा नहीं तेरे को क्या ना कैसे लोग सोचते हैं इसके
अभिषेक
मैंने दे दिया बोले अच्छे से ले गए
मोबाइल ले जा
हो गया सब कर लिया
भैया
अरे अंशुल ओ अंशुल गिफ्ट कहाँ है गिफ्ट कुछ दो तो इधर पड़े हैं शायद
कोई नहीं होगा
चार चार रुको चल बेटा नहीं अभी मत डाल पता तब डाल चलो
सात हो गए आप लोग खाए हो ये यहाँ थोड़ी हो रही है ये यहाँ भी रहेगी एक का ये यहाँ भी रहेगी आगे भी अब देखो प्रॉपर स्पेसिफिकेशन आ गई तो तुम बोल लोगे अब क्या दिक्कत है वो तो मैं बिना उसके भी दूंगा ठीक है बोल दो स्पेसिफिकेशन आ गई तो और अच्छी बात है तो इसमें ये जरूर बोल देना कभी से मैं सिक्योर हमने किया इमेजेस और तो मोजाइक इसमें और तो मोजाइक जब सबका साथ ही टाइम पे और ये इसमें है ना किस नाम से है सुरेश सादर सुरेश सर एनाकॉम सॉल्यूशंस प्राइवेट ठीक है मैं आप ठीक लगा के दे देना नहीं जब चाहिए ना सेशन के दौरान चाहिए हाँ मैं लगा दूँ यहाँ पे जो सपोर्ट सेल वाले गए हैं ना वो आई डू बढ़िया तो बढ़िया तो हाँ वो ठीक certified शुरू हुई अब कहाँ हो रही है सूखने लगा होगा इंस्पेक्टर से बोल तुम यहाँ करके रह तुम अरे वो आ जाए तो इसलिए मैं रुका हूँ मेरी इसी रूम में ड्यूटी है ना तो मान लो क्या है कि मैं दे दो
नीरज सर अब ये जो आप देख रहे होंगे ये सब रखे हुए ना ये मांगने के लिए पाएंगे तो आप खा लो आपको अभी तो ये सब चीजें शो तो 4:30 बजे से शो बोला था पर 4 तो हिसाब से 5 बजे से हाँ भैया अभी खाना कम से कम आधा घंटा हो हाँ अभी आ जाओ खाना अच्छा तो बोल दे तिवारी जी बोल दें करें बोलना ही तो है आ जाओ तुम आ जाओ खाना खा लो
For me, I just make some notes on this. अब ऐसे लिख देना खाना सबसे खाई हो रहा है। अब सुन, अगर तेरे को लंच करना तो कैफे टेके चलेगा। लाइफ हैक में तूने खाना खाया कि नहीं? खाना सब वही बता हमारे लिए हम तो करेंगे। लंच करने के लिए जाओ, लंच कर ले, लग गया।
तेल डालने से हाँ मतलब ये टाइट चलेगी। कंट्रोल भी कर ले
मैम किस नाम से
ये सब उनके हैं
नाम से
आरती अभी शायद वापस जो जाएगा लेकिन यहाँ रखना तो ठीक है सामने वाले रूम में ताकि कोई जा रहा हो तो वहीं से दिलवा देना डिस्टर्ब होएगा है ना
चलेगा तुम अपनी चला लो
हेलो 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 हेलो
चार आदमी
Jai Hind, everyone. Once again, on behalf of Ajay Kumar Garg Engineering College, I once again welcome you in the post-land session and of the National Drone Symposium 2024 here at AKGAC. Now is the time for much-awaited panel discussion on India Next Drone Hub. The session, India Next Drone Hub, aims to explore India's strategic potential in becoming a global leader in the drone industry. The discussions will focus on assessing the current regulatory frameworks, the state of drone manufacturing, and innovative applications that can drive the growth of drone technology in the country. It will also address the challenges and foster collaboration among stakeholders to position India as a premier hub for drone technology worldwide. Proceeding on with the second session, with due respect and gratitude, I would request our session chair, Professor P.K. Das, Head Center for Drone Tech, IIT Guwahati, our eminent speaker, Mr. Suresh Shahadadpuri, MD, Enercomp Solution Private Limited, to kindly take their seats on stage. Sir. Thank you, sir. I would now request our Honorable Director, AKGAC, Dr. Hemant Ahuja, to kindly welcome our session chair, Professor P.K. Das, with a sapling. So I would request you to kindly welcome our guest, Mr. Suresh Shahadadpuri, once again with a sapling. Thank you, sir. So now I am having the privilege to introduce the session chair, Professor P.K. Das. Dr. Pradeep Kumar Das is a leading figure in drone technology and the head of the Center of Drone Technology at IIT Guwahati, where he also serves as a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Dr. Das has contributed extensively to the field of drone technology, leading research and development in this area. His recent work includes executing 14 sponsored projects from prestigious agencies like MHRD, DST, UNICEF, and he has published over 100 papers in international journals and conferences. Without further ado, I would request Dr. Das to kindly start the session. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone is comfortable. Good. So I would like to say a few things. I'm not prepared for a speech as such, but the notion of drones brings us both, thoughts of ecstasy, enjoyment, and at the same time, some worries also. You may think about a drone where you can take beautiful photographs, which you would really enjoy looking at them later. And at the same time, it might take pictures of what you are cooking in your kitchen, which you don't want. Right? So both privacy, safety, you don't want a drone to be hovering over your head under any circumstances. Is that true? So putting all these things together, we need to have machines which are reliable, robust, safe to operate, and also as a general item which we use just like a cell phone. We did have some issues of cell phones exploding, but I guess everyone has got a cell phone in their pocket right now. We are not worried. So that kind of reliability we need to bring forth in this domain. So this is one aspect I would like to put forth to the whole community, that we can patch together and put drones and make them fly. But are they really reliable? Can they be taken up as a daily commodity? And then comes the other aspect which DGCA is literally scratching their head on it. We need to put them in the real world, and they will be sharing our normal pathways, implying that we need to have routes for drones doing their commercial or research work along with the roads which are already there on the ground. How can we do this? So this is a big question mark, and a lot of work is going on to ensure that we have a safe passage for drones and also for people below, so that drones can be used in a common framework. So that is what in general would be the unmanned traffic management system, in which we would like to have drones flying in a very seamless manner without interfering with people below. Okay, or in fact multiple drones flying together without any issues. So these are the thoughts I would like to open up. There is one more thing which is very dear to me. You name a drone which doesn't have any parts outside of India. Do we have one? No. Unfortunately, no. We end up buying some components from outside, and if those are squeezed out, we don't have drones at all. This is something we have to think very, very carefully. So we need to make them from scratch, drones, all the components, put them together, and then make them work. This is going to be not a DIY project, but it's going to be far more involved. So IIT Guwahati, actually we brainstormed a lot, and then we came up with the idea that we should have a center of excellence where we would take it right from the bottom up, meaning that we will take up a PhD program, a student who will spend 5 years or more looking at this problem, not just a passing with some degree and getting through some courses. So with this in mind, the basic components, the materials engineering, the composite making, then putting all the electronics together, getting the aeroframe done, the aerodynamics done, everything, and then making a drone which would serve certain specific purpose, not the complete framework of everything. So specific drone for specific purpose, and appropriately the costing. Initially it will be very costly, but subsequently we hope we will be able to make it for the necessary people. So with this, I am going to open up the session. So I want all of you to think very critically. Unless we think critically, we will not appreciate, or we will not get to the point where we want to finally. So with this, let us call all the panelists, put them together, and then I will also join in between to address some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts on the security issues and the challenges that this drone technology is facing. I would now like to briefly introduce our speaker for the session, Mr. Suresh Shahadadpuri. Mr. Suresh Shahadadpuri has been a distinguished figure in the drone technology sector, holding leadership positions in several companies focused on innovative drone applications. Currently, as the Managing Director of Intercomp Solutions Private Limited, he has been instrumental in advancing the use of drones for engineering applications, particularly in aerial solar plant thermography and land mapping. Mr. Shahdat Puri's expertise in drone-based data processing includes the creation of orthomosaics, digital surface models, digital elevation models, and 3D point clouds, providing comprehensive reports in formats compatible with GIS systems. Now, I would request Mr. Suresh Shahdat Puri to kindly address the audience. Sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I thank the organizers to give me opportunity and also PK Das for his comments on various subjects. Before I forget and go over to what I have in my presentation, being old man, I would like to answer some of the points which you have raised. Make in India. Now, make in India. Well, all people are talking, industry is talking about make in India. But why? We think that we cannot do it. As on today, you have got motors being made in India. Okay, initially when we tried out, there were some issues. But as on today, I will say that they are good in quality. ESPs made in India. Now even the flight controllers made in India. Softwares are anyway open source, and further modifications for compliance to clause 7 of DGCA, which has been issued, is possible. We can easily make it part of the flight controller software. Yes. One of the major issues which we today are facing is all ICs and the sensors which we are using are imported, majority of it from China. And this is where we do need to have our own infrastructure, which with the present government's initiatives, I am hopeful that within few years that we able to achieve. Now, like what you see in this photograph, that middle drone, everything which is going on a flight, we have been able to make it in India, except for the telemetry module which we are using on this right now is not made in India. And we are expecting that hopefully very soon, other than sensor and telemetry, which is not made in India, it can be also made in India. So this is all possible. It's not difficult. What our company has been doing, I will we skip all these parts. I think I can, this is just a basic structure of our company. And now I just give you one short glimpses of what we are doing. Ours is a small setup. Where we do data processing also of all types, whether it is for architectural monuments or designing of the drones or thermography. Even Bhumi Alek of Maharashtra Land Record System is developed by us. This is some of the things which drones which we have been developing. The Kingfisher is already certified 4.5 kg payload drone. There's a Falcon which we have developed is in a process of certification. This I just now talk. It's a VTOL which can give good endurance, and we have tested it in a different environment for high stability, and we have even tested in very tough environments with nearly 50 kmph wind, and stability has been good. And these are some of the heavy lift things where we have done initially disrupted, and this is one of the things which was required by Indian Army for rocket launching. Then we developed this drone, and we have been able to successfully fire and hit the targets at 250 meters using a 84 mm rocket launcher. This drone, by the way, weighs without payload 82 kgs, and the payload it is capable of carrying is again more than 100 kg. The thrust available with the motors is 400 kg, and we, even if we consider half the capacity, that is at 200 kg, I have got 120 kg margin for the payload. So that is what we have been doing. And we have been doing all the things in-house. And our idea is always try to do as much as possible in-house. And me being an old man, I like still to use some of previous panel people said that he will like to test an engineer whether he is able to do FEA in some of the softwares. While person like me will test him, does he understand basics of mechanics and Newton's law? And if he understands that well, then like one engineer came, he very well did the thing and brought the factor of safety to 600. Now, can you believe that 600 can be factor of safety? If that is so, my drone is indestructible. Now, why that happened? Because you use softwares without understanding. And this is one of the problems I find with a younger generation that depend only on the softwares. They don't use their basic knowledge. And that is where the difference comes in. And what we have been doing is going more to the basics, and from that we have been designing, and we are able to successfully work in the different areas. So these are various areas which we have worked. We have even worked in a bathymetry. We have developed our own boat, remote operated, and capturing the data of 38 reservoirs in Gujarat. We have been also associated with training with Kausalya Screenal University. We are also part of various other activities like archaeology sites in Maharashtra and Swamitva program and mining. These are some of the digitization of Swamitva program. This is where the 3D mapping being done, and everything is measurable. Now, morning I was having a discussion with some of the people who were having a problem with the oblique sensors being fixed on a fixed wing and generating a good 3D model. Now this happens because many times you skip certain aspects and basic understanding of why this kind of things happens. Once you do that basic parts, then you get good enough results where you are able to make anything, a good enough model where you are able to and this model is, by the way, made with a single sensor, not even oblique, only by cross-grid flying. So when we are talking about in the morning about opportunities, you need experts who can handle this kind of problems and give the right quality of the results. For Sangli, we did the flooding models where now again here, the issue is that the data which we are capturing, we are able to get from photogrammetry, contours, we are able to get this thing. Now, you bring in together variety of knowledge, GIS, river data, drone data capture, and simulation, and you have the solution. And you will know exactly which house will be flood affected or not. These are some of the training courses photographs. These are some of the archaeology 3D point clouds. Now here we have used 3D point cloud in a combination with LiDAR data. That is, I'm talking about terrestrial LiDAR. Malla, you added that internal walkthrough, you are not added here. No, okay, fine. So these are some of the things which we do. And some of other things which I like here, that most of the time the project success or failure depends on how you bring a different technologies together. And like when you do a survey of a reservoir capacity, then you have to have a topography done through the aerial survey. Also, you need bathymetry to be done using a USV, and you have to merge the two data together. So you do need also a good knowledge on RTK, PPK, so that your data with certain references like a course or any other things are very well synchronized, and you have finally a result which are good enough to give the data an accuracy. That's all from my side. Thank you.
So I would once again request you to kindly present Mr. Suresh Adadpuri memento as a token of respect and gratitude. Thank you, sir. Now I would request our eminent speaker, Mr. Suresh Yadadpuri, sir, to kindly take their seat off stage. And I would request Professor P.K. Das, sir, to kindly be seated for the panel discussion. Now, continuing on with the series, may I now like to request our first panelist, Mr. Arpan Ghosh, founder and director, Gamma Rotors, to kindly take his seat on stage. Mr. Arpan Ghosh is a dynamic innovator in the field of drone technology with over a decade of experience in building and flying UAVs. His passion for electronic began in his childhood when he developed Human Droid, a robot designed to mimic human actions for bomb diffusion. Building on his success, Arpan created Alpha Droid, the world's first aerial bomb diffusion robot. Mr. Arpan is the founder and director of Gamma Rotors, where he focuses on transforming complex drone technologies into user-friendly products. Welcome, sir. Our second panelist is Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat, Managing Director, Skygear Aviation India Private Limited, and also the moderator of the session, so please kindly join us on stage. Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat is a visionary leader in the drone technology industry, currently spearheading innovations as the founder of Skygear and Dronocopter. Skygear is in the process of establishing a manufacturing and testing facility in Haryana and is collaborating with Indian Aeronautics Limited for joint UAV and UAS development. Mahendra's strategic vision and technical expertise continue to drive Skygear's mission to revolutionize India's UAV sector. Thank you, sir, for joining this session. Our another panelist is Mr. Rahul Jain, Managing Director, Matrix Geosolution Private Limited. I would request him to kindly join the panel members. Mr. Jain is the founder and managing director of Matrix Geosolutions Private Limited, a leading company specializing in drone and geoinformation technology with a deep expertise in aerial and mobile lidar, drone and aerial photogrammetry, GIS, remote sensing, and digital mapping. Mr. Rahul has driven the company's success in delivering innovative drone-based solutions across various sectors, including hydropower, railways, highways, mining, and urban and rural development. Welcome, sir. Our another panelist is Mr. Paras Jain, CEO, Indowings. I would request him to kindly join with the panel members. Mr. Jain is a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder and CEO of Indowings, a leading company specializing in drone and anti-drone technology. In addition to his role at Indowings, Mr. Paras serves as a mentor at the Founder Institute, where he supports emerging entrepreneurs in navigating the complexities of business development and scaling operations. I welcome Mr. Jain with the panel members. Our another panelist is Mr. Vardhan Gupta, founder We Drone Technology. Mr. Vardhan, please kindly join with the panel members. Mr. Vardhan Gupta, founder of We Drone Technology, is a leading figure in drone technology with a bachelor's degree in electrical and electronics engineering from our very own Akgec Engineering College. Vardhan founded We Drone Tech to address the demand for advanced, reliable drones. His company has produced notable models like the Cheelfly for aerial surveillance and V610 for precision agriculture. Mr. Vardhan's leadership has led to key partnerships with major technical firms and government agencies, expanding V-Drone's tech's impact. His work has earned industry accolades for innovation and contributions to drone technology. Welcome, Vardhan. I would now request Dr. P.K. Das to kindly welcome our panelist, Mr. Arpan Ghosh with the sapling. Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat is another eminent panelist. Everybody kindly join hands for our eminent panel members. Mr. Rahul Jain, Managing Director, Matrix Geosolutions Private Limited. Mr. Paras Jain, CEO, Indowings. Mr. Vardhan Gupta, Founder, VDrone Tech. Thank you, sir. Without further delay, I would now request the moderator of the session, Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat, to start the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. The no response shows how challenging and rewarding things you get at AKGC. Challenging, I can feel it because on a Friday afternoon, just after the lunch, I have a 45 minutes to host a very interesting panel discussion. Rewarding, why I'm saying it, because a lot of the inputs which we are going to get from my fellow colleagues and from eminent panelists is going to excite you and keep you warm during the afternoon also. I will start the panel discussion with a very interesting question, and I wish I can have the glass ball to get the answer exactly what it means. But still, I would like to throw this question to Dr. Das. Sir, please guide us what you see as a spectrum of application coming out of the drone industry, apart from what we are hearing in the first half of the day.
This is a good one to start. Okay. First and foremost, what do we want from a drone? This we have to first figure out. You cannot ask a solution like what a bulldozer can do. You know it will move some soil. That's it. You cannot ask it to win a race for you. Similarly, depending on the kind of application that you are looking at, what possibly a drone can do for you and how much, how effectively, in a cost-effective manner and in a safety operation manner also. So taking this question in this perspective, I will give you just two instances. If you wish to fly 2 packets of paracetamol tablets from this building to, say, Delhi, would you call me a fool? You would, because you can always buy that in Delhi, right? Is that true? Would you all agree to it? Yes. But the same 2 strips of paracetamol tablets, if you are going to fly from a place called Seppa in Arunachal Pradesh to about 3 kilometers, not very far, that would save at least 50 lives. Now, what would you say? You cannot send a vehicle there. It will take 2 to 3 hours, and the driver is just not willing to drive. There are non-roads there. So this is where a drone would be useful. So first you form the use case, see the viability, and then see what is the best form of solution for it. So there are situations where drone is probably the only way of going about it. So that we have to formalize. I hope I have been able to address to some extent.
Yes, for sure. Like it was an interesting case that something which is usable at one place may not be fitting the market or a customer requirement at other place. So I think what we all have to take from Sir's point, that it is important that we understand the application and the end use customers requirement, and if we can bridge that, I think drone would justify to the technology and to the purpose for what we are gathered today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Another interesting question I have for the, which is, I think that we all know the business has different aspects. One is opportunity, another is a governance and regulations. So on that part, I would like to go back to Rahul, and as well as I will request Dasa to add to that also. What do you think the overall scenario where we are talking India to be global open market for drones? We are considering India to be a hub for drones, and I think, in my view, I believe it's going to be the drone capital of the world. So, what do you really see through as a big opportunity for India on the drone industry, and not only as an OEM, full sector as a UAV and US, please.
Thank you. So first thing is, when we, just to let you know that when we started in 2012, there were hardly 4 to 5 companies who was manufacturing the drones, and I came from the mapping industry, we were struggling to have the drones. And we are sitting in 2014, it's about more than 1,000 companies are there who is developing the drones, who is giving services from the drone. So this is one thing for everybody, that we should be upload to DGCA and regulators, that they are really helping a lot in relaxing as well as flexing the rules and regulations. This is the one thing which I would like to say. So we are at the first step, or maybe the second step, to the next drone hub of India. So I'm very optimistic, not only with the technology, because we are emerging. Not only we are emerging as India, but everywhere in the world, the drone technology is still emerging. We are still struggling to have better technologies. We are working on, batteries a lot. We are working on propulsion system. We are working on framework. We are working on safety measurements and all that. So not only that, as far as application areas is concerned, that as Sir said, so there are certain, सिक्के के दो पहलू होते हैं. अच्छा भी हो सकता है, बुरा भी हो सकता है. We are using drones for deliveries, the medicines. Whereas at the Pakistan border, we are also delivering drugs and ammunition from that. So those things are also the, kind of perspective we need to look at. And beside this, right now we are using drones for developing the 3D models of Statue of Unity, Chenab Bridge, railways. Like, that railway is one of the biggest challenge for developing the highest speed available. So we are working on the gradient verification using the drone-based LiDAR system at the moment of more than 4,000 kilometers, which is still a pilot project because we have more than 120 lakhs kilometers to go. There are more than 70,000 bridges are there. We have developed a technique by which you can do the bridge inspection. Before that, you have to do the bridge inspection utilizing the kind of scaffolding machines, which was very costly and very, you cannot go everywhere with that. AI and ML is also coming up with those things by which you can also develop the drone-based videos, and you can also develop the tools by which you can easily get the system to get the information immediately. That can save a lot of time, lots of lives. Like you have also seen that in railways, lots of accidents are happening every day. So those things can really be game changer in the future. That's my take, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Das, would you like to add some figures to the interesting discussion so we can measure it also with that?
When we talk about railways, there are certain segments in the Western Ghats where you cannot really send a person to check out the railway tracks safely travel. We can possibly have leader drones which can map and say that it is, animal corridors are safe, running to any elephant crossing or something like that. So there are several applications where this can be used. Some of them, like to give a good example, all drones need not be, direct wireless capabilities. We can have tethered drones also. Drones which would supply, at least
what would be supplying cables? They will be always tied up just like your right, with extreme precision movements. So with fiber optic cabling, where you can have very high-speed cable coming through, there is no issue of security there. So these kind of solutions need to be that will make a huge change in this scenario.
Was a use case with the teacher drone itself. Did a study with CRI, for cloud management system, and we utilize the same thing for Kumbh Mela last year, the last system. So that was something which we did try, because that has to be there for a longer period of time. We can actually figure out, because it is a road where the traffic jam is there, and we can actually study each and everything. Right? New strategy of that particular maybe system over there, maybe you required a bridge over there, or you require some kind of route diversion. So that kind of thing is possible. The drone and these are drones are also utilizing for fire management system at the moment. I believe.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to add few points here.
Why can't we use a high voltage system to operate the motors and AC also instead of down converting it on the drone?
The answer lies that manufacturing level, when you're starting to make those motors, you'll have to be compatible. Compatibility isn't there, so you're stepping a DC up, then you're stepping it down because your motors are rated to that voltage. So the day, on day one, when you're defining that this is my motor, and this has to run on 400 volts or 240 volts AC, that is the day you want to step up and step down. Yes, I hope that answers your questions.
Right at the design stage.
Right at the definition state that this is what the definition of this motor is.
So before I move to the next question, I would like to throw some numbers which will make you very excited about the number of business opportunities we have. In India, on a sectorial basis, we have more than 15 sector which is available for drone application, and we were only talking few today, like agriculture, we were talking about mapping, surveillance, logistics, something like that. If you compare, we have more than 15 sector which can be readily implemented with the application on the drone. The market size which we are talking about around $25 billion for a project of entire UAV and UAS sector. And when we talks about the number of drones only for one particular application, if we go for a logistic drones with the defense forces, then we are talking more than 50,000 drones annualized basis consumption on the border areas. So if people who are planning to venture as a student to the entrepreneurs or career oriented, the opportunities which lies in a drone industry is similar like automotive, it is similar like IT and telecom. Only thing is that what revolution we have seen in those industries in 25 years, like in IT, 10 years for BPO, 15 years or 30 years in automotive, maybe in drone industry, this transition will happen in 10 years. So what dreams we are seeing, by the time we will be in the middle age of career, you will be able to see the best of the result of the industry. So I will very well motivate all the youngsters to pursue interest in the drone, and that's the opportunity level I like to highlight on this. Before I forget, the one important word came, regulations. Here I go to Paras, to you, and how you think the regulatory framework getting along with the entire ecosystem. And I think still we are working in many silos for a drone industry. So how you see that as an industry we can collaborate to ensure we have a better regulatory work, and how the government can help us on that? We like to hear something on that from you. Thank you.
Sure. Firstly, thank you everyone for having me here.
as we speak about the regulatory framework, I totally believe it all starts from the safety of an aircraft. I mean, we're working with aerospace and aviation sector here. A lot of times, drones have been seen and started off from it being a hobby product. However, the advancements in the technology have now totally transformed the products, and they have made them an aviation grade products. Higher payloads, super heavy motors. Its utilization on different areas, in urban areas especially. So as when we see the whole situation, so it totally starts from the safety of the aircraft. I believe the government guidelines are also aligned in the same manner. Now to make sure that the manufacturers are following these guidelines, we really have to start from the designing, testing, and certification phase. So as I see that, when we are designing the aircraft, it's at the component level, we have to certify our own components, make sure that they're of the right quality, not just hobby grade, industrial grade products, and the test facilities to really test those equipments. If you have your own whole drone certified, the component is certified, you know that what is the grade of carbon fiber you're using, what is the grade of wires that you're using, everything starts from scratch. So, now I see that there is a lot of initiative that has been taken by various organizations, the industry members, also the government. We all are trying to make the ecosystem, more open and a more collaborative approach towards this, enhancing the industry. So that is something very, very important. Us as manufacturers, we have to keep in mind. There are a lot of regulations, as we saw, for example, in terms of type certification. Starting from the day one when the first drone was type certified, a lot of regulations were still easy. It was the first phase for DGC also to really know how to really certify a drone. They were certifying aircrafts before. However, the standards are pretty high. Now what we see in terms of the certification process, it has totally transformed. Also at the same time, the certification body along with DGC need to be really, what I truly believe, need to be aligned with each other's expectations. Manufacturers are certifying themselves. All of this time as we speak, the team members within ourselves are very well aware. They know how to make aerospace products. They know how to certify, how to make documents for them. But the manufacturers are definitely facing this issue where the certification body would have some different guidelines, whereas the DGC would have a different guideline just to analyze those reports. So if this thing is very clear in the minds of the engineers which are working on these drones, this would definitely save a lot of time for them not to recreate the documents again and again. So this is one of the major aspects that we need to keep in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. I think you touch upon a very good point where the important stakeholder, whether it's a DGCA or a certifying agency, their alignment is definitely much required. But at the same time, as we all are experiencing the kind of investment is getting into this sector, it will be worth enough trying to think about of putting up an exclusive test facility, which like in India, we have a BIS for certain things. We have a ARI for automotive. We have chemical labs, which certifies pharmaceuticals and I think it will be also very important aspects for industry to consider that can we have a combined agency which can look into the possibility of setting up a basic levels of infrastructure for drone certification, whether it's and I think that as Mr. Das has already been taking this initiative in a very large way in the Northeast states. I think it will be worth enough of trying IITs setting up a test labs exclusively for drones, where the drone industry people or let's say students can go and at least learn and try out the ideas, and that will also help us to a basic point which has been started with the session is that can we really make it India? And I think in that case, I think it is a good idea for industry to consider to setting up a centralized test labs for drones. And that's what I think we can take it as a motivation for our journey forward. Vardhan, you have been a student of this college, and that's a quite interesting. And I'm honored to have you on a panel within the ecosystem from where you have come. As an entrepreneur, what kind of challenges you faced in terms of manufacturing and innovation for your own business or for the sector in which you are? And I think those challenges can help many of the upcoming I'll say entrepreneurs to keep in mind before they plan their journey. So we'd like to hear more about your journey and the challenges and innovations you would like to share with us. Thank you.
First of all, Jai Hind to everyone, as I am a student of AKGEC. So here is a culture to say Jai Hind before anything. And I would like to thank Director General Sir and HODs. So they supported me very well so that I can be here today. So as we talk about the challenges, the very major challenges that we talk about Make in India initiative and vocal for local. But as an entrepreneur, as a trader, we used to sell parts to the B2B companies. When there is a thing that we suggest to companies that you can take this Make in India product, Make in India motor, Make in India transmitter, Make in India flight controllers, then the thing is that यार price नहीं कम रहा वरदान इसको price को ठीक करके दो हम definitely shift करेंगे. The thing is that the price and the quality. So the major challenges for an entrepreneur in this field is that the government should take some steps to make a R&D friendly environment so that the entrepreneurs can do their R&D very well and complete their initiatives, as government has already taken some initiatives like the PLI, as we are very aware about the PLI. So approx 120 crores of any incentives for the productions. So, and if we want to overcome the challenges to make the India next drone hub, then we should work on the component level manufacturing also. As the sir said initially that we don't know any drone that is fully made in India. And if we want to see a drone which is fully made in India, if the goal is this, then we should have the basic SMD components also made in India. It is not only the flight controllers to be made in India, and not only the motors to be made in India, the basic SMD and DIP components should also be made in India. The foundry should be set up. We should also work on the level of the semiconductors, and we should establish a very R&D friendly environment. As here in the AKGEC, it is very fortunate for me to have a very supportive environment for my R&Ds and for my prototyping, as whenever I need to do some prototype, then I simply call my HODs or teachers to make me help and make me success. So the challenges which can come to me, but due to my teachers, they can't. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your journey details and the way you look at opportunity for further investments in terms of making more Atmanirbhar Bharat drone processes. I would like to add few points here, helping my fellow panelists in a way. See, in India, we have seen transformation in many of the technological areas. And what we should do now, rather than we find a different path for drones, we should learn from those industries and implement our journey for drone industry. For example, why can't we think of having a contract manufacturing in drones, where we can facilitate one particular industry which can help us to build a certain kind of parts, maybe like putting up a semiconductor only for drones looks like because you know how difficult it is and how complex the technology is and how capital intensive it is. But then it can be a possibility that we can join hands with the mobile industry and then talk with them that can we have a similar approach where the component manufacturing for mobiles and drone can be together, and some of the things are possible doing the similar way like for a structural part. So I think what we have to do as a industry that evolve ourselves by certain success stories which are built in India, and those stories can help us to evolve our industry in a different way rather than we keep relying on or complaining mode on neighbors or relying on import mode. So I think that's what I would like to add here. Arpan is a very dear friend of mine, and we have been admiring each other. So, Arpan, I think I would like, and he is very young and dynamic entrepreneur. So, I would like to hear more from you. How you see Indian drone industry as opportunity, and what challenges are really puts you off as a team leader, because you have a responsibility of team also, and in that way how you really see opportunities spectrum and the challenges which you think can be motivating for some other people to consider this sector as an investment.
See, to start with, India's next drone hub, to answer this question, the entire Middle East will come to India. A lot of countries will come to India because the trust factor in India is something which is very high to start with. So if the industry puts the right amount of investment, time into this industry, I don't see a challenge India becoming the next drone hub. All the more, people say competition is more. So why can't I look at it from the other angle? Why can't the market be even bigger? Why can't we serve a bigger audience that everybody gets a good share of the pie? So that is one. And second is, when we all say that we need to make components, we need to do something. When I go back to my team and they say, how do we do this? I said, who's asked you to think big? First, start thinking humble. It's because the journey that I had and the journey that I have come from, it's a very humble journey. It starts from flying aeroplanes, getting into helicopters, coming into drones. So before even doing this drone and everything, I am flying and flying drones for a long time. So you exactly know that how this happens. So every time a part went off, I learned how to fix it. So the first part goes is, how do you fix that part? And then the reverse engineering comes into play, that how do you make that part? And if you go in, I can vouch for this, many drone industries and many drone partners, when they must have started, the challenge was when you go to a manufacturer and say, can you make this for me? The first answer he'll say is no. Because first, you don't have quantity. Second, he'll say, Mera machining time is this much, this is that, I can't make it. And he'll give you 10 different reasons. So I approached in a different way. I said, how much do you make in a day? In these 10 parts. You do one thing. I'll give you this one part. You just make it and give it to me. At least I'll understand what my design conceptualization is. Is it worthy enough? It is not worthy enough. So I guess the one mindset that I keep telling people when I meet is that you have to be very humble when you begin and eventually grow out from there. If you go to somebody and say, make me this microcontroller, no industry will take us seriously. If you start with saying that, can you make us these semiconductors? So that is where they'll also start thinking, okay, they're not asking us to make something out of the box. They're asking us something which we are making a little bit doping change, because that's what semiconductors are. We can start giving this. So eventually everything will go hand in glove. India has the biggest, the advantage that I see is the reliability that the outsiders have on Indians is more than their own country people sometimes have realized in my calls and whenever I met them. And India sharing land and water bodies with some countries can only give it to the nations where they want their ill motives are there. But to the good nations where they want to flourish, grow, they would always want to come back to India partner, because then again, the Indian mindset is not an ill mindset. So that's where India as a drone hub is not a challenge. It is something which will come. I guess the right amount of, the thought process that goes into it. If that is right, I guess I don't see a challenge to answer.
Thank you very much.
Can I add something?
Yes, please.
So to answer Arpan and Varun's question is, we all are making drones. We are manufacturing drones. And we are also manufacturing some of the parts as well. But how? Somebody is making a battery for his drone. Somebody is making motors for his. We do not have the standardization of motors and different parts. We are using Chinese parts. Those are standardized parts. So we need to build a system of standardization of different parts, number one, so that Varun is making motors. He is making 750 kV motors. Anybody can utilize. I am making propellers 15 inches, 16 inches propellers. So anybody can utilize it. I am master in propellers. He is master in motors. You are master in something. We are going to utilize the same standardized product in different application. We right now are the assemblers of drone by utilizing several instruments. Those are already standardized in China. So why we can't do that? Number one. Secondly, we all are only talking about building the drone. Nobody is talking about building the sensors for the payloads. Drone is just a platform. Nobody is talking about cameras. Nobody is talking about magnetometers. Nobody is talking about LiDAR. Why? What you will do, just delivery. Delivery is a very big thing. मैं कहता हूं कि delivery दूर की कौड़ी है इस time इंडिया में. Delivery से पहले बहुत सारी और चीजें हैं that is required to be done. Delivery is luxury at the moment, other than SEPA or something. Arunachal Pradesh is now sir, let me tell you that I have been working with Arunachal for several projects. I worked in Kurung project. Hydroelectric projects are generally into the high hill terrains, and we did a lot of projects with that. Abhi sir ne ek baat kiya, that was something bathymetric LiDAR system. India में क्या पूरे world में सिर्फ 2 कंपनियां bathymetric LiDAR system बनाती हैं, and that one system will cost you more than 4 crores. Not a single bathymetric LiDAR system is there in India, not even on the rental basis. Am I right, sir? So bathymetric LiDAR system is something which we should look after. Magnetometer, छोटी सी चीज है, 50 लाख रुपए से नीचे आता ही नहीं है. Why we cannot reverse engineer that? Why we all are using, everybody is using 24 megapixel A series cameras in all their drones. Why we can't build it in India? China से हम ADTI के कैमरास खरीदते हैं. सोनी के कैमरा को खोल के उन्होंने एक छोटे से डब्बे में बंद कर दिया. 54,000 रुपीस का कैमरा 1 लाख रुपए में बेचते हैं, और उसकी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स भी कहीं और यूटिलाइज कर लेते हैं जो बचती हैं. Why we can't make it? Because we have the Euler laws. सोनी अपने कैमरा को खोलने नहीं देगा इंडिया में. So those things are required to look after, so that we can build our own system. We don't have a single LiDAR in India. Other than the defense forces have developed, DRDO has developed a LiDAR system, but they are using for themselves. And it's a very big LiDAR. We do not have LiDAR system. I had developed a LiDAR system. Rather, I have integrated the LiDAR system in 2019. By the time I have developed that system, my cost was 35 lakhs, and DJI has came down. What is the cost of DJI? It is superly wonderful LiDAR system with 5 returns. I cannot compete with them. However, if we given a chance to develop certain parts in a standardized manner, yes, of course we can. So we have to develop the standardization first.
ये सर, जैसे आपने कहा कि हमें मास्टर होना चाहिए किसी एक चीज.
मैंने कहा स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन होना चाहिए.
चलिए स्टैंडर्डाइज. तो जैसे कभी मैं जैसे जब चाइना गया तो मैंने देखा वहाँ पर जो फैक्ट्रीज हैं वो एक जैसे कोई प्रोडक्ट बनाती हैं, तो जैसे आपने बोला कि इफ आई एम मेकिंग मोटर्स, इफ आई एम मास्टर इन मोटर्स एंड माय प्रोडक्ट इज स्टैंडर्डाइज्ड, तो वो आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, स्टैंडर्डाइज होना चाहिए. एंड मेरा कहना केवल इतना है, कोई प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं एंड जैसे भी बोला रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग का, हमें रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग से हम कोई बेटर प्रोडक्ट डेवलप कर सकते हैं. तो फॉर द फर्स्ट स्टेप, फॉर द हम्बल स्टेप, वी शुड गो विद द एसकेडीज. एसकेडीज से क्या होगा कि हमारी जो डिफिकल्टीज हैं, हमारी जो कंसेप्चुअल डाउट्स हैं, वो सब क्लियर होंगे. If we go with the SKD, then we will know how to make this product. Then we can replace the parts with some indigenous parts. The process is step by step. No, we cannot move directly from 0 to 100. We can move 0 to 1, then to 2, then to 3. The process is step by step. Then the manufacturers should help the traders also to make the new initiatives and to make the new innovatives also, to make the new products.
Just to add, see, the point is, when I say reverse engineering, it's like reaching a level where the market standard is there. So first you reach the level which is market standard. Another thing which I am against, which I will not do, I am very much on it, is I don't want to take an easy path where I get into SKD, where I surpass my laws. My laws are fine. They can't do anything to me. Legally, I'm taken care of very well. So SKDs, I'm not against it. The only agenda is, if we are having these discussions, these panels, the whole agenda is to motivate us and to come at a level where we first come what the market standards are. If we've reached the market standard, from there we start developing. Maybe we're making the same thing. I'm not saying that, oh, we are making something different. But from there, we'll start first getting a database. The database gets created, that's where the innovation will start coming in. So it is a process. So anything that brings a shortcut and says, "Theek hai, SKD se we'll learn how to make." Okay, those guys will only tell you how to make it. They'll tell you how. Because a lot of car manufacturers in India, what they do is get it into SKDs. You save up a lot of taxes. This is what happens in the automobile industry. I can tell you big names which are doing this. But then the agenda is to, because today drones are only not going to be used in the sector of pharmaceuticals and everything. A lot of people sitting here are into defense businesses. When things go off with the other nation, where do you get the same parts? You're not getting your SKDs. You don't know how to make it. You're screwed. So that is the whole agenda of the discussion, is that we have to start the culture. The culture needs to start there. The panel discussion why we are having is to get it into a culture. If I make something good, I come to you and I share. See, this is what I made. Now you please evaluate and tell me, is it worthy enough? Is it not worthy enough? Rather than thinking that I'll make more money out of it, I should rather come and say, please evaluate and tell me where I've gone wrong. So that culture, that mind shift has to come. That is how these countries, the US and the States, that is how they've developed. If you look at their culture, if you read books on them, this is how they've developed. They coexist with each other. I guess that is something which we need to get in.
Thank you very much for sharing different views. I think to conclude these different views, I think we have to keep the numbers like a 25 to 35 billion market, 5 years of time. We can choose whatever path we want to have, whether we want to go with reverse engineering, whether we want to go with the standardization. But what is the nutshell which should motivate us is we want to make India as a drone capital of the world. We want to make India as a next drone hub. And in that means we have to find our own formula which can suit to our India market needs. And I think that's what is an opportunity I see in front of us as an industry. Just before we conclude the session, I would like every panelist to share their closing remarks. And at the end, Dr. Das, we will be very happy to hear more from you as a session conclusive remark.
So the conclusion is this, that we should make our innovatives and inventions, and the path is, the path can be different, but the goal should be the same, to make the India the next drone hub. His path can be different, his path can be different, and everyone's path can be different, but the goal should be the same, to make the India the next drone hub by 2030. That's all.
Thank you very much.
So I'm very much optimistic that we'll be the next drone hub by 2030. And as I said, that we have to seriously work upon the standardization and part development rather than drone development. Moreover, we also need to look forward for the different sectors. As he said, only 15 sectors are there in the market today itself, but we are currently working more than 50 at the moment, not only in India, but across the world. So there are so many things where you can actually utilize the drone as a platform. So we also need to look in that perspective. Another thing, and thanks to AKGC or several other colleges, IITs, ITIs, because they are the real people who are spreading the culture of development as well as using the new technologies, whether it is drone or robotics. So ultimately, the future will come from here only. So thanks to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So the closing remark that I have is, for sure India is going to be the next drone hub. I have no doubts in my mind. The only thought that I want to leave everybody with is that, we have to rather look at innovation rather than imitation. That is one. And second, when we do that, you as a founder or the head of any institution or company, whatever you're running, you should be able to look into the eyes and say, this is what you've innovated and not imitated. Because end of the day, you can't lie to yourself. To the world you can. For sure you can. The day we have this motive that, we start innovating over imitating. ऐसा बनाया है, इसको थोड़ा change कर देंगे तो मेरा innovation. नहीं. It has to be from ground up. This is how it starts. It starts from the drawing board. It goes onto a sketch sheet. Then it gets onto a software. It gets the viability done. If that mindset we all can have in our own industries, in our own companies, I guess the culture would be completely different and India would be at a different standpoint. That is what I believe. Thank you.
One point I think we all are really missing here is, we're talking about making the country as a drone hub, not about just making it indigenizing, the drones here, right? So truly what I believe is that the current team and the strength of the nation and all the companies working on the system, for it to be a global leader, we really need to work on various technologies to make sure that we are coping up with various technologies that are being utilized, global use cases which are being currently served, and enhancing those particular use cases and your core technology. Ultimately, indigenizing just the components is not the only thing that it needs for the country to become the next drone hub.
I invite Dr. Das to you for a closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah, good. Actually, few things I would like to put forth. First and foremost, what do you want? At the end of the day, it's your wish. It's not what the country wants and what somebody wants from you. What do you want? So at some point of time in your life, you will say that I require this. That can be the thrill of holding the thread of a kite, or anybody who is doing fishing, the line when it is taut, okay? When you just have a small bite and you know that there is something in it for you. And at the same time, in a drone industry, it is just an extension of these feelings. So when you look at life with that passion, all effort will go in the background. What I believe is that yes, component level, a different level of effort. Assembly level, again another level of effort. And at the same time, putting it all together and making it do the work in some certain areas where it is right now required, that is also effort that we have to appreciate. All these three things put together, ground up if we go. Start off with basic education. We have to be more firm in teaching what we do. The basic education has to be strong. The electronics part has to be strong. Second comes putting all of it together to solve a certain problem. That needs to be firmed up, and then DIY projects will become prototypes after some time. So this is how I guess all of us get enthused into getting drones. I'll tell you a small story about myself. Do we have time for 2 minutes? Yes. Okay. I'm not an engineer myself, but I make engineers. Okay. So I am a BSc, not physics, not chemistry, not mathematics. It is statistics. So then you would say, sir, ko to probability aata hai, maths kahan aata hai? So I studied statistics honors in a college. Then I moved on to do my master's, again, not in electronics, not in computer science, but in mathematical statistics, and that too very close by in Delhi University, 2 years. That's where I got enthused. I really saw that programming in Fortran was something just too good. I couldn't let go. And we had coding sheets at that time where we had to write the source code on, small columns and rows. Cells were there. One mistake and the program would not run. and we had to book slots for half an hour or 1 hour and to write code in the Delhi School of Economics. So that was the computer center. It was very tough life. So we struggled and somehow, got the coding done. Then I thought that this is the way to go. Subsequently, I did my PhD in computer science. And believe me, I sometimes feel I am the right person for this job. I know the whole envelope of mathematics, integral calculus, look at all the trajectories, the machining part, soldering part, and then subsequently the computer science part. And so many years down the line teaching computer science, I get a feeling this technology is here to stay and we are going to do very good. We are the best jugadus in the world. I believe it. We will fix it and we will make it work. So the only thing is intention and the right approach. So with the academics pitching in now, and also the industries looking in a very, very positive manner, good components, which I can use from you. I don't have to reinvent a flight controller now. In fact, in Bangalore recently, I was having some conversation. Some young fellows came up, hardly 24, 25 years of age. They were telling that I am making a flight controller like this. I said, can you make it according to this? I don't want anything more than this. He looked at me, sir, I can do it in 20 days. मैंने बोला बनाओ ना, मेरे को चाहिए. I want this. I don't want to buy something which I can't, which half of the things I don't require. I'm just loading up my machine. I don't need it. तुम इसको बना के दो मुझे. Then he was scratching his head. I need money. I said, okay, fine. We will look at it. We will collaborate now. So this is what we need to do. हमें जितना चाहिए उतना ही हमें मिलना चाहिए. No more than that. That will cut the costs. That will only bring stuff that we require. And then we move forward and deploy our systems. So let us have a goal of solving one problem at a time. I don't want a drone which will do mapping and also, do the bathymetry and also do everything for me. I want a drone which will do only X work for me, only one. Let us make it. I think cost-wise, everything will be possible. So with these thoughts, let me conclude. And of course, I am extremely happy to have a panelist like this, all young people and very dynamic. And let's hope that let us all meet again sometime, take stock of what we have done today versus what happens in the next few years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. With this, we conclude the session. I'm looking forward to have a next excitement on the field side. I think that's what has been planned for, at the end of the day. So wish you a nice evening and a nice weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahendra sir, for moderating this session so nicely. Dr. Das sir, once again, I thank you for concluding the session. I thank all the panel members and the speakers, session chair, for such an interactive session. Proceeding further, may I request our Honorable Director General, Dr. Akgec Agrawal sir, to present memento to our panel members. Our first panelist, Mr. Arpan Ghosh, founder and director, Gamma Rotors. Our next panelist, Mr. Mahendra Singh Rajawat, Managing Director, Akgec Aviation India Private Limited. Mr. Rahul Jain, Managing Director, Matrix Geosolutions Private Limited. Our another panelist, Mr. Paras Jain, CEO, Indowings. Mr. Vardhan Gupta, founder, V Drone Tech. Thank you, sir. I would request all the panel members and Director General, sir, to kindly be on the stage for the group photograph. I would request Mr. Suresh Shahadadpuri, sir, to kindly be on stage for the photo.
Ashik can join. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this final session of one-day National Drone Symposium 2024 at Akgec, I would like to thank all the participants, our eminent experts, speakers, and expert panel members for making the symposium such a great success. Now, before moving on for the tea which is awaited outside, I would request all the participants to be informed that after the tea, if the rain stops, because it is raining heavily outside, an exciting drone flying show is awaiting at the Drone National Symposium at Akgec Flying Field. This event will feature some of the most advanced drones from leading companies like Indowings, Estria Aerospace, V Drone Tech, Metrics, Geosolutions, and Akgec Drone Academy. Meanwhile, just have a cup of tea, and after that we can have a visit to our Center of Excellences if the rain doesn't stop. And as the rain stops, we will once again be moving to the Akgec ground for this aerial show. Thank you all for making this event a memorable one.
How are you doing, sir? Long time.
All the participants, kindly be informed that your certificates are downstairs at the registration desk. You may collect the certificates while going downstairs.